And it is good to be back. And hello to everybody in YouTube that are watching and all my good friends in YouTube chat. It's been busy here. I'm remodeling the inside of my home. I'm painting every room, every ceiling, redoing cabinets, floors, bathrooms. It's that time of year for me, taking advantage of the horrible, just horrific weather that we've had here in the Northeast. It seems like it's cloudy every night. It was supposed to be even cloudy tonight, but I saw it's clear. I said, you know what? Let me give it a shot. I've been busy on the weekends producing for KGRA, so I'm busy with that on the weekends. But the weather, if you talk to anybody locally from the Northeast, they'll tell you the weather up here has been absolutely miserable. I mean, it's cloudy every day. And a lot of it is from the lake effect, and it's the warmer weather coming from the south, and then you get the weather coming in from the west. It streams this way, so it seems like it's cloudy every night. This is the first clear night that I can remember having in weeks. It's unbelievable. Weeks. Since the last time I streamed. So, and now the weather forecast for the rest of the week, tomorrow, snow. Matter of fact, I'll tell you what the weather says. Let me go on and see what they're forecasting. I know there's a snowstorm possibly Sunday coming, Super Bowl Sunday, and wondering who everybody's rooting for. I'm rooting for the Falcons. I know a lot of people will be on the Patriots bandwagon, but I'm rooting for the Falcons. Let's see what they're forecasting for the weather. I just hit the 5-day. Tomorrow, snow. Wednesday, mostly cloudy. Oh, may be clearing late. Let's see what it says about the end of the week. If I'm not doing anything with KGRA, I may do a stream while I'm doing the producing. Friday, mostly cloudy. Saturday, if I'm not producing, mostly sunny. Sunday, snow. Next week looks cloudy. So I may have a window Thursday night, maybe Wednesday night for another Skywatch. Otherwise, it's in the tank. So it's been like that. And hello to everybody in YouTube chat. I know my friend Keith has been busy doing his thing, nebulas and planets. But like I said, I've been really busy here to taking care of some business. Like I said, I'm doing a lot of interior work now. I'm going to have to go out and reduce the camera just a little bit. I'm seeing a little slight pixelation. So I may have to go play with the camera in a few minutes, but I'll leave it like that for now because it looks good overall. So hello to Jamie and Carmen and Mauricio in California. Skywatcher in the UK. Nocturnal Mayhem. Nancy, Ryan. Let's see who else is in chat. Anthony, and I think Ireland, or I forget Anthony, Ireland or Scotland. I can't remember. It's been a while. See, it's been that long. And Jade, our friend Jade. They Lie, Ohio. So, again, it's good to be back. I'm going to go outside. Oh, I know what that is. That's the smoke from my chimney, from my wood stove that's causing that effect. There goes a red blinker already. Interesting. I think that's what that is. That's the effect of the smoke coming from the pipe. And hello to Dia Nunez, Mark the Shark, Arnie. So hello to everybody. And I'm actually I got to get my Skype going on because if there's someone that I want to bring on, I definitely got to reduce the camera a bit. Now I see it in real time. Let me get Skype going to get prepared because I do have a lot of people that want to come on. I'm talking as guests, not also my friends as well, but I'm talking guests. Wow. Klaus is on. I got to talk to Klaus. Oh, he just went off. Rats. Let me see if I can get him. Let me try to call him. I haven't talked to Klaus in a while. Let's do that quick. Oh, he put a new picture. Yep, it's not going to connect. Wow, he signed off just now. Klaus Dana. Yep, no answer from him. Let's see who else is around. Okay. Harry Drew, he's not around right now. I'm looking for Frank Thayer. He's not on either. We're gonna have them talk about Frank Thayer wrote a book with Scott and Suzanne Ramsey about the Aztec UFO. They're gonna come on soon. I've got a bunch of people lined up to come on. So I'm just going through my list to see who might be available right now. I have to give them a little bit of a heads up before I bring them on. Okay, let's see. I'm looking through my list. Okay, Kate Dorvalson is not on, which is a surprise. She's usually on. And Frank. Where's Frank? Yep. Okay, so I'm not going to bother them right now. Anyway, I'm going to go outside and play with the camera and reduce this pixelation a little bit. Mark, that's Ireland. Okay, thank you for correcting me. And what's up to Derek and Sarah? And let's see who else came in. David Riles. Maybe I can get Jamie to come in. And Jade made a sword for me. Oh, my. Whose head are we decapitating this time? Let's see. That's an inside joke of what happened the last time we had the UFO festival in Pine Bush, and Peter Robbins and Larry Warren were here. And Jade had the idea of bringing out a machete, and Peter and Larry were playing around. Peter was decapitating Larry Warren. It was crazy. Oh, my. Anyway, all right, Derek, we'll see you in a few. And I got to get out there and play with the camera. So I'm going to see who's hitting me up right now because I'm getting messages. And Lorraine is going to get something to eat, so she'll be back. So I'm going to play another song in the meantime while I go play with the camera a little bit. It looks a little bit pixelated. I got to reduce the gain. This is the Sony A7S. I think someone was asking that. Okay, let me put this on for now, and I'll be right back. Oh, there we go. back. I'm just going to pause this. I know Lorraine is going to be joining us in a few minutes. I'm still going to reach out to a guest if they come on. I should actually touch base with Suzanne Ramsey if she's on. Let me see if she's on. Because I definitely want to get her and her husband on as a guest to talk about the Aztec UFO case. They've done decades worth of research on it. So let me see if she's still on. And I definitely got to get my friend Michael Carter back. Okay, let's see. Let me just message her. I'm just typing her right now. Okay, so yeah, there is definitely a flight path here. The airport is nearby. A lot of these are going south, though, from north to south. The camera's looking toward the east. So what you're seeing is from north to south, from left to right. So north would be the left-hand side of the screen. South would be the right-hand side. And it looks like there's a satellite or something way up there moving quick. Could be a plane. It's hard to tell. It's going off the screen now to the left in, say, borderline 1 and 4. It just went, whoop, gone. That area is darker. Okay, so Poma, I'll add you on later because I may be getting a guest on. So I'm just waiting for a response. If not, it'll just be a hangout night. I was thinking of music tonight, but since people want to come and hang out, might just do it that way. And I haven't seen Jello. I haven't spoke to everybody in so long. It's been quite a while since I streamed. There's Jello. Oh my God. Speak about Jello and he pops up in chat. Timing is everything. And Keith is off to do a moon stream, so he'll be back. So Keith is doing a stream, so go to P&K Space Imaging to check out the moon. The moon is pretty much low on the horizon to the west, so they don't have that much time for the moon right now. So they're going to get as much as they can, take advantage of it while it's still up a bit. So go check that out. All right, so let me see. I'm going to continue. Let's call Jello. I haven't talked to Jello in so long. Where is he on my list? Jello, get online. Oh, you are? Okay. Oh, he's got a new picture. Oh, he's actually got a picture now. Looks like an Arizona picture. Hanging out with Dave Shock. Well, Dave is in Ohio now, I think. Oh, it hung up. Jello, and hello to Christy. You have to have Skype in order for me to add you, and you can put your Skype in there, but I will have to delete it right away so nobody else has your Skype information. Okay, he's going to go do something right now, so Jello will be back. So I tried to call him, so we'll get him in a few minutes. And I know Lorraine is going to come out. I'm trying to find someone on my list. Had a lot of interesting guests on the shows last few weeks. Let's see. So Jello will be back. And I'm looking in my list. It's a big list. I'm really exhausted from all the work I've been doing. I wasn't really going to have everybody on. Okay, let's see. Of all nights. Okay. Not many people are on Skype. Okay, let's see who just... Poma, I see you. Okay. How come I didn't get a result for that? I tried that. I didn't get no results. Jamie, I tried to add you, and it didn't find you. Maybe I spelled it wrong, but I don't think so. No results found for that. Sinjin Earl. So I tried to add you on Skype. So it didn't work. Maybe you spelt it wrong. Anyway. Yeah, Skype is, and hello to Christy. And Lorraine is setting up her microphone. And I don't want to play music because then I'll have to delete the stream. So it's going to be one of those things I'm going to have to wait it out. I'll wait till, and hello to James Short. And like I said, it's been a while. It's been, 2 weeks? Not much really going on except for the typical stuff in the politics and stuff like that. I'm not going to even get into it. I'm not going to make this political. All I need is your Skype. Daggers, don't I have you on Skype? I could swear I had you on Skype, don't I? Anyway, let me check. Oh, Frank Dayer came on. All right. I'll give him a few minutes. He just came online. Okay, let me see if I can get Frank. I'm just typing Frank Thayer. Okay, I just sent. Okay, maybe with capital. Let's try that. It still did not find Sinjin RL. I just typed it in, no results found. Oh, Dagger Spells does not have Skype. Okay. I just sent a message to Frank. Let's see what he says. Okay, I have your number. Well, I would need your number to add you onto a contact. Let me see if I have you. I might have added it. No, I don't. And what's up to Rockstar? And Keith is live, so if anybody wants to check out the moon, go to P&K Space Imaging. So I'm just waiting to see if Frank responds. And let's see who else I can send the message to while they're on Skype. One day I'm going to have Dr. Carmen Bolter on to talk about what's going on in Egypt. Oh, let me see if Jill. Let's see if Jill Hansen wants to come on. All right, so I sent Jill a message. Skype isn't that difficult. It's really not hard to set up as long as you've got a decent setup. I mean, if you use the internal, it could be one of those things, the internal mic and speakers, because You get echo effect, and it sounds hollow. The best thing is to have a headset where the audio quality is better. So I really recommend, if anybody's going to do Skype, get yourself a headset. It's definitely better than using internal mics on a laptop or your speakers. So, yeah, it's definitely an improvement. Okay, let's see. I wonder how Amanda's doing. Okay, let me just tell her, because then she gets upset I don't tell her that I'm live. So I'm going to send a message to Amanda. Maybe Sarah could do that for me too, but I don't even see, Amanda's not even on. She hasn't been feeling well lately, so let me send her a message. Okay. I just sent her a message. Okay, let's see. Let's see there's not many people on. Actually, I got to give them time ahead of time. I have to give them some idea of when I'm going to do a Skywatch, because I just hit them with messages. It's pretty unfair on my part just to try to contact them. What's this? Midnight in the Desert. I could just imagine bothering her right now. Oh, or Jimmy Church. Let me not even go there. Let's see. I've got Rockstar. And Sarah's there. Well, let's wait for the rain. Yeah, I just sent Amanda a message to see if she wants to come on. I just told her that we're live. And Keith is live as well, too, right now. And it's just a beautiful night right now. The sky is so clear. It's actually a beautiful night. I think I'll play so I could just relax for a few, because I've been painting for weeks. I think I'm just going to... And hello to Jenny Miko and Clugster in the UK. So let me see if I can get an old archive show. I've got access to all of the shows. I mean, oh my. I would have to ask for permission for that part, but let's see what I can do here. Maybe I'll just put a show on so I could sit back and relax tonight. A show of Jamie and I did. Let's see who's on this list. Oh, maybe I'll do the Aztec. The John Burroughs interview, that was good with Alan Pacheco. Gary Hesseltine. All right, so that's what I'm going to do till everybody gets coordinated, including myself. I'll just play a replay. We'll go with the Aztec UFO. Let's see if I can get it to work.
Talk about the show tonight. We have three. It's Dr. Frank Thayer about the Aztec UFO incident. We're going to learn all about it and delve into it. You guys can check out the websites at theaztecincident.com and Dr. Frank Thayer's website at frankthayer.net. That's Frank, Thayer.net. So with that out of the way, I'd like to welcome to the show Scott and Suzanne Ramsey and Frank Thayer. How are you guys doing?
Happy to be here.
It's a pleasure to have you guys. Now, let's start with Scott and Suzanne. How did you guys get interested in this case? What was it that piqued your interest and got you researching this case?
Well, I was out in Farmington back in late '87. I believe it was October. And seeing a customer, I kind of got rerouted because of bad weather in Charlotte. Instead of my flight going Denver to Charlotte, it was canceled. So I called a customer down in Farmington and said, hey, we've never met. We've talked by phone. I can take a commuter flight down to see you. How's your day look tomorrow? He said, I'd make it wide open for you. So I got in there Thursday night. Friday, we were testing a big generator. And what I do for a living is we make magnet wire, copper, aluminum, beryllium, whatever. We make wire that creates magnetic fields. So generators, motors, transformers, maglev machines, CAT scans, anything like that, we make wire for. So as we were going late into Friday night testing this, or not too late, but in the evening of Friday, testing this big generator to see if it in fact needed rewound, two of the gentlemen in the shop were just kind of chatting as we were running a cycle test, and they were talking about what they were going to do that weekend. And the one said he was thinking of going out to look for a place to hunt mule deer. And the other gentleman said, "Why, that sounds good. I might meet you. Where are you going to be?" And he said, out in Hart Canyon. He said, "Whereabouts?" He said, "I'll be out by the old crash site." Well, that kind of perked my ears, and I thought, crash site, that's interesting. So as the evening went on, I was kind of inviting myself into the conversation, and after we tested the generator, we went over to what was then the Holiday Inn at the time and bought a round of drinks, and I said, I'm really interested in this crash site, and they drew me a map, and I attempted to go out the next day and try to find this place. They described it as, well, it's an old wives' tale that a flying saucer crashed out there in late 40s, early 50s. So that piqued my interest, and that was that was 86. And then I came back in January of 87, allotted a lot more time to go out and look for it. And about the second attempt, we found what we thought was the actual site that the locals had called the flying saucer crash site or landing site.
And for me, it was, as a little girl, I grew up in South Dakota. I was originally from Chicago, moved to South Dakota, and my mother was reading Frank Scully's book. I don't know where she got it. It must have been maybe 10 years or more after the fact, so she picked it up in a secondhand store or what. And around the dinner table, she was discussing it and talking about the crash. And then years later, when they decided to move to a warmer climate, they looked around Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and my mom said, I remember that book about Aztec. I would love to live there. So they looked around and they actually ended up moving there.
Wow.
And my mom was very disappointed, though, because nobody really talked about it. There was no recognition of the site or anything at that time. And so that's kind of how that all came about.
Interesting. Now, Frank, did you also read the book Behind the Flying Saucers? I believe that's the name of the book that Frank Scully wrote. Did you do any research into the book, and what was your initial thoughts after you read that book?
Well, I didn't come to this until probably 2002, 3, or 4, and I grew up in New Mexico, and we always believed there was such a thing as flying saucers, but we hadn't even heard of Roswell when I was a little kid. And later on, when I was dealing with such people as Carl Lorenzen and the APRO, and I got on their bulletin and so on, that I was interested, but I had heard of Aztec, and I thought, well, it's supposed to be a hoax, and I just let it drop. In 1980, when the first Roswell incident book came out, that really heightened my interest, and from then on, I was gathering everything I could about crashes and recoveries. And lo and behold, again, in the 2000s, I landed William Steinman's book, A UFO Crash at Aztec, A Well-Kept Secret. And that book is a giant book, and I had never heard of it. And William Steinman, went to Aztec just as Scott Ramsey did and looked around. He thought there was something to it. And it began to coalesce. And I had a website, and I put an essay on my website about the Aztec incident might be the real deal. And that's where Scott and Suzanne found me in 2009. And it took them a couple of minutes to sign me on. I said, yeah, they want to do a book. I wanted to do a book. I was ready for it. So I'm a newcomer, but I guess I've been with them about 7 years now. And we have 2 books to our credit.
The research has been going on. Scott's been doing the research for just over 30 years.
Right.
Now, Scott and Suzanne, how long have you been researching the Aztec UFO case? How much was invested in the research, and what led you to believe that it was a credible case?
Like I said, Scott's been researching for just over 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
And together, I've been researching with him for the last 13, and that we've been together. And he was on my radio show as a guest. That's how I became familiar with his research. And we've spent, what would you say, hon? About $600,000, something like that, of our own money?
Yeah, we don't. Only the accountant keeps tabs anymore. It's a meaningless number, but yeah, we spent a fair amount of money on it.
Wow, that's
well over. It was $500,000. We did the first book. We probably easily spent another $100,000.
Wow. And how long did it take you guys to put the book together, all 3 of you, and Frank Warren as well?
Yeah, Frank Warren contributed the research on the first book. Back in the day, we probably talked on a daily basis, and he was very, very helpful in helping us put the information together. I don't know if you guys are aware, he's had a little bout with his health here lately, so keep him in your thoughts and prayers. I try to email him every couple of days to check on him, and it looks like he's rebounding. But yeah, I researched it pretty much by myself, and then Suzanne and I got married in 2003, and we've researched it together. And then, like Dr. Thayer said, he jumped in about 2009, and it's never stopped. The research is always ongoing. We're always following a lead at some point.
The book, actually, the first took about, what did you say, 2 years?
Yeah,
took about 2.5 years. And then the second book, we have some new research, which will probably, there's way too much stuff that we actually can share now. But we've got some new leads that we're looking at. But this will give you an idea. The 2 or 3 new leads that we have will probably take us about a year to go through and dissect.
Wow.
That will give you an idea why this type of research, it's not just going on the internet and pulling up and thinking and, just feeling that somebody's going to feed us accurate information. The type of book that we have decided to present is all fact-based, and meaning that if we can't prove it and document it, that we don't share it in the book. And if there is ever our opinion, we state that it's our opinion. But for the most part, the book is strictly things that we can document.
I commend all 3 of you, actually, because that's what a good researcher does. They take the time to go over all the documentation. They take it to the field. They do the thorough research, whether there's witnesses, etc. And we'll get into more of that later. But that's the way it should be done, exactly the way you just described it.
Thank you.
Now, did you guys ever go to the site to see if you can uncover any physical evidence or indications that there was a crash?
Let me just pop in here real quick. It's interesting how many people on the internet that you'll see if you pull up anything regarding the Aztec crash, and they will say it's a hoax. And we have nailed it down to 4 investigators, so-called investigators or skeptics. Only one of them has ever even been to the crash site. Scott and I have been there hundreds of times. Scott has stayed overnight there
I've camped there times. Many a night.
I mean, you cannot talk about something unless you really know it. It's armchair quarterbacking.
Exactly.
The debunker or skeptic, whatever class we want to put him in, that did go to the crash site, only went because he was in my van and I drove him there. and he was captive. He couldn't get out. And I'm talking about the late Carl Flock, who was very, very generous to come up to Aztec and speak at a symposium that was held in Aztec, not just once but twice. But he was the world-renowned expert on Aztec. He lived 2.5 hours away and had never decided to get in his car and drive up to see the crash site. And Suzanne and I live in Mooresville, North Carolina. We're about 1,890 miles from the crash site. And we've been there over 240 times, and I've spent multiple days, weeks camping out there.
And Carl Flock has been remembered in our book, right?
Yes, we named a chapter after Carl. Now, I say that with a little compassion. Carl and I were actually very, very good friends.
Yeah.
We agreed on just about everything in life except for Aztec.
Well, it goes with the territory. I mean, I personally do Skywatches, live Skywatches with night vision cameras, and you get that. You get the skeptics and the debunkers coming in, but it's welcome, and you want to have that conversation, and it makes for a healthy debate. That's
No, that's true.
Well, we always welcome it if because it raises the bar, and we're only looking to document the truth. The problem is when you have people that perpetuate or regurgitate information that is not fact-based.
True.
That's another story altogether.
Now, Frank, did you also go to the site? I read that.
Yes.
So what was your impression about the whole area?
Well, I think that when you go there and you walk up on the mesa and you look around and say, there's a flat spot just big enough to accommodate a 100-foot diameter disc, and you look around and it's a perfect landing spot for a controlled landing of somebody who has the capacity to do that. And you come away saying, even if you don't know any of the other facts, saying, yes, it could have happened just the way it is in the book. But when you read the book, you'll find witnesses, you'll find observers, you'll find all kinds of people, and none of them have stories that conflict. And that's
Physical evidence? Physical evidence?
Well, physical evidence, of course. Remember that this craft landed without any damage. Roswell was an explosion, a crash, and debris. This saucer landed in a controlled manner, and the only damage to it was a little hole in one of the ports, which the book goes into, and that's how they opened it up.
Right. We're definitely going to address how they had gained entry into the vehicle. But Jamie has another question. Go ahead, Jamie.
Yeah, was there any kind of documents you guys uncovered during the research? Any government documents, any other research that helped the case?
Yeah, thousands actually. I spent a lot of time on many various trips to Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, Alabama, which is the archives of everything for the Air Force, with the exception of personnel records. They're kept at St. Louis. Yeah, the United States Air Force was very aware of something that happened in Aztec, New Mexico. So was the Army Counterintelligence Division, the FBI, the CIA. There's quite a blanket of documents. We have in our archives over 55,000 documents, and I would say probably 5 to 8% of those are government documents that mention Aztec, all the way up to and including a sting operation that transpired with the FBI, the Army, and Air Force trying to recover black and white photographs, their words, not ours, of the Aztec flying saucer.
Same thing with J. Edgar Hoover. Go ahead.
Well, yeah, that's part of the FBI archives. We have copies of letters back and forth with Hoover where Aztec is specifically mentioned in the correspondence.
Wow. Now, were there any witnesses to the event that took place on March 25th, 1948?
Yeah.
You bet.
Go ahead. We'll give that to Thayer. We're hogging the mic here. Go ahead, Frank.
I'm enjoying listening as always. Well, I think that as Scott uncovered living witnesses who were there, who saw the saucer. Now, the story as we have it, we know how many people were on the mesa that morning, March 25th, 1948. And it ended up there were about 16 people there, a couple of ranchers, a couple of cops, a preacher, and some oil field workers, young men. And Scott was fortunate to get two of the witnesses before they died to tell the story. These are people, Doug Noland and Ken Farley. And they didn't know each other, but they were both on the Mesa that morning for various reasons with the oil companies. And they told Scott the story, chapter and verse, identical. Now, if you went into court with two witnesses who didn't know each other and saw the same incident and reported the details precisely the same, the jury would have to convict on that evidence. So those two witnesses are a foundation for the entire story. And when you read about them, and we have Doug Nolan's interview on tape describing the Aztec saucer. He got up and walked around on it by his own admission. He's the one who saw the hole in the port. And we go from there. And that's a good start. What do you guys think?
We're going to get into actually now soon about the object's description, and we'll see about the landing site. But before we get to that, did these witnesses profit from their experience, and were they debriefed by the military?
Well, Dr. Thayer and Suzanne and I always have a side joke on that. We've never put it really in writing. Over the years, it looked like anybody that was really affiliated with the crash, kind of like the Mac Brazel syndrome from Roswell, they ended up doing pretty well in life. I don't know if that's coincidence or the fact that these old oil field workers and cattle or the ranchers, they're all pretty hard-working people anyway, and usually when you have hard workers, you have success. But Doug Nolan went on, he was 19 years old the day this happened. He went on to be a very successful assay company in Nevada. His boss ended up going on to owning a fairly successful trucking company, which still is alive today under a different name. We could go on and on through all 16 people, and I won't bore you with it. But we don't know. No one ever admitted to us that they were compensated. But, I'm talking two people here, Ken Farley and Doug Nolan. But they obviously did very well in life. Mm-hmm. Again, is that coincidental or whatever? But at the time we got to them to interview them, they were getting up there in age. And that question didn't come up, but I wish it had. I wish I had asked it.
Well, you know what? Maybe from rather threatening and using intimidation and, like I said, threats against individuals, maybe they took the other route and they made deals with these individuals and said, if you keep your mouth shut, you will be taken care of. That's why I wonder that since a lot of them, they pretty much had, like you said, pretty good careers in their lives. They made good, good lifestyles, that if they were told, in any way that by doing so, that they would, by keeping their mouths quiet, that they would have a substantial, they would get something out of it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
well,
why.
Bill and Jamie, remember, let's go back and review Mac Brazel's situation. He was a cowboy. He didn't own the ranch. He was just taking care of it. He didn't have two nickels to rub together. He saw this debris field. He went in, was debriefed by the military, given a physical exam, and 2 weeks later he had a brand new truck and he had enough money to buy a frozen food locker in Tularosa, New Mexico. And that can't be a coincidence. Now, the only person that we don't know about doing well financially was the preacher, Solon Brown, who was on the Mesa, but that's another story. But the witnesses told Scott that they were debriefed, that the military took them aside and told them it was for national security. Remember, 1948, people believed the government. I know you can't process that, but back then people trusted the government. Can you imagine that?
Well, it was right after the war, too.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah.
There was a lot of support for the government, especially the success of the war. So I could see that they were swooned, taken in by the government. And there's a naivete there, a gullibility immediately after. So I can actually understand exactly what you just said.
Additionally, they were threatened, too.
Yeah.
They were to protect their families.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. You can bet on that.
Now, what were some of the witnesses' description of the craft?
The craft measured, well, according to the scientists, but the people that were there that day said it was approximately 100 feet across, 18 feet roughly high. It appeared once they got the staircase deployed that it appeared to be 3 levels. As Dr. Thayer was saying, when Doug Nolan, they realized that there was about a quarter-size hole in one of the portholes. They were able to look in the mirrored type of portholes and look around, and they saw 2 bodies slumped over what appeared to be like bucket seats in a control panel. Once the staircase was deployed, and you got to keep in mind, I kind of jumped ahead of the story. When these young oil field workers first got there, they were not thinking that this was some type of spacecraft. They were thinking it was some type of U.S. secret bomber or something. And they were looking at it purely from a rescue mission until they got up close and were able to deploy the staircase and realize that the bodies in this craft were not humanoid as we know it.
Was there any indication where the craft and the occupants were brought to?
That's ongoing research on our part. We're actually working on a lead right now. I think originally it would have been taken to Los Alamos the way it came apart. There are a lot of facts that lead up to our guessing that. But it now appears that in 1958 the craft was located at a different base, and we're following some very good leads on that right now.
Now, I know there was supposedly 3 radar towers in the vicinity, and what about the report that a high-powered experimental radar installation that was located on a high mountain in the Four Corner area that may have interfered with the controls, thus crashing? And was it picked up on radar by other military installations?
Well, I was the one that broke the radar story back in the late 90s.
Right.
We had keep hearing about the radar bases. Steinman mentioned them in his book. Bill and Suzanne and I and Frank have become very good friends. Steinman told me what he did to research that, but he said, believe me, those radar bases are there somewhere. You just have to find them. So in January of '99, I went out with a group, a very outdoorsy group, to say the least, because we were fighting a bad snowstorm. And we did all the normal places you go. We took topographic maps and looked for all the high peaks. It would make sense to have a radar base, knowing the early radar that was available back then. The first place we went was Dulce, to think maybe a radar base is the grounds for all these crazy stories about, a military base at Dulce. It was there that we learned that from one of the waitresses that her girlfriend had dated a guy that worked at a radar base down at Alvarado. So the short of the long story is, the next day, fighting again a blizzard of a storm, we made it down to Alvarado. And after searching around and following her very good directions, we did find a radar base, the remains of one. And it was first opened in 1946 as the Los Alamos Radar Facility. It was operated by the Atomic Energy Commission. And about 1950, the Atomic Energy Commission decided they didn't really need to be in the radar business. They turned it over to the Air Force, where it was the designation was the 767th Tia M. Maria Radar Facility. And by 53 or 52, it was designated the Alvarado Radar Facility. It still had the call sign 767 AC&W. Further search, with the help of the historians down at Maxwell, we uncovered that there was one at Moriarty, which is just north and east of Albuquerque, and that came online a little bit later. And then to the west of Albuquerque was the Continental Divide, and all of them, sadly, were replaced by Dewline radar by 1957, and so the bases of Alvarado lasted 46 to 57. Actually, they had two major upgrades in two different locations along that road. So yeah, I was kind of the first couple of symposiums I ever did. We went into great detail on those. They did have high-powered radar. They were testing an over-the-horizon radar called Lash Up for the Navy. Could that have been responsible? Possibly, possibly not. We have no proof. Yes, they did have a lot of UFO sightings through Freedom of Information Act. We got all the historical reports declassified. There is nothing mentioned in March of 1948 in any of the archives. As a matter of fact, they had no activity in March of 1948, according to the archives. But that's speculation that they had anything to do with the craft coming down.
Now,
let me break in here and mention that Scott actually got some video coverage of the El Vado site that he put into his 2004 video on Aztec 1948. And I think Scott still has a few of those videos around.
Yeah, we still do. They're still available to order. You can go on either Frank's website or the Aztec incident website, and instead of clicking to buy a book, send us a private message that you'd like a tape, and I think they're $19.95 plus shipping and handling. But yeah, that's a 56-minute long documentary on our early research on Aztec, and a good portion of that was filmed at the radar base.
Now, who were the first people on scene? Did they try to communicate with the craft by radio or other means, and when did they decide to bring in the military?
It started, actually, the whole incident. Los Alamos had seen craft for some time, several weeks before the incident actually happened, as well as Cuba, New Mexico. And on this particular, the night before, there was a police officer who had filled out many reports and had seen crafts of varieties the few weeks before, decided to follow it, as this particular one seemed to be wobbling and in trouble. He followed it up to the Four Corners area, took him all night, and just as he started to, they started to get to where it ended up landing, he lost it for a few minutes. During that time, there was a gentleman by the name of Archuleta, Valentine Archuleta, who was a prisoner, had been a prisoner of the Bataan Death March, and he witnessed it, and then he saw it actually hit and scrape a bluff on his property. Then it continued and it landed. Now the police officer shows up, and he finds that there are other people there. And as Frank described, there is a police commissioner, there's a county commissioner, there's another police officer, there are oil field workers, a minister shows up, a Baptist minister, and there are ranchers out there. And that's the first people that actually have contact with it.
And Suzanne, remember too that Valentine Archuleta actually put in a long-distance call to Albuquerque to record his sighting, and that may have alerted them. If they hadn't seen it on radar, the Kirtland Air Force Base would be alerted by his phone call early in 5:30 in the morning.
That's right.
Now, there seems to be, this is just my own personal opinion because I've done a lot of research on certain instances that's happened, whether it's here in the United States or overseas, but you had Loring Base incident in Maine in 75. You had Rendlesham. You had what happened with what Robert Salas describes as the silos being shut down at the Maelstrom base. Now, this is not far. We had Roswell, then you have Los Alamos where they were developing the atom bomb. Do you guys think there is a connection that we see these craft over these installations, and maybe that this was one of those, again, some object that was trying to get close to the vicinity to observe what we were doing?
I'll take part of that, and I know Thayer wants to jump in, and probably Suzanne. But yeah, it's pure speculation, but yeah, there does seem to have a big interest in the fact that Los Alamos, of course, the home to the Manhattan Project, When we really dug into it, we were contacted by James Hardy, who was third in command of the Atomic Energy Commission Security Force. And he contacted us about 2 years ago and said, he had first arrived in January of 1948. He was arrived at Los Alamos, and he was overwhelmed with how many UFO sightings they had between the day he got there and the end of March of 1948. And he had not read our book. He had never heard Suzanne or Frank and I lecture or be on radio. His description of the craft was almost identical to the craft, the picture we have of the artist rendering we have of the craft in our book. And the fact that this object hovered 80 feet off the ground right outside the gates of Los Alamos for 15 to 20 minutes while they sat there in awe, not knowing what to do. Part of them wanted to shoot it out of the sky, and the other part of the security force said, we don't need to aggravate it. We don't even know what it is. But I was shocked at how many sightings they had up there.
All right.
Yes, to answer your question, it is intriguing that wherever we're doing things like atomic or hydrogen bombs, they definitely seem to have an interest.
Right. Let's remember, New Mexico was the epicenter of development. We had Los Alamos. We had the high-powered radar. We had the only atomic bomb wing in the world at Roswell. We had White Sands Proving Ground, where they were sending B-2 missiles into the stratosphere. There was Trinity Site, where the first bomb was exploded. I think that would have gotten their attention, don't you?
I agree. I definitely agree. I think that could have been the precedent to start this whole rash of sightings. They seen it, and they were interested to see we may have entered in a new phase of technology, and they were checking us out. I really do believe that.
All right, well, let's go to our first break, and we're going to come back with guest of the night, Frank and Suzanne Ramsey, and Dr. Frank Thayer, talking about the Aztec UFO incident. So hold tight, we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
America, people suffer from issues related to high blood pressure, congestive heart failure, irregular heartbeat, clogged arteries, high cholesterol, and more. Heart and Body Extract is a specially formulated supplement made with wild-crafted and organic herbs that help support your body so it can actually begin to heal itself without all the side effects of prescription drugs. Call toll-free 866-295-5305. That's 866-295-5305. Or go to heartandbody.com. That's heartandbody.com. Distributor inquiries welcome.
So I heard somebody say that 50 is the new 25. I mean, I can live with that. But isn't age just a number? I mean, if you feel good and look good, who cares about numbers anyway? I take care of myself. And, well, I use Nature's Youth RSF. From, you guessed it, Nature's Youth.
Okay, I'm going to skip these commercials.
Feel better for just a little bit, and then think of spending
and get back to the rest of this interview
on something that
on a Thursday. That Steinman scratched the surface on what went on with General Marshall, and on a Sunday, right after the Aztec incident happened on a Thursday, the 25th of March, 1948. There were emergency high-level meetings through the weekend, and including policy changes on Sunday. So whatever happened out on that mesa rattled the cages in Washington, D.C. The 29th of March being a Sunday, they started having policy changes, and including in those, and these are found in black and white, how the future of reporting of flying saucers will be done. That change was made Sunday afternoon, the 29th, 1948. In black and white writing, Bob Coford has found those documents.
Wow. Now, how did General Marshall control the crash site? Did he select a few that would only be recovery team to keep a lid on the site?
Well, you know,
Go ahead.
we have talked about this, how they did it, but the military arrived within hours, and they sequestered everyone, they debriefed them, they shoot everybody off the mesa, and that's the last that anybody heard of the Aztec incident. We believe that they brought people from Fort Hill, Colorado, from Roswell Army Airfield, later to be Walker Air Force Base. And the interesting thing here, and Scott can back me up on this, is how they controlled the information. If you were sent to Aztec to recover a flying saucer, your personnel records will never say you were in the Four Corners. You were in the hospital, you were on temporary duty in Florida, so that if you ever revealed anything, they could say, look, this guy was never even in New Mexico during that time. So they were able to they learned a lot at Roswell. They learned how to cover their butts and make sure that nobody had a credible view to send to the public. And Scott can add something to that.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing that I interviewed the gentleman that was in charge of the personnel records back in the early 2000s. We met in a very cold winter day up in New England, and I interviewed him for a number of hours at the Radisson Hotel. And I had found him. He didn't contact me wanting fame and fortune. I had found him going through some old reports. All the names were redacted except for his about 3 pages into it. It was just an oversight on somebody at the Air Force that they didn't redact his full name. So good old-fashioned detective work, birds of a feather do flock together, and what he did was after his career in the Air Force, he moved back to his hometown in New England. And that's where we were able to find him, and I showed up with a big stack, probably 4 inches tall, of declassified records of a unit he was in. And as the evening went on, he confessed that his group was only a part of the recovery operation at Aztec. His job, working out of Walker, which was the old Roswell Army Air Base, was simply to keep track of approximately 200 people and their personnel records and do daily updates on it. And to what Dr. Thayer was saying, in other words, if Joe Smith was at the crash site working on the recovery, Joe Smith's personnel file showed him somewhere in Texas or Florida or Pennsylvania. They may even throw in a sprained ankle and have him in the infirmary for a day. And he said that was quite a job to keep track of it. He did not ever go to the crash site. He did see daily briefing papers only because he shared the office with those that saw the pictures of it. He saw black and white pictures of it. He said there were about 200 people in all working on the operations side. And he not only appeared very credible, we found him. He didn't find us.
Now, how did this investigation differ from the events at Roswell? What preparations were taken to avoid the same errors that were made in Roswell? For example, the press release.
Well, of course, there was no publicity about Aztec. There was no notices in any papers, anywhere, anytime, and this helped because there was no publicity. There was no paper trail to start it out. There was just word of mouth. There was just the knowledge of the witnesses. And if it hadn't been for a lecture at the University of Denver, it may never have come out. And there would never have been a book by Frank Scully. All those things. And if we didn't have Frank Scully, we wouldn't have Agent Scully. So look what we would have missed.
That's a good one. I like that. You know what's interesting? Truman, when he started the CIA, it was specifically designed to, as an agency to observe our enemies, overseas. But then he started to use that to go over the UFO sightings. And he made sure that paper trails were not evident. A lot of things were discussed in person. They didn't try to leave this kind of a paper trail. So it's really interesting that you guys were able to come up with some documentation on this because, again, it seems like they learned a big lesson after Roswell with how the situation unfolded with the press and changing the story, etc. So it's really great that you guys were able to come up and Suzanne were able to come up with all this information. I think it's incredible, and it really deserves to get out there. Now, I mean, after the Roswell incident, it did seem that they were prepared. You know, it seemed they had a recovery team in place in the event that something like this would occur again. Can you tell us about some of the people that were involved, scientists, Dr. Vannevar Bush, and some of the others?
Yeah, I'll take a stab at that. I want to go back, though, and one other interesting footnote.
Okay.
In interviewing Doug Nolan and Ken Farley, again, I forget how old Ken was. I want to say he was 22, but Doug was 19, and how they both independently referred to the people that were on the military crash recovery as older guys.
Mm.
Now, when you're 19, you know, Doug's boss was late 20s, early 30s. That was Bill Ferguson.
Mm-hmm.
And he referred to Bill as kind of an older guy. And when I questioned Doug, and we have almost 2.5 hours of interview with him from myself and another researcher. These guys were like 30s, mid-30s. That's getting toward your premium part of your career in the Air Force. And it almost seems, and this is pure speculation on my part, but it almost seems like after Roswell, they had a very crisp, sharp surgical team, probably guys left over from Special Forces in World War II, probably a mixture of guys, Army, a consortium of different people, that they knew that they could count on to go in and do a top-notch job. Not a bunch of 19 and 20-year-old quote-unquote kids like the same age group as Ken Farley. Right. Just wanted to get that on there because I think that's important. Going on to the scientists, we, over the years, all of us have worked very hard and looking at what Frank Scully describes the group of scientists. Don't forget the Dr. G in his book was a consortium of people. He threw a blanket term of Dr. G over the group. And based on the descriptions of those scientists, we painstakingly went through, and everybody that worked with the War Department and on the Manhattan Project, we went through their resumes one by one. And that took years. That wasn't something that was done in weeks or months. That was years. And based on the hints that Scully left in his book, where they went to college, what their budgets were, who they reported to, the person you talked about, Dr. Vannevar Bush, we came up with a little bit more than the 8 to 9 scientists. We're probably at 11 right now. So we're probably bumped it by 2.
But there were initial 8 to 9, but then what we're finding is there were layer after layer of scientists that looked at it. So Scully was only familiar with the first 8 or 9.
Right. We're learning now from a gentleman that came forward that he has definitely nailed 2 other scientists that worked on it. And, of course, we can't prove that at this time, but we went and pulled the records on those 2 scientists, and they definitely were working on a special project at that base in the time frame he says they were.
So still more work to do on that.
Yeah.
Now, what about the ranch house, which was in close proximity? Were there any witnesses there? And did the government use any acts of intimidation against any witnesses or family members?
Nobody in that family would ever come through and talk. Hy Dunning was the gentleman that owned the ranch. His son, Hy, was long dead. That was his nickname, Hy. He was long dead when I came on to the research on it. His son was still alive and told me 2 different stories. One, that he was in town and nothing happened. And the second time I met with him, he told me and another researcher that was with me that he didn't know he wasn't in town in 1948. He was still in the service. The grandson was just sadly killed.
Wow.
in a home invasion out in Aztec within the last year. So there are no more remaining Dunnings right now except for a granddaughter to talk to. But I found it interesting in the early 90s when the Dunning house, which is just north of the crash site, and Dr. Thayer's been out there numerous times. Frank, before we would turn into the parking lot where we park our cars, if we would stay straight on the Arkansas Loop, about an eighth of a mile on the right is where the Dunning Ranch house used to be.
Right.
But I do think it's funny. Now, we do know that old wood is a premium, especially down here in the South. When people are selling a barn, the barn is disassembled piece by piece and sometimes reassembled somewhere else. When the Dunning house was, quote unquote, destroyed, it was taken apart board by board and trucked away. And there are many people in Aztec that will tell you that story about the demolition of the Dunning Ranch taken apart on flatbed trucks and hauled out. Now, were people looking for the old wood that the place was made of, or were they simply taking it apart piece by piece to make sure there was nothing hidden in the walls or old photographs, whatever?
Yeah.
Don't know.
Now that's really interesting,
isn't it?
They do, yeah.
And keep in mind that the elder Dunning denied anything happened. William Steinman wanted to talk to him back in the 80s, and he would refuse to talk about it. And he got quite angry when Steinman tried to talk to him about it. I think he protested too much.
Yeah.
Now, I'm curious, is there any known indigenous population there, Native Americans? Did you go out to speak to them if they seen anything during that period of time, if there was any activity? Because they do seem to know, they have a lot of knowledge of the activities that go on, but they really don't speak about it so much. So I'm wondering if there was any of that going on.
Well, the crash site, as it stands today, is actually on old Navajo and Anasazi grounds.
Wow.
But in 1948, the Navajo Nation, the Hopi, Diaz, everybody was nowhere near that. They were all out to the west. Well, the Navajos were out by Shiprock. The Hopis were up to the north. Yes, there are old ruins. Matter of fact, there's a big black area east of the crash site when you first walk down the hill across the gate where they used to do their pottery. And you can still find pottery shards in there today, but that was hundreds of years ago. That wasn't in the era, if not thousands of years ago. I mean,
right.
There's old petroglyphs out by the crash site, but nothing in 48. In 1948, that was owned by various people and some of the Bureau of Land Management. The Phillips brothers that went on to be Phillips 66 Gas Company. So, there was no ongoing living Indian tribe that was living near the crash site.
Mm. Now, how were they able to avoid detection by local residents? Did they take side roads? Did they go to the canyon? Did they disguise the hauling trucks? Like, to keep it, to keep it contained where it wasn't getting attention?
All of the above.
Well, you are too modest. Suzanne and Scott spent a whole chapter's worth of work, which probably cost them thousands of dollars, to recreate the recovery of the craft and how to get it out of there. But remember that it was about 10 miles from Aztec on a dirt road, and it wasn't that hard to keep this the situation well in hand while they were getting the saucer off the mesa. But you have to read that chapter about moving the craft to see how difficult it might have been or how easy it might have been, and I think there's a lot to be learned there.
Now, were there any indications of radiation emanating from the crash site when they arrived?
We went up there in the early 90s on two occasions. Actually, three occasions, two different times with dosimeters and Geiger counters, and I don't mean mail order ones. I mean, ones that we rented and that were extremely good. The type that are used in industry, the type that the oil companies will use, they were freshly calibrated. They were, like I say, rentals. The third excursion, we went up there with very good professional metal detectors, and the only radiation we ever got was what we would call simple background radiation that you're going to get on a sunny day at the beach or any day walking around the deserts of the Southwest.
Now, was there any information about the possible propulsion source of this craft, or was there any technology that came from this craft? Any rumors about reverse engineering, things like that?
Yeah,
I'll let Thayer stab at that one.
Okay, yeah, I think that there obviously was. Keep in mind that the Dr. G's we're talking about, these were people who were into magnetic research during the war, and they knew geophysicist Silas Newton before the war and were friends with him afterward. So they found that this saucer, when it opened up, it didn't have any jets, didn't have any rockets, no propellers. How did it move? And I think that they realized very quickly that it was some sort of magnetic field propulsion system. And whether they were able to reverse engineer it, and have they done so since then, we don't know. I think it is above top secret. But the scientists definitely were magnetic field people who worked on submarine detection devices during the war and thereafter. Suzanne and Scott may have something to add to that.
I think you did it great. I've never seen anything, and of course you got to realize we're dealing with 19, 20, 22-year-old oil field workers that I don't know if they knew what they were looking at, and they certainly didn't later on in life in their mid-90s or 80s or 90s that they could recall anything. I mean, they were so overwhelmed by looking at this large craft that, like I said, it went from a rescue mission to, oh my goodness, what is it? They were so overwhelmed with seeing little humanoid bodies in this strange craft that nobody really was down looking at any type of propulsion system whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you spoke, I think, Dr. Thayer, you mentioned earlier there was a possible broken portal, and I'm wondering, how did they gain entry into the craft? Did they use different types of tools, diamond cutters and torches, before they actually were able to get into it, before they actually found the interlocking key device that was inside? I think they used a pole or something like that?
Yeah, it's just a long pole, and I think it's probably a pole used for putting down holes to tamp charges in the earth. I think that's what the pole was, a very long pole. They were able to stick it through this tiny little hole and start poking around inside the cabin. Now, only young men will do this. You and I would say, wait a minute, that thing could blow up. I'm not going to fool around with this. But Doug Nolan was up walking around on the saucer. They put this pole through a hole, and they punched some buttons inside the cabin. And that's when, just like the day the Earth stood still, the saucer opened up. I'm sure that was a rush for everybody.
Oh, man, I wish I would have been there for that.
Yeah, that's incredible. Were there any strange symbols or anything interesting found inside?
Yeah, Scott, tell them about, there was a book-like thing of parchment, right, with hieroglyphics on it that apparently nobody was able to decipher. You have something else on that.
That was told by both Frank Scully and Bill Steinman. And keep in mind, as much as we're good friends with Bill, I've only shared some of his research in our book, and we always give him credit for it. But Bill had done some incredible research on Aztec. I always got to give him a lot of credit. But supposedly, and I did not, and Suzanne never did interview anybody that saw, but according to Steinman and Scully, there was a parchment-like book that had hieroglyphics, and the story that never made it in Steinman's book, that was turned over to a gentleman, ironically, by the name of Dr. Friedman, it's spelled exactly like Stan Friedman, who was a head cryptologist for the United States government, mostly the CIA. And the second best cryptologist. Both he and Friedman, by the way, are passed, but Suzanne and I had the privilege of meeting his son for lunch when we were in D.C., and his son told a very amazing story that there was one thing that his father and Friedman worked on for years, and it was never told to him that it was anything to do with the flying saucer at Aztec. But of all their successes, they had one failure, and that was one thing that they worked on and never could decipher. And even the son is curious, was that something to do with Aztec? Possibly Roswell, who knows? But was it possibly extraterrestrial?
Now, how many bodies did they find inside the craft? And is there a description of what their appearance was, if they were dressed in anything? Just if you can give us just a little basic description of what they seem to look like.
There was a total of 16 bodies.
Wow.
And they were between 3.5 and 4 feet tall. They were humanish. They had perfect teeth, and they were charred as if they had been burned. They all had the same uniform on. It was a blue uniform. There was no difference in the uniforms, as no insignias or anything to indicate rank. I think that's about what we know, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Very childlike in appearance.
Very childlike.
Everybody had the same description. They look like little children.
Isn't that similar to what they say they discovered in Roswell? Something similar to that, the bodies that supposedly that were recovered at Roswell?
Very similar, although the craft was different.
Right. And that was supposedly maybe taken down by an electric storm, like a thunderstorm, or I'm just speculating on the crash of Roswell. Some of the stories that we hear about how that one went down. And I'm wondering, you hear about the magnetic possibility of they were using this propulsion, and maybe there was an interference there. And it seems like this seems to be the basis of their technology.
Yeah, it could. In my opinion, and it's purely my opinion, the Aztec crash, I think, or craft landing, whatever we want to call it, I think the hole in the porthole had something to do with it coming down.
Yep.
I also think that if all of us were flying around in a private airplane at the time and buzzing over Kirkland Air Force Base and Los Alamos National Laboratories and hovering outside the main gate 80 feet off the ground, I think we would probably walk away with some fragments in our aircraft. And before I would subscribe to a radar beam bringing it down, James Hardy, when we interviewed him, he never said he witnessed any offensive or defensive maneuvers by our personnel. But he did tell me a lot of armament that they had at Los Alamos that they shouldn't have had at the time, because keep in mind, they were a laboratory. They were not a military base.
Right.
And I asked him to elaborate on that, and he said we had surplus half-tracks with bazookas and twin 50 cal Browning machine guns. And if you really go deep into the Los Alamos archives, they do not mention having military equipment there.
Right.
And James Hardy was telling me, he said, the night I'm sitting at the gate watching that thing hover 80 feet off the ground, I was standing there with a 45 caliber Thompson submachine gun waiting for orders on what we wanted to do with it. So I think when you start buzzing over the Los Alamos National Lab at the tail end of World War II, at the beginning of the Cold War, where the Manhattan Project's now being taken to a whole new level with the hydrogen bomb and Edwin Teller and all those folks, I don't think you would have successfully been harassing the skies of Los Alamos.
All right, well, with that, we're going to take our last break and come back and wrap things up, finish the interview with Scott and Suzanne Ramsey and Dr. Frank Thayer.
Okay, so you've been listening to an old replay that Jamie and I did with Dr. Frank Thayer, Scott and Suzanne Ramsey, and they will be coming on, maybe Jamie too. They will be coming on in the next few weeks. It's just about getting the time all coordinated because Scott and Suzanne are here on the East Coast. Dr. Frank Thayer is in the West Coast. So we're going to have to get him on early. I would say maybe by 6 p.m. Eastern time. So I'm working on that. I'm also working on Harry Drew to talk about the Kingman UFO. Kate Thorvaldson, who they call the magnet lady. She supposedly has implants, and she can put magnets all over her body, her neck, her shoulders, her face. And I'm working on a few other individuals. So hopefully we'll get that done. So now it's time. I'm going to cut that off, and I'm going to start off with Lorraine. And Chris, let me know if you want to come on. There's Lorraine.
Hello.
What's happening?
Am I coming in clear?
Yes, you are.
Ah, excellent. Hello.
It sounds great. How you How you doing?
Good, good. I just want to say hello to everyone in the room. I had seen, was it Dagger Spells? And I think you mentioned, did you mention Jello?
Yeah, Jello said he was going to do something with his GoPro and that he'd be coming back. So hopefully he will.
And Amanda and Deirdre and Rockstar is there. Everyone's there.
Yep, there's quite yeah, it's been a while. It's been like 2 or 3 weeks. I mean, the weather's been bad. I've been busy in the house and
Oh yeah, timing is everything.
producing and everything else. So it's one of those things. And Amanda, if you want to come in, let me know. I'll bring you in.
Yes, please do.
And hello to Rob. Let's see. It's amazing how many wrenches are in that room. And hello to Big Bird. We know Big Bird from KGRA chat, so it's good to see Anna here.
Duplicate.
Yep, Duplicate, of course.
Heidi was there earlier.
Yeah,
She's still
Heidi's
here?
there. She's still hanging around. And
Carmen.
Carmen and Mauricio in California, where it's probably nice and warm. How much snow have you had?
Well, I wasn't kidding earlier when someone said, don't drink and climb your roof. It's really not an issue because if you fall off the roof, it's about a 3-foot drop.
I mean, you can open your door and make a freezer.
Oh, yeah, totally.
I've seen that.
Get off the patio, if you open the doors, it would be like snow almost to the top.
I've seen a lot of videos of that, especially from Canadians, that they make these makeshift freezers by carving into the snow and building shelves right out of their door.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think Amanda could tell you a little bit more about that. When you lose power and everything in the fridge is, it's perishable. So as the hours go by, you have to find an alternative method to keep your stuff cold. And then, of course, if you were smart and you bought your beer and chips before the storm.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
definitely.
Gotta keep your beer chilled and you're good to go.
It's amazing because here, and again, I'm upstate New York. I'm 100 miles north. What happened, Mom?
You got the heat here, but you don't have the heat
Well, then you're gonna have to go get some wood to bring inside because I'm not gonna go bring no wood inside now. Oh, she's gonna steal my wood from the living room and take it to the dining room fireplace. It can't be that cold over there. She's complaining it's cold. Well, once I get everybody on, then I can take a break and go bring wood in from outside. How's that? And I'll start a fire. It's only 7:40. What? Why don't I start a little one? Because I got to go outside and get wood.
No. Take that one from there.
I'm not taking my wood from in here. Are you kidding me? She thinks she's slick. No, it's not happening. Anyway, I gotta just laugh.
Your stockpile's okay?
Yeah, no, because I got a little pile here that I brought in earlier.
Uh-huh.
And there's nothing in the other fireplace. I didn't start a fire there because I didn't think it was necessary, but she's complaining that it's cold over there. So now I'm going to have to start a fire in the other fireplace. So
you got nothing of that ice storm at all?
No, that's what I was going to say. Up here, and again, I'm 100 miles north of New York City.
Right.
We've had nothing up here. No snow.
Nice.
I mean, the most we got was 3 inches of ice, snow, slush about a week ago.
Okay.
But that's it. You know, usually the winters are harsh up here, and it's been warm. Now they're saying it's going to get colder, more normal temperatures, and they say we may get a snowstorm Sunday. They don't know yet.
If you do, please keep it.
Well, you know, that's the thing. The weather pattern has been where all the storms are going up north.
Yeah.
Like where you are.
We're above our normal snowfall for the year.
And where Amanda is in Nova Scotia. They've been getting a lot of the precipitation. I don't know if she's getting a lot of snow, but a lot of the moisture is going up north. It's going where you guys are.
Don't forget, it wasn't that long ago they got that horrible storm surge.
Oh, my.
And there was all that flooding. So, yeah. And then, of course, after that, you know, they can't really mop up because, you know, the storm comes in, it all freezes. So, they got it really bad this year for winter.
But you know what? We're going into February already. I mean, not for you, for me. I mean, I'm in good shape because the grass is still green. I can't believe it, but it's still green.
Are you serious?
That's what I'm talking about. It's insane. The grass is still green. And
so what, you haven't had to take out your snowblower for like nothing?
Well, here's the funny part. And Mom was kind of mixed feelings on this. And Chris from the UK is going to join us in a minute. I went to Home Depot because I've been doing a lot of the indoor work in the house.
Right.
So I go there one night. It was about 5:30, about 2 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
And what do I see outside? They had these big monster snow blowers on clearance.
Okay.
So I have one of those smaller versions of a snow blower. You know, it's a gas snow blower, but it's made for like 6 to 8 inches in height. It's a smaller. You know the ones that are like 26 inches high and 26 inches wide.
You mean the ones that when they start them up, they sound kind of like a buzzing bee and they sputter and they cough and, you know, people kind of shove them into the snowbanks?
Well, you know the ones that they clear out big piles of snow with, those monster snow blowers.
That was what you were looking at. It was a monster snowblower.
Yeah. So,
okay, no. You start that thing up. It doesn't buzz. It roars. That's like...
Wow, DJ K Solos in Wappinger Falls. You're right across the bridge from me. I'm in the town of Newburgh. I am north of the city of Newburgh, thankfully. He'll know what I mean by that. Or she'll know it. I can't tell if... I think it's a he. If not, I apologize.
All these people in chat that can still see their snow. I'm kind of jealous.
And please do not ban Poma. Poma and I had a conversation. We straightened everything out. So for those the mods that are in chat, don't ban Poma. Anyway, so I see the snowblower, and it's on clearance. I said, oh, man, I can't pass this up. I just can't. So I had to rent the truck from Home Depot because it obviously wasn't going to fit in my crossover. And I brought it home, and Mom was like, what the heck did you do? You know what it is? I have a 150-foot driveway, and my neighbor, he does the upper half, and I do the bottom half. But he's elderly, and he's getting older, and it's getting more difficult for him to do the snow. So I said, you know what? Let me get a monster snowblower so I could just do the whole driveway, and he could stay inside, and he doesn't have to feel like he has to do it. I could do it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I said, let me buy it, and I bought it. So I've got this monster snowblower, and I haven't used it yet.
And you haven't even had to fire it up yet.
No, but I got it all. You know, I got it all tuned up. I bought the chains for it, for the tires.
Ooh. Can you tell us the brand?
Oh man, Lawn Yard Machine, something like that. I can't think of the name.
Yardworks.
Something like that. I can't think of the name off the hand. But it has you put the plug in and you could electric start it.
Okay, yeah.
It's so nice. It's still got the yank cord, you know. But as a matter of fact, I think I was on the phone with Heidi or Amanda when I was buying the thing. I was on the phone with somebody. I said, I'm actually in the process of buying a snowblower right now. But it's good to have anyway, you know. It's something that's a necessity. And
you can't always count on like the city or wherever you're living to come and dig you out. You know, sometimes you have to. Oh,
Yeah, I'm bringing in Chris from the UK.
oh, okay. I thought the call dropped. Sorry.
No, it's okay. He's. Let's see if he comes on. I'm sure they don't get much snow in the UK. They mostly get rain, right? Oh, and Heidi, if you want to come in, let me know. I'll bring you on. And Amanda, the same with you. Let me know. I'm trying to get Clerkster in here, but having a difficulty. And hello to Ron. Clerkster, do this. It doesn't seem like it wants to connect with you. Or are you there now? No, I can't tell. Is he with us?
Yeah, I'm there.
He's there. There he is. How are you?
I couldn't find my microphone stand.
I know my microphone is right in my face. I'm on a big stand, and that's why sometimes I'll make some errors typing typos because it's so big and bulky. It's in my way of my hands.
Excuse me.
And Heidi, I don't know if Heidi wants to come in. Let me know. And Amanda and everybody else. I know Poma's itching to come on, but Poma, we'll give you a few minutes because I'm sure you're going to hit us over the head with some crazy stories. So it's early. They're saying 3 inches of Hudson Valley tomorrow. Yeah, that's what they're saying for tomorrow.
So many things have happened since the last time we've talked.
Well, are we talking about politics?
I'm just saying globally without getting into the politics.
Yeah, I don't want to get into all the stuff that's going on.
Keeping a good vibe. I'm just thinking, wow, so much has changed since we all last spoke.
Yeah, it has. I mean, we had the turn in power, but like I said, I don't even want to talk about it because it's divisive. Only because there's strong opinions on both sides. And I don't want to have people start going at each other and not here. True. You know what I mean? Because it'll start.
Has anyone else seen the video of the cluster of UFOs? Where was it? Where? Tijuana?
In Mexico?
Near the border?
In Mexico?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that.
I haven't yet, actually. I keep skimming over that one. Hello, everybody.
Hi, Heidi.
I'll put it in chat. And I'll put it in Skype.
Oh, cool. Oh, it was on Coast to Coast.
Yes. Well, Coast to Coast found it and just added it as part of their news. Here we go. But I thought it was interesting because Eric saw his UFO in Tijuana, no?
No, he saw it in Puerto Rico.
Oh, Puerto Rico. And the cluster is kind of vaguely it's similar to what you caught not that long ago. Remember the sparkly ones?
I gotta look.
Like the white sparkly lights that we couldn't identify?
Yep.
Well, you have a look. You tell me.
I'm gonna look at the footage now. Oh, but you look who it's from, Security Team.
Well, of course.
That's why I skimmed over it. I knew there was a reason.
Oh, I thought the sparkly lights kind of reminded me of what we saw. But
let me see. I'm looking at the video now.
I don't even open those as soon as because he makes the silly mistake of putting security team in the description. So I don't even give him bums on seats. I don't even click on the links if it says security.
Oh my! This does look like the thing I captured when it was raining that day when Heidi and Ant were looking at it. Remember that, Heidi?
God, yeah.
Now, if you want to really freak out, watch a little further on when he catches the one in the news coverage. That one reminded me of the one that you captured at night.
Oh, I got to see that. How many minutes into it is it? Do you know?
Oh, I'm afraid to play it because my sound will pop out.
Okay, no, don't. I see a sign, Domingo, so I'm going to go past that.
Yeah, go to the news report one.
Yeah, I see a guy walking in a suit.
Mm-hmm.
Men in Black.
Is it after that? Is that a mannequin? That's a mannequin. Okay, now I see it. Oh, wow.
Oh, no. Go further.
Can I just say while you're doing that, apologies, I did have a really nice new headset microphone, didn't I, Bill? You heard it. You're the only one that heard it. And I got up the next day, and the cats ate through the wire.
Oh, no, Heidi.
That stinks.
Oh.
Little cherubs not.
Maybe they could be fixed.
No, I've ordered another one. It's only £6, believe it or not, really cheap. So I've just ordered another one.
So what's that, like 25 Canadian?
I don't know what. I haven't got a clue. It's cheap anyway.
Okay.
Now you see, you can't see, but Jamie, I don't see any requests coming on my thing whatsoever. And I can actually share my screen to all of them right now on Skype, and they will tell you I don't see anything. I'm sharing my screen right now, by the way. Look, do you see anything coming from Jamie? Nothing. He said he sent it to me 20 times or something like that. He must be sending it to the wrong person because I'm not getting no requests. None.
It's the same picture, Jamie, that Bill uses on his... it's the same, thingy. What's it?
Yeah.
Oh, the bloody
exactly.
word. The profile pic is the same. So you should, if you search Bill NY, it should come up.
It's the same picture that I use in the video. It's that same icon. Or that's my avatar in chat.
Thank you, avatar. That's the word. Thank you.
I was trying to think of the word there as well. I'll just say hello to everyone quickly. Hello, Lorraine and Amanda and Heidi, and thanks for having me on, Bill. I'll go back to being quiet.
$12 Canadian. Thank you, Ron. Well, I wasn't that far off.
So is anything new going on in the UK?
No.
All is quiet?
Protest?
Yeah. We had 3 to 4 weeks of only grey skies, no rain, just grey skies. And then last week it started raining.
Pissing down. Hasn't stopped.
There you go.
Sounds pleasant.
Well,
so everyone's got snow, and we just had a blanket of cloud cover for about a month, and it decided to rain.
I think the conclusion we can come to is the space war is going on over our heads.
You know what, though? A lot of the weather that's been going up north into Canada, like where Amanda... And hello to Amanda.
Hi, Bill. Hi, Chris, Lorraine, Heidi.
Amanda! Hello.
Hi, everyone in chat.
Everything that's been going where Lorraine and Amanda are up north in Canada, it eventually goes...
Okay, wait. No, but we still get sunshine.
No, but I mean, a lot of the storms that you've been getting go over the pond, and it goes into England. It goes right into England, over Iceland, it goes in that region.
It depends if they turn on the UK harp. I think
You joke about this, but there seems to be quite a lot, if we're just going to be slightly political for a moment, that Scotland hasn't been obeying themselves to the UK rule generally for quite a while. And this bank of during the autumn and winter where you get the jet stream using itself as a conveyor belt, basically, it bounces its way along the east coast up towards Newfoundland sort of ish area, and then works its way across. And every single one of the big ass storms, every single one of them, the centre seems to be aimed towards North Scotland.
So do you think that because are you facing any type of a deficit or drought in the UK right now?
The only deficit we are probably facing right now in the UK is a deficit of any form of truth and common sense. I'm not going to get into it too much because everyone's probably talked about it already, but this absolute bull crap of Brexit. Yes, the pound had a wobble. It's generally stable. There's no reason to raise any prices yet because we haven't even left.
I've got a clue where we're at with that. Not a clue. Don't care.
Well, when it gets to a point when you know it's difficult to do these days in any country, but when you find a product that you know specifically has been made from all natural products in the UK, produced in the UK, packaged in the UK, and sold in the UK, that's not going to make any differences to how much it's going to cost, and everyone's just using it as an excuse to make money.
Well, we can say the same thing about our medical prescriptions here. They could be made here, packaged here, and no matter what, New Zealand will pay, well, as a clientele, they would pay $5 no matter what prescription, and back home here, it could be anything from $65 and up easily.
Well, you know what, Lorraine, not for nothing, a lot of the imports, or let's just say the exports that that Mexico does eventually make its way through the United States into Canada. So if there is a tariff or some type of a taxation.
Oh yes, very scary.
The consumer's going to pay. I mean,
if they can, though. I mean, there are going to be a lot of people who can't afford that kind of an increase.
Exactly.
So
that's the issue that a lot of people are concerned about. Is that if you start taxation and you start charging tariffs of exports or actually imports coming into the country, it's going to affect you too, because it's got to cross our border, and it's going to cost anything coming from South America more money to get over our border.
I think a lot of us could agree at this point in time that disclosure couldn't hurt. For everyone who always said, "Oh, we're not ready, we can't handle it," really, at this point, could it hurt?
I've got a nice segue. Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you for that perfect segue. Here's the news coming from Eastbourne from me. We have got Steve Bassett speaking at our conference in April. Over here. Oh, my God. I know. And I'm going to meet him because I'm working up in London.
Speaking of which, do you think they're going to have to, readjust some of the guest speakers this year over here? Well, I should not over here, specifically in the U.S.
I don't
know. Is it going to change, or will it change where the conferences are held? Because I'm just saying, your U.S. dollar goes a whole lot further just over here.
I'm sure dynamics will get adjusted somehow, but I can't see what's going on affecting the type of speakers, and I don't know. You see, the trouble that conferences are having these days is getting fresh voices, new guests. Yeah. Because a lot of people that go to a lot of them they seem to live in buses. These people, and they just travel the country going from conference to conference to conference. And a lot of people are saying, it's the same stale. We've heard that speak.
I've heard that a lot. I've never actually been. I've never been to a conference, but
that's right, Lorraine. They're the best place to meet people. The best place to just get it from the horses. If you've got, I know you have got confidence to do it. Like myself, I just go straight in there and say, "Hello, it's only Heidi here."
I've gone to conferences, just not like a UFO conference.
They're brilliant. They're such good fun. If you can wangle your way in, like I do. They're great. They really are great. If you've got the confidence to speak to people and just do it, you get all the sort of under the table speak and the backdoor entrances and hushed up conversations. It's absolutely fantastic. And they're such nice people, most of them. Some of them are really stuck up, but there's only a couple.
It does sound like fun.
It is. It's a really good place to meet people that are like-minded, and you don't sound mad when you're talking about it. That's what I like. I can go along and ramble, and they're like, "Yeah, we know what you're talking about." Love it.
How many people that you met before you met them had you read their book or whatever they?
None of them.
Are you serious?
Larry and Peter, I'd been speaking to on via Bill and via Facebook and Blair. I didn't get either of their books until I met them in Scotland, and they both gave me signed copies of their books.
No, see, the reason I was asking is because I was going to ask you, after reading somebody's book and then meeting them, do they sound like their book? But I guess for you, I'll ask. So after meeting everyone, when you get around to reading their book, you'll have to let me know. Do they sound like their book?
Well, the only one I can actually answer that question to is Larry Warren.
Oh, definitely.
And everybody knows I adore Larry Warren. So I met him before I read the book, and with all the crap that's going on, etc. But I won't go there.
Bill's had
Warren, he's a lovely, genuine guy, and I believe everything that the book is saying, and all the reports and all.
Do you remember a gentleman by the name of Alan Pachenko?
Yep. Oh, bless him. I love him.
Oh, right. And he's like this fantastic storyteller. He has all this deep history, and he knows really how to spin the tale the best way, right?
Oh, yes.
Well, I got his...
Bill a few weeks ago.
I won in a contest at KJRA. I got one of his books.
Yep, I remember that.
Brilliant.
And his book reads exactly the way he actually speaks.
Really? Good
it's
Lord.
like settling in and just letting him tell one of his tales. It's so
But
cool.
I should think you have to breathe every now and then, do you not? He's such a lovely man. I'm talking to him at the moment, actually. I'm doing my thing with him at the moment, trying to get him on radio shows and stuff like that.
Who?
I think a lot of people have heard that he doesn't stop talking once he starts, and they're a bit dubious about having him on the show. He's a sweetheart. What a lovely man. Lovely man.
Because I was going to say what's going on. I don't even want to even talk about the other.
No.
I ain't going to even say a word.
No, nothing. Oh, nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, so did anyone else read the articles or see the videos about the big archaeological discovery in BC?
In where?
British Columbia.
Oh, yeah.
Province of British Columbia.
No.
No, I'll take that as a no.
Do tell.
Okay, well, it'll take me a while to go dig the article back up, but in short, there's a lot of dinosaur prints, like footprints.
Ah, yes, I did hear something of this, actually.
Okay.
I'm focused on Antarctica at the moment, to be honest with you, so I'm kind of not really...
Well, it's a big find. It's actually a very big find, and they're taking casts of all the prints right now, and they're matching them to what they call a model, right? Like, does this print belong to, and they match it to the model. They're particularly excited right now because one of the prints, unlike all of the other ones, instead of having 3 toes, it has 4.
Ooh.
And there's no current model for the 4-toed creature.
Oh, wow.
So that means that instead of like balancing on the front 3 and then like leaning back on the tail, well, a possible tail, with 4, you actually have this heel to toe kind of walk. So I mean, it's a really big deal, right?
Yeah, it's a time rewriting type of stuff. Again.
And a creature like that would be described as something out of, like, for any humanoid back then would have been in, like, the stuff of nightmares.
Wow. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, I'll have to try to find the article.
All right, I'm going to go outside. You guys keep going. I'm going to get firewood for Mom. And I'm going to...
Ma!
Yeah, for Ma. So,
happy birthday. Say happy birthday to her from everybody, please.
I will. Her birthday was last Wednesday.
Yeah, I haven't spoken to you for ages.
Well, you know what I've been doing. I've shown you the pictures.
I know what you've been doing.
All right, I'll be back.
Bill has completely redecorated his house from top to bottom. Like, literally every room. Redecorated it. That's why it's so quiet.
I really love that.
I've been getting photographs, so, and it looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, did you like the lilac color? Or amethyst?
Yeah, that's isn't that the one that
yeah.
So he was taking Ma to the shop when I spoke to him.
Yeah, for Ma. I love that color.
And he came don't tell me what color it was. I bet it was purple. And he goes, yeah. I was like, yeah, purple. I love purple. It's a chakra color. Brilliant. Yeah, fantastic. And I love that mustard color he's got as well. That's really nice in the hall. That's lovely. Anyway, we're talking decoration.
It was just a pity he didn't do a live stream. We could have all sat there for hours just going, you missed a bit, a little bit over there, a little bit over there. Oh, that corner looks like it'd have a little bit of polyfiller. It looks like you put too many Christmas decorations up, Bill.
That'd be the opposite of that. What's the gentleman's name? You watch him painting to be relaxed? Oh,
Bob Ross?
That's it. It'd be the opposite of Bob Ross. It'd be like trolls galore.
Yeah. Oh, he's been working really hard. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. Yeah, so Clarkster, are you going to come up to Watford in April?
I would love to, but I don't get out of the house at all, love.
Oh, you should. I look after you. I'm working. You can help me sell T-shirts. It's really exciting.
Listen, it's an inn, all right? Did you just put the words exciting and Watford in the same sentence?
I know, right. I wasn't going to go. I literally wasn't.
That was a British. If you're outside of the UK, you wouldn't have understood that.
I was dreading him asking me to work, but then he said he posted that as a bit of adjustment to the speakers. Number one, Dot Street, who's one of the original Redemption Forest investigators. And then, about 2 days later, newsflash, we've now got Steve Bassett. And I'm straight on the private message. Can I work, please? He's like, yes, all right then.
I have a British question for you guys.
Go.
Have you heard Ricky Gervais' song Slough?
Yeah.
Did I already ask you this, Heidi?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know.
No, because he's talking about Slough and he's talking about all the places around it and being to the west of London and this, and I'm just wondering how accurate the song was.
It's very accurate, and also Watford is Slough is very the same, really.
My opinions differ slightly from Heidi's because he did lean a lot more heavily onto the London side. He did protect his actual hometown, but I call him a traitor because he didn't. Unlike Kate Winslet, who was proud to admit she's from Reading, Ricky Gervais didn't, and it was all about Slough and then pushing towards London. And fair play to him, he's doing well in America.
Well, hold on a second. Wait, no, in The Office.
Yeah.
That The Office was set in Slough.
Slough, it was. Yeah.
He never said he came from Slough. He always admitted he came from Reading.
Exactly. He doesn't tend to talk about it as much as Kate did, and.
He did on his old radio shows. I had no idea where Reading was until I heard, and I had no idea where Bristol
I've never
was.
heard anything of it. It's almost like he was ashamed. But yes, the way that he refers to Slough is fairly typical.
Well, yeah, he wanted like a kind of bleak, kind of anyone could relate to, kind of bleak, kind of town.
I can't refer to it. If this was the 1990s, I would say one sentence and everyone would know exactly what I mean about Slough, but these days it's not politically correct. Let's just say it has large sewage plants.
Oh, that's nice.
You can always smell when you're coming into Slough because you can't miss it.
The Mars Bar companies used to be based there, didn't it? I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, that's what used to be the most disgusting thing of all. You used to take a shortcut through Slough to get into London, and it's like you left nostril smelling cocoa and your right nostril smelling wax.
Jello, we're live. Hello.
Hello, Jello.
Jello's going to join us, right?
Reading had an interesting combination like that as well. Down in South Reading, you had the big Courage Brewery. Mm-hmm. And the Courage Brewery wasn't far downwind from the sewage treatment plants again. So depending on what day during the summer and that, it used to be known as the Whitley Whiff.
The what?
It was called the Whitley Whiff because it was both based in the area called Whitley and South Reading.
Whitley Whiff.
Whitley Whiff, yeah. It was either in the summer, all you could either smell was the treatment plant or hops. Either or. On a bad day, both.
Oh.
Nasty.
I remember on Ricky's old radio shows, he was talking about being born in a really poor family, like the last of five or something, and that they lived off like the smell of chip fat was ingrained into their clothing and their housing and stuff. Because I don't think he was ashamed of it, but. No, but Slough actually came from The Office. That's where it was situated. That was the town.
Yeah. Once upon a time, I lived, right behind a McDonald's. And every time the wind blew from that direction, yes, I smelled like fries. So I can so relate to.
Excellent. So, did you watch the movie On the Road, or what it was called?
No, not yet.
It's
Life on the Road.
Cringy. It's just cringy, but brilliant. I mean, the man is a comedy genius. He really is a comedy genius. It's just cringy.
See, I mean, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like, I loved it because I love him, and I will support anything him or Steve Merchant do. But I don't know. Like, I can appreciate like the pauses in between scenes to make it so boring. They work in a paper factory. I mean, it's the dullest. Everything's gray, and the jokes that don't work, the silences go on just those extra few seconds longer to make it really, really uncomfortable. But dude, it was hard to watch those first few episodes. It was a little much because before that, nothing like that had been done before. Like, we're going to make a documentary of a typical paper factory in Slough. I mean, it's pretty genius, you know, and it won BAFTAs. It won all sorts of awards, and it was a documentary on a paper factory in Slough.
I've never doubted his talent. It's just the way that he applies himself rubbed me the wrong way for some reason. I just don't know what. I mean, it is partly because I never heard he did talk about his past before, but just generally, I don't know, comes across as it's difficult to explain. If you were brought up and born and bred in that actual area, it sticks out more. Some of the people from Reading don't rub well with the rest of them because they kind of have that slightly what's the right word I'm looking for? Their ego's a little bit bigger than the rest, and it rubs the wrong way. It's kind of it's not a do you know who I am? It's I know who I am, and I know how good I am, and I'm just going to let it be known a little bit suavely on the camera a bit too much. He should have stuck to his dry. If he stayed dry like Jack D, it wouldn't have been so bad. It wouldn't have stuck out.
Well, I think that was the whole thing, too, because, I mean, these are just nobodies, just people working in an office, nothing, but it's like you suddenly become aware that the camera's on you, so like a normal thing all of a sudden seems so absurd. And like David Brent in the show always wanted to be famous, so he's acting up. But like, I mean, could you imagine your boss really acting like that? Like, it's so blown out of proportion in such a normal kind of setting. Like, it makes it so much bigger than, you know, I don't know.
Yeah, that is the genius of it, though.
And it's been redone in like 25 different countries.
And I think everybody can relate to at least one character that they've worked with at some point in their life in the office, for sure. I mean, I used to work for Nobo Visual Aids. I don't know if everybody's heard of those. The original people that created the whiteboard, you know, the dry whiteboards. I used to work for them in a very similar office environment like that. And there was at least, I'd say, about 4 characters from the office that I used to work with at Nobo. And the dynamics of our office were very, very similar. Very similar. Especially the office parties, I have to say.
I'll give him that. The set work was really good from being quite inexperienced and taking the step from, I presume, theatre, the way he acts. I haven't looked into the past, but I presume going between set work from theatre and set work to TV, yeah, they got it bang on. And I think that to create the atmosphere correct, half of it is setting and lighting, and the other half is actually the actors and the script itself.
Hi, Keith. Keith just popped in. Hello. Hello. And I like extras. I do love extras.
I loved extras so much better than I liked The Office. I know it's almost blasphemous, but again, I mean, as much as I love Ricky, Steve is the unknown talent. I mean, they both wrote The Office, but he was in like one scene in the Red Nose Day episode.
Yeah.
And I mean, unless you knew who to look for, you wouldn't even really pay attention. But he was the manager in the Extras, so he was in like every second episode. And I'm telling you, I've watched the corpsing. There's extras, like there's additional things, outtakes for extras, if that makes sense. Yeah, and one is called The Art of Corpsing, and it was how many times they burst out laughing trying to get through an obscene sentence. And I don't want to spoil anything for anyone that hasn't seen it. I totally suggest everyone go see it. There was one scene, to this day, I don't care how much you paid me, I don't think in a million years I would have ever been able to get through that scene. And it must be days of unused footage just trying to get through this one scene. And you just have to lock eye contact with someone just for a second and it's over, you know. Oh, it's so good. So good.
Actually, it's doubly funny if you have been an extra as well, because that is exactly how extra work goes. It's just copious amounts of sitting around and gossiping about who's shagging who and who's doing what to who, and have you
Sounds
seen
like politics.
Oh, it is, but it's really funny. I mean, and especially for people like me, that just talks to everybody. It's just such fun, and it's money for doing nothing. Literally, I mean, unless you've got you're trying to get a speaking part, for example, because you get to go to the parties and you get paid like a bit extra sort of thing, but your name sort of goes up the ladder. Unless you're doing that, it's just spot on. It's just absolutely, totally and utterly. I've just signed up to a few more agencies actually, because I met a lady at the Eric Von Daniken. Eric Von Daniken doing the ladies' room. Like you do. And get chatting in the ladies' room like you do. And she's just come back from the Ancient Aliens cruise with Giorgio Tsoukalos and Eric Von Daniken. So we've kind of connected, like really connected actually. And she'd sent me a list of these movies she's been in. I was like, what? She said, yeah. I said, well, what agencies? And she sent me a list of like about 5 agencies. I said, yeah, you just sign up to them all. She's like been in Bridget Jones's Baby. She's been in all these really huge sci-fi films, really, really big ones as an extra. And she just spends her life doing that, just going around doing extra work. And it's good money. It's absolutely brilliant money, but it's boring. It's deadly boring. But
it's a good place to make connections if you are actually trying to. I mean, if it's just something to do for a laugh, who cares? But if you're actually trying to become an actor or actress, it's a great way to,
Exactly. It depends how you go into it, really. I just go along to get paid and fed and meet people. I mean, I was in Brighton Rock with my son. We both did extra work in Brighton Rock because it was filmed literally on my doorstep. They filmed the pier scene. I lived 10 yards away from the pier. And I was paid £75 a day.
Just want to say that Amanda's, Lorraine, and Clerkster was with us still. Just so I don't have to type it out 400 times. We're all here. And Jello. Jello's here.
Jello in yet?
In the house. In the Skype.
Oh, wait. He's not connected. Oh, there he is. Hello, Jello.
Jello.
Hello, everybody. Oh my God, I haven't talked to y'all since last year.
I know.
Oh yeah, it's true.
It's a long time. Hello. Where's Bill?
He's starting a fire.
He's
perfecting our view. You know how he likes to make it just perfect.
That's right. Lorraine, how's it going?
Good. Yourself?
Oh, it's been a while. I moved, not into the new house, but I had to rearrange everything. And I don't know if the knobs got bumped or something, but I had to recalibrate all the settings. It's just, I hope I sound okay.
Yeah.
Sounds clear to me.
How anal Bill is with his picture, me would sound. So anyway.
Maybe chat can let us know if this is coming in clear or not.
Cool. Heidi, get that new headset?
Yeah, and then the cats ate it overnight.
Oh, no, the second one.
No, the second one hasn't turned up yet. I suspect it'll probably turn up this week. So.
Gotcha. What's that?
It was really good, apparently. I spoke to Bill once. I used it once.
Awesome. Is Clerkster in here, or is it just...
Yes.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there he is. Okay, I was like, I heard him, and he went...
A few words, and then I go quiet. There's too many females to keep quiet in one go.
Back you up, brother. Somebody said you needed assistance, so I'm here. I got your back.
Hello.
I mean, the conversation is so riveting tonight. We haven't spoken to each other for such a long time. We were all like, well, what have you been up to? And everyone's like,
Can't remember. It was so long ago.
Yeah.
Nothing. We were all waiting for Bill to stream again.
Yeah.
Well, the ladies have been Skyping, but it's been a top secret private thing, no guys.
I haven't. Oh, well, no, I haven't been invited. That's it.
Am I been invited? Oh, I don't feel so bad now.
Not me. Sarah's been painting. Sarah's been doing tremendous with her site.
Rocking.
Anyone who hasn't subbed up, Sarah Fezio, Fezio.
Zed.
Yeah, they're great.
Whatever.
Cool. Even the kitty's excited I'm back on Skype. The cat's like, man, you haven't been sitting at the desk in a while. And
Oh.
See, let me see if I can turn the processor off.
Oh, let me.
Nice.
There.
Aw. Samantha Woolhouse. Every now and again, I keep seeing red dots again. Yes, occasionally people say that there's like a steady red dot that comes in. It it blinks and then it goes away for like 5 seconds and it blinks.
That's very strange.
I think it was zone 1 or 2. Anyone remember?
The zone.
I never see them. I'm on my laptop right now.
Okay, well, just wanted to let them know that they're not like, it's not their TV set or their laptop or whatever they're watching on.
Yeah,
or
we'll
both.
see those flashers. Sometimes it looks like it's just a red flash or a flicker, like a pixel, just like flashes.
Well, I think that's what Mark said, that it might be pixels, but I don't know.
Oh, I'm just trying to get links.
It could be weird light reflections or something, because...
Oh gosh, we're like chasing a red dot like a cat. Great. It's just like...
I'm just trying to find links for casting agencies. I shouldn't have put that there, should I? Casting Collective. There's loads and loads and loads. If you just Google extra work, there are loads. And obviously some of them charged. Avoid those because they're like the really professional ones and you have to get professional photos and blah, 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 blah. But there are shed loads of them on there. Literally type in extra work and casting agencies and you just sign up to anyone that I mean, I had to measure my head and my left armpit, my right armpit, my big toe and stuff. But if you go with stuff,
do they tell you what to wear? Like they tell you how to dress before you go, or
no? What you do is this one I've just posted in chat. Basically, you tell them everything about yourself. So if you're good at, I mean, like for example, I'm dying to get some extra work horse riding. Particularly medieval type stuff because I love.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So if you can horse ride, if you can ski, if you can scuba dive, if you can do fencing, anything like that. There's a whole section of stuff like that. There's a whole section of do you own any uniforms of any particular, anything like that, and literally anything where they could just use you as you are. So if you've got,
so you have like if you have like period wear and you have like
exactly.
Oh, nice.
Yes. But I mean, you don't have to. You just fill in. You know. You can stand around and looking interesting, and you don't even have to have done it before, because obviously they employ crowds with crowd scenes, and they have to pay every single one in that shot. So that even that is like extra work. So, I mean, Brighton Rock needed all the mods and the rockers under the pier. They all got paid £75 a day. And I mean, I had my own scene with my son in Brighton Rock. Sadly, it didn't make it to the cut, but you can see the back of my head at the beginning, and that's it.
Oh my!
It's just great fun. So you just literally apply for them all. You need a head shot and a body shot, and you just fill in all as much information as they ask you. This casting collective one is particularly detailed, but
I wasn't sure if they were still like if you could still do it that way. Like my friend did it years ago and he had a ball doing it. He loved it. But just to give you an example, how many years ago? He's an extra zombie in Dawn of the Dead.
Wow.
Yeah.
80s.
Yes.
Wow. Nice.
So that was a long time ago.
To really do it, I should imagine it was great in the 80s. I did something in the 80s or 90s. Oh yeah, no, in the 90s. I did a health and safety. This was the most.
Oh, we just had a shooter. It was like the screen going downwards.
Oh yeah, at the top. Oh wow.
Oh, just that.
Little guy, zone 2.
Hey Jello, what's happening?
Yeah, I did a health and safety thing for Luton Airport. No, not Luton Airport. What's the other airport?
The other
Stansted.
Jamie is joining us. Jamie Havikin.
Hola.
Hey, Jamie.
Hello.
Jamie has some news.
Hi, Jamie.
Jamie has some interesting news.
Hi, Jamie.
I'll let Jamie talk about it if he wants.
Yo.
How you doing?
What's up, Jamie?
No, I'm just chilling, man. Just got done working a little bit, and that's about it.
Jamie has a project, but I don't know if he wants to talk about it.
I'm dying to hear it.
I can't talk about it too much right now, Bill.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
That's just not fair. Such a
Well,
tease, Bill.
it went on a future Skywatch. When Jamie has more information about it, he will discuss it.
Was by Jamie. Was there another Jamie here or something?
Yeah.
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 Because when I see that while I'm gaming, that usually means someone's trying to boot me, and I hurry up. Bye-bye.
That was the confusion earlier. We were talking about. I was replaying the show that we did with Frank Daya, Scott, and Suzanne Ramsey, and Lorraine was going, "Who's the other person?" I said, "It's Jamie," and then Jamie said he got confused. It was just a mess. It was a mess. But that was a really good interview, by the way, Jamie, that we did with them.
Which one?
The Aztec UFO show.
Oh, definitely. So
you could have used anonymous skills.
Anonymous
skills. No, listen. We did a song with this, and we typed in a special word. Listen how he says it. See the word typed?
Hey.
Listen how he says it.
Kentucky jelly.
More Kentucky jelly, please.
My friends kept telling their wife, "Yo, can you put some Kentucky jelly on that for me?"
Cat out of the bag.
Oh man. Yeah, we seen the shooter, and that.
Yo, look right here. Like I just quit a game, but as you can see, I was running.
And what that reddish color is the smoke coming from the wood stove. That's what that is. And Anna says hello. That's BB, Big
Hello.
Bird in the KGRA chat. I don't know if you remember Big Bird.
I know Big Bird, yeah.
So
I know Big Bird from chat, but I didn't know it was
Of course I
Anna.
know.
Hi, Anna.
Yep.
Oh, what the hell? Hold on 1 second.
I thought Big Bird was either Lorraine or Lisa, but Lorraine uses her name, and I don't know if... Because I really only listen to Jill Hansen's show.
Bill, I might disconnect, but I'll be right back.
You just come back in when you're ready.
I'm connecting this to be safe.
It's early. It's only 8:30. We're going to be on for a while.
I mean, like within seconds. If I actually drop out,
okay.
I'll tell you seconds to. Sometimes this drops. Now, if any of you guys ever have issues with like somebody like trying to hack you, you run this, and then you run this thing too.
For all those in chat, Jamie is showing us his screen. It's top secret.
Oh, shit. Sorry.
This thing right here.
One.
No,
You
because
pick
I've
your
been needing you a lot recently, and I fucking
That's
haven't
why.
known you.
That's
I
why
can't
it's an.
see, I've got new glasses.
That's
Hold
why
on.
it's an over
Let him
18.
continue. You
got-
pick your...
You got to be 18 or over to be on Skype.
M hot.
I'm like hanging on that last word. Okay. Try again because I was following you.
And hello to Keith. Keith is back. I don't know if they're done with their moon stream on P&K Space Imaging, but Keith is in chat now. I think the moon set already. I think it went down already.
Yeah. Oh.
Jamie dropped.
And DJ K Solo, I am literally 20 minutes from you, so my sky is your sky. Because I'm right over the Hudson River from you. I'm right on the other side.
Su casa.
Told you I'd drop out, but it would just be.
Okay.
So how was your trip? Hey, Jello, how was your trip to see Dave and Shock in Arizona? How did you guys enjoy your trip?
It was cool.
There's a video, Bill.
No pun intended. What's that? I did.
Tapped into somebody else's computer.
Oh, you're talking about the little... there's several videos. I just been busy with the move, so I haven't been uploading much, but I try to sneak a video in there at least once a week. Something silly, matches the rest of the channel.
Yeah.
But it was it was really cool. It was insane, the weather. The older we get, the more we talk about the weather. It was 65 degrees in Austin. We get over there, it's like 26. The day we leave Sedona, it's 65 out. And we land in Austin, and it's 26. I'm like, what the hell? But we had a good time, and there's a little snippet in the video I made, and it's my girlfriend mentioned. She's like, man, you can see pictures and video of this all the time, but until you're standing in front of it, you just don't appreciate the true awe factor. Yeah.
I have got to go there. That's just on my bucket
It's awesome. Yeah, that Colorado, the Canyon, Grand Canyons, all that stuff's really cool. You got to at least once, just get out.
I'll be back. Mom Zilla's calling. I'll be back.
Ma.
I'm tapped into somebody's computer trying to fix something.
Jamie,
Is it mine? Mine's not broke.
Screen has shrunk, and I can't get it back up again. You can usually put your.
What's shrunk? I know how to fix it.
Sorry.
No, mine shrunk before too when I gained weight, but it comes back.
That's not true.
No, it didn't shrink. It just kind of hit under your roll,
Well, yeah, it's proportions. Yeah.
By the way, I bought 4.
Hey, what's shrunk? I might be able to help it.
It's just gone like the size of the text and the font and everything in the picture. I've clicked on something. I don't know what I've done.
Only on Skype or with everything?
Well, it was happening with everything, but I've managed to fix the other thing because I got a little box come up in the search bar and in the menu, the address bar at the top. A percentage thing came up on the others, and I managed to adjust it, but it came up in YouTube. I clicked on it and it shrunk, and I haven't been able to get it back to normal size since. And the option hasn't come up now, and I can't slide on my mouse pad like I used to be able to.
Yeah, it always happens at the worst time when you're trying to get it up to normal size.
That's a good excuse. It shrunk and it just never came back.
All right, let me check something. You went into your control panel and checked your font size and all that stuff?
No, but then why would it only do it in YouTube?
It would do it in everything.
No, it's only doing it in YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Nothing else has changed. It's really I've been having real problems recently. Real problems.
You sure your browser's not zoomed in like this?
Yeah, is everything else smaller? You have a little circle with a plus sign in the upper right-hand corner. Click on that.
That's what I mean. Everything else is normal. It's just YouTube. It's really annoying.
No, Heidi. 2
I don't
days
think it's
ago,
sharing anymore, Jamie.
You said the font
What's
in
that?
KGRA looked weird. It looked bigger. Do you remember? You're like, it looks all weird. It's only mine too when I type. It's only my font that's big. It sounds bad.
Right, look, right here. Listen, look. If you go to settings in your browser, you can do custom fonts, medium size. Look.
Actually, just hold down Control and hit plus or minus, and you can do the same.
You can do it
that was going to be my suggestion.
Oh, really? Okay. Control and plus or minus.
Now, see in the upper right-hand corner
by the 0 and the back shift.
That plus.
Oh, it's just done something. Hold on. Oh, what happened then? Control.
It'll make it either bigger or smaller. The entire screen, though, not just the text.
I think I love you just a bit more than usual now. Thank you so much.
Did it work?
How easy was that?
So Jamie changed his, and you can see that plus sign, the little magnifying glass with the plus in it.
I'm so non-techie, it scares me sometimes. It really does. How I've never blown this laptop up in 5 years, I just don't know.
I came across that on accident. Sheer accident.
This is what I've been having to learn over the past freaking 2-3 weeks. Where's it at? All network UDP and TCP filters.
Another small shooter.
Where at? Oh, yeah. What borderline zone 4 or 5? On the line 4 or 5, I think. Lower left.
Line 4-5. It's heading out to the southwest.
At 45 knots?
At 45 knots. A suggested prospected trajectory. It should land somewhere near Roswell, New Mexico. Now, we've calculated, our scientists have just calculated the impact force, about 1/2 of a kiloton of TNT, folks. I'm going to be a mile high soon. That's all I'm going to say about my big... for real. Like, that's my big surprise thing coming up soon.
Where are you going?
I'll be going to... Do you know any cities that are about a mile high?
He's giving a major hint.
Major hint. So let's just say...
Is this where the cricket sound effects come?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know if I was supposed to answer out loud.
I didn't know either.
I'm 95% or 98%. He said I got the job for sure to produce a huge conference in Denver. I'm not going to say when, but...
No, when you said mile high first, I meant I thought you just meant you were taking a trip on a plane, and then when you gave the hint, I just decided.
You know who you're talking to, right? I did that when I was 19.
Jamie, back up. Did you just say produce a conference in Denver?
Yeah. Well, I'm in charge of making sure all video feed and audio feed coming out of the conference is streaming out to the world and fielding all incoming questions from around the world to the speakers, recording it, archiving it, building the website, and building all the graphics. It's a nice chunk. It's a nice chunk of change, though.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
I'm not knock on wood, so I'm gonna just myself, but
it's a bit like someone else that's doing something else, Bill, isn't it? Over here, Bill. But better.
Yeah, I don't want to scare you guys. I was turning my webcam off, but I might scare the crap out of you guys.
Oh, look at the haircut.
I only see a forehead.
What? I call me a haircut.
There he is.
You know what I mean? You know, I took the Uzi out this morning and let out like 30 rounds. But they're little plastic BBs. So then...
turn on my webcam so you can see my bald head.
I was going to say, usually when people put on their webcam, it's to show me a cat or something, not a gun.
When I'm on the
I don't think anyone's ever shared a webcam with me to show me guns.
Wow, look at that screen. Look at all those
Okay, then I won't say anything because my friends must be really warped.
Yo, I got a sandwich. Oye, yo tiene una sandwich de cubano.
Please hit mute.
2 guns and a sandwich.
Have you ever seen one of these? They're extinct.
Yeah, I've got 2.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I wear mine with pride on my laptop. With pride. I got them all.
On my messy ass studio. Yo, I hit 138 decibels with them 2 Iowa 8s. 8 in that baseband and the Bose 12 in that baseband today.
Wow, I'm sure that's amazing.
It was loud.
Heidi.
It was loud as shit. I almost took a
So whose conference is it, Jamie?
I can't say all that. Like, it's under hush hush.
Yeah, you better Jamie, you said enough.
Yeah.
No, Heidi said.
We need to connect here, like ASAP.
By the way,
go back to the speakers again. I want to see the speakers again.
I paid for this and never used it, so write me.
Did you frame it?
I paid $45 for it.
Lorraine, you in the speakers?
I want to see the speakers again.
I'll show you mine.
They're $500 Iowa 8s. And then
See, I look at those, and all I can think is like, if you were about to have like a really good Stay Puffed Park Pass, and then sit in front of those, like it would, the bass.
Beats headphones, though.
Look at my screen real quick.
Okay.
I'll mute my audio though, so that it doesn't go through. Man, why do girls always have me message me and stuff? Leave me alone, girls.
Is that a girl named Kevin?
Jamie.
Yeah, that's a guy right there. I closed the 2 girls that messaged me before.
I'm just messing. It's like, man, I'm so popular. My phone's blowing up. It's like, because you're texting yourself. Stop.
All right, let me mute this real quick.
We're on.
All right, look at this.
He's funny in chat.
Keith will be coming on with us in a few minutes.
What's that, Bill?
No, Keith is going to come on with us in a few minutes.
All right.
Oh, my.
Look.
His wife's cracking in chat.
Here we go. Look. Wait. I'm not going to have the volume up. It's kind of hard to see, but let's see.
That's why I don't get copyrighted.
You can't even see nothing going. What the hell?
You're not going to get copyright strike.
Yeah, this way I don't get copyrighted.
Yeah, I know. I'll mute it 100%.
They're so hot on that moment. It's pathetic.
I got better ones. Dude, look at how cute this kid was when he was in 5th grade, a friend of mine. Like, seriously, what happened to that kid? He grew up, looked like this. Like, now he went from being cute, like, and now he looks like this.
Oh,
Look
my.
at this kid. Patient be like, man.
What you talking about, Willis?
I'm kind of scared. What you talking about, Willis? Yeah, my memes might be a little bit too much for you guys.
I might have, I might have a little bit too much bass myself. Hang on.
These are, look, the results are in. Oh, no, that ain't it. There's some funny ones on here.
Come here, kitty.
By the way, Poma wants to join.
Oh my.
Okay.
As long as he doesn't give me grief.
I'm letting you guys decide. It's up to all of you.
Well,
no.
As long as I'm exonerated, because it would be fair.
I had a conversation with Poma. He is in the clear.
Bill, read this. Chill out, man.
Go ahead.
It's a joke, not a...
What the hell's going on?
You see it? You see my screen? No.
Don't worry, Starsy. Jamie is sharing his memes on Skype share screen, so everybody's missing out, but it's very funny.
Usually I come in and make it all. I sent this out for Christmas to my friends.
Oh my!
Is it memes or mimes? I don't know. Those pictures.
That looks like me when I tried to dye my hair.
I'm so sorry to the people in chat. They're like,
what are we doing?
I still have that picture.
They're not PC enough for us to put a link in chat.
Oh my.
Very naughty.
One day, Bill, you really should get Ron on. I think Ron is a very funny man, and I'd love to hear him talk.
Well, Ron has to give me his Skype, and I'll get him on with us.
Ron,
I think Ron needs to take more fresh air in at a time.
Wow. He's such a sweetie. I love Ron. Lovely dude.
Yeah, Jamie's sharing his screen and showing us some silly pictures, so we're all kind of laughing.
Anyway.
Everyone in chat is like, what are they laughing at?
What's
I don't really think I liked goat porn, but he's turning me on to it. That's really going to confuse him in the side chat. So absolutely classic to get people thinking. I still don't know where the myths of that came from. When it comes to any animal at all, why is it always a goat?
I do have a tragic but funny PPP story.
Oh.
Go for it.
So, like, last Thursday night, end of the night, like, when I say end of the night, you insomniacs know what I'm talking about. It's like 2 a.m.
I know so well.
You're ready to hit, you want to go to sleep, get a 5 to 6 solid hours, recharge. So I chose a good strain, good, hearty, strong strain to make sure I'd sleep like 5 hours, right?
Oh, yeah.
The name of?
Packed it tight in a bowl, put the top of the vaporizer on, and I had to go sit underneath the fan so that I don't stink up the house. And I don't know how long I was sitting there, but I was feeling pretty good, feeling pretty confident that I would get 5 hours of sleep. And I shit you not, I looked down at the display, because it's got this little display, and instead of telling me the temperature, I see error 404. Now I'm thinking, okay, I'm good. I'm high enough. I should just shut that off and go to bed because I'm seeing things, right? Like, okay, no problem. Next day, go to use it again. I'm wide awake this time. I shit you not, error 004 is what it said. Like, what's that? What's this 004? Look up in the manual. Your vaporizer is dead. Do not turn it back on. And then it gives you the warranty information. I'm like, what? No.
systematic then, in other words, is what you're saying.
And this is on a weekend. I can't just like call it, you know, they're all closed for the weekend.
Not on a weekend, man.
Right? Not on the weekend.
Order some sour bots and dab them, and they're really good, I heard.
Well, I
The
mean,
interesting
I was
question in there is, what was the infamous strain that killed your vape?
Oh, Banana Kush.
My vape is dead on Saturday.
So I'm having a little meltdown. I'm kind of panicking. I'm like, oh, like, what am I going to do, right? So my friend, my buddy, my good friend, as a joke at Christmas, he sends me this tiny little water pipe. Okay. Now, like, if you're a Smurf and you're 4 apples high, this is an appropriate size pipe. I mean, go for it, right?
Here.
Everybody's going to start somewhere.
I'm looking at this thing going, okay, this is all I got, because it's either this or rolling papers. And I don't have rolling papers because I'm in the middle of a snowstorm and everything is shut down.
Oh, no!
Oh, you know, I talked to you for like an hour yesterday, Dave Universe.
Really?
Yeah.
I think that's where
we're chilling for a while talking.
How's he doing?
He's doing all right. Not as good as you know, always has been, but he's doing all right.
He's still jamming?
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Okay. Anyway, we're bringing him in. He wants to come in for a few. So, prepare.
Dude, there's a nice gaming channel out there called Beaver. He spelled like the beaver. It's got a space and then an MODZ. It's pretty cool.
Beaver
wait. How's the new game? You said you were going to try it out, did you?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay.
It didn't come through. I had a the Christmas. You know, I thought they said they were gonna give me something for Christmas. So
yeah.
I said, don't worry about socks or nuts. I didn't get no socks, but I also didn't get no game. I didn't get a pair of socks. I didn't get a lighter. I didn't get a card for Christmas.
Okay.
Hey, Jamie, you're still sharing, by the way.
All right, I'll stop. I have a bad habit of sharing. Like usually, I just always do.
No, that's cool. I don't mind looking at my old car.
There is a way around that, Lorraine, by the way, running out of it.
I'm just going to show you some cool stuff.
Well, I was
just going to check my channel real quick. And
there's other people that may not need to see.
Oh, I don't. There's nothing. I'm hiding. Look. I'm not here and there. I'm in Canada.
No, I'm kidding. If my girlfriend walks in, I'll just say, no, he's not telling me something else to buy.
Oh, this is a very interesting, serious question that someone's put in our side chat for once. Anna's just put, I found a joint outside my door last week. The big question is, did you smoke it?
Yes.
I would smoke.
Or are you
True story. True story. I'm at the airport waiting to board a plane to fly from New England, Boston, Logan Airport to be exact, back to Texas. I forget how old I am, probably 14 or something. Hanging out by the window watching the planes. I look down, I see a joint. So I grab it. What does any teenager do? Grab it, run to your mom. Mom, look what I found. She's like, grabs that. She's like, shh. She's like, holy shit, it's a joint. Smells it. Holy, where did you get this? By the window. So I get on the plane, fly home, like, hey, I made it home safely. How was the joint? He's like, that was some good shit. Who would have thought? Hey, hanging out at the airport, waiting for your plane to take off. Find a joint in the window. Here you go, Mom. See you later.
Shut up for now.
Are you playing right now?
I'm gonna turn.
Jamie, are you playing?
Hold on, I'm gonna turn into a rat and freak people out here on GTA.
Let me see this.
Where are you going?
My rat's driving a motorcycle. Check this out. Look at the rat. That's me. Look, I go to player options, self, ped, go down model, make myself a rat, change model, animal, deer, rat, bam. I'll run up to people, they'll see my dot on the map. I'm like, hey, down here, buddy.
Wow.
You ever seen a rat drive a Hayabusa?
Are you actually going to ride that?
I don't know if I do or not. I'm just seeing what's in these videos. I haven't checked them out in a while. What's this? Let's see. Attach. What am I doing? I'm just messing around. I'm looking at these old videos. I'm thinking about buying another modded console. It's only $195, and I can sell it for twice that whenever I'm done with it. Dude, they charge people $20 for $1.5 million in this game, and I've already dropped that guy at least $100 million. No, I'm changing characters here. Check
Wait,
this
but
out.
aren't the prices doesn't everything cost more in that game though?
No, it's not. It did from the beginning. Yo, the rat is the funniest, man.
That must scare the hell out of people. It really does.
Be a duck, a deer, a rat, all kinds of stuff.
Salmon pot pie. Sorry.
I'm a damn goat or my cow. Oh, he's trying to fight me?
So who all is in Skype now? I can't see. I just see this cow chasing people.
I think I'm still there.
Me and my
There
cat.
he is. Is Keith around? Is Keith come back? Or is he still
Not
screaming?
yet. He's gonna let me know when he wants to come. Is he on in? Is he?
Ron,
Not
behave.
Is Lorraine still with us?
I'm still here. Yeah.
You know, there's an easy way of running out of rolling papers. It's called buying them in a box. It's cheaper than going to the shop.
There's somebody else there, you know.
All that work, Bill, so far, and look what that's
You know, rolling like that would do in a pinch. I admit, but can I just say that there's like a huge difference between the taste when you vaporize and the taste when you smoke.
Yeah.
Like when I vaporize, I can taste lemon, I can taste lilac, chocolate, even diesel. Here's what. Okay.
I feel like the people today.
But I mean, like it's like you can actually taste it. And when I smoke it, even with a water pipe, here's how it tastes. This tastes like shit. That tastes like shit. This is more shit. Like it's all just the same. It's like Buckley's.
Same
if you
shit,
really need
different
it,
pile?
you're gonna take it, right? You're gonna like, oh well. But it hits you differently too. I have to say that.
I think the biggest
Which is
problem
okay
is
if you don't have to go out because you're snowed in.
everyone gets on about the dabs and the shatters and vaping, flowers, etc. But there's not enough real general public information to know what you're doing.
No, I'm sorry.
It's
I
like
don't. I
different
didn't
temperatures.
I didn't mean like actually vaporizing flowers. I meant that like a strain. I have a strain called Paisley. It actually smells like flowers when you inhale it.
Yeah.
Kind of like menthol cigarettes. You taste the mint.
Mm-hmm.
It's like that.
It's like the only thing
Like-
I'm getting confused by is if you split the differences between THC and CBD.
Yeah.
I keep hearing that CBD needs to be at a higher temperature.
Which is why the
nobody-
vaporizers are better. Yeah. Yeah. Because you can control the setting of the temperature.
Yeah.
There was
battery.
There's a TV show
Battery.
on. Battery. There's a TV show on, and I don't know what night it aired because I've got this TV show stream thing, and I get things the next day. And it was called Stoned Mums. Did anybody see it?
No.
Stoned
It was actually really good. It was called Stoned Mums. I thought, oh god, should I watch this?
Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Yes.
Just watch Jersey Shore,
really
right?
Interesting. I mean, they really did take the piss out of her a bit. I mean, like, did rip it out of her. She was a bit of a geek-looking thing, to be honest with you. But it was really interesting, like how passionate the people in Colorado that's selling this stuff, and they literally are like wine connoisseurs. It was really interesting. I mean, I just buy some occasionally, and it's like, oh, that smells nice. I don't know what make, strain, breed, where it came from, who grew it, where they grew it, when they grew it.
Right. Yeah.
It's hard enough to be able to differentiate the difference between hydroponic. How can I put this? Hydroponically grown, not flushed correctly, so you don't know what bleeding chemicals in it. The stuff you buy off drug dealers on the street, versus clean, organic weed these days. The only way you're going to find out is if someone grows it and you know that you trust that person where you're getting it from. And until you've tasted the real stuff, you still think the crap stuff's good.
Yeah,
Is that what you would consider?
It's like getting a trusted hairdresser. I mean, I know it's a really stupid comparison, but once you know what you're comfortable with, and you know you're not going to white out and blah. I just buy from one person because I know, you know, it gels with me. I'd be too scared to I think I'd be too scared to try anything else. Because there is so much, and you don't know, you know, what's chemically grown, what's organically grown. I mean, I'm used to organically grown, as far as I'm aware. You see, I
mean, I only get my bits and pieces these days. I mainly smoke what's called shake, or the trimmings. And I've got some contacts in the local cannabis social club. So I get to try out a few things, at least in leaf form. It's cheaper and I know it's clean because it's medical stuff.
I used to smoke every day. To be honest, I haven't smoked weed in about 10 years, so I would be high as shit. They just legalized it.
I'm a cheaper. I buy a full bag and it'll last 3 or 4 months. But obviously it goes really dry and blah. But, you know.
I must admit that
Hello, Keith.
Finding out more about just strains than just on YouTube, actually knowing the effects. Yeah, you just don't know what you're taking now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Space Imaging Keith is in the house.
Ladies and gentlemen, Space Imaging Keith has joined us.
2 voices together. Look out, people. Now the confusion begins.
You haven't said a word and you sound tired already.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
What's up?
Hey, Beavis. No, you're Butthead.
What's up, Keith?
Same old. Different day.
How was the moon watch?
Not bad. It was settings. It was a little blurry.
No one has been streaming. It's been like, what's going on? I was actually starting to feel paranoid. I'm thinking, have they all blocked me?
I thought about it, but
no one was.
Dude, this is a full Skype.
It's been a while since there's been a lot of people around.
We got 8 people in here? Wow. 9 people.
If anybody listening or anybody in Skype ever figures women out, please send me a memo.
And hello to Mark D'Antonio in chat.
Hi, Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Right.
We got a full house tonight, boy.
Yeah, right. Everybody's been jonesing.
There's 8 people in the call right now.
You know, I can hop off if Mark wants to come on.
No.
Absolutely.
Because I'd love to hear from him. So.
No, you don't have to leave.
Mark's thinking, oh, God, this got
I just don't want
Strangely enough, seeing Mark's comment he's put in there, I wouldn't want to imagine Mark on a nice sativa curative strain. It's hard enough to keep up with you as it is. Just the information overload. No. But best to Mark stays sober. Don't talk to us.
Yeah.
I don't think some of us could comprehend.
Keith, have you spoken to Paul about coming for Pine Bush?
A little bit. I haven't gotten the full detail with him because I don't really know what's all going on because first somebody I was just Heidi confused the crap out of me. All right, I said it.
Join the club. No one knows what's going on. Even Bill doesn't know what's going on.
No, as far as I know I am a definite, and I believe Paul will be too.
Okay, because maybe if you come early enough in the week, we can take a trip to see Mark.
That's the plan. That's what we came up with last time, right?
Take a little trip.
Because we want to get and go over there and play with Mark's toys. That he has
I want to see all his toys.
What?
Boy.
What? Easy.
Look at the title of this email.
Simmer down, bunch of perverts.
You those boys that have been whacking off in my tool shed?
And hello to Oofy.
Hey, Oofy. Good to see you.
The girls I'm single and I live close. How the hell you know me?
He said he's going to be done. He said he's going to be done with the observatory in a few weeks.
Yeah, he's been working on that for the last couple weeks, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's getting a dome from Canada.
Get it done.
Mark, we don't want to visit your observatory. We want to visit the studio.
Yeah.
I want to visit a mobile observatory made out of a old school bus with 4 platforms on it.
Yeah, if you ever want to get rid of it, please send it to John Walson so I can stop seeing his links.
I think we should seriously start discussing this road trip, guys.
We already discussed it last time. You were snoring.
Was I?
Yeah, and then you called onto our plan to prank you.
Oh well.
We have it all planned out.
I was laughing so hard that I actually recorded it. I'm not gonna play it though. I wouldn't do that. No, I really wouldn't do that.
What are we talking about?
I just
Why is it that I get on here and everybody just shuts up?
Because nobody likes.
Sorry. Tell me about pancakes.
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 What?
Just little buttermilk.
You want to hear something sad about pancakes? Now that you mentioned it, my favorite pancake, made by a company called About Time, chocolate chip protein pancakes. They quit making them.
Wow.
Cool story, bro.
They quit making them.
I don't want to say it sucks
So
to be
there's
you.
no more pancakes?
Dude, I know. What's going to happen?
So
You
sad.
gotta make them yourself, guys. And don't incite a riot, guys. Calm down, quiet. A lot
With
of people
such
watching this.
enthusiasm.
Why does Jamie sound so different? Did you have
Why
like
do
vocal
I
cord
sound-
surgery or something?
No, I have a whole new studio. I got a new Mackie mixer, all analog, going to a digital audio interface.
Cool.
He's
Didn't
got
understand a
some
damn thing you said.
but
Do I sound better or do I sound worse?
No, it just sounds a little bit more bassy.
Oh, here, hold up.
A little lower, maybe.
I haven't I haven't looked at my stuff, my settings in a while. Is that better?
That's good. It's a little chuckly.
I mean, it's clear. Don't get me wrong. It's clear.
No,
It's just
it's
your voice
happier.
sounds lower than it normally did.
happier and chilled as well, like really relaxed and not stressed.
All right, how's that, guys? Is that better? Wait, hold.
Like disco lights.
My bass is all the way down right there.
Yeah,
it's
no,
all the
that
way-
sounds like how I heard you before.
All right, right there. All right, right there.
Well, now all my bass just went up. Did you send it over to me or what?
My bass went
Pancakes.
Mark D'Antonio, he had vocal cord surgery?
Because I'm all about that bass. No treble.
Oh, glad you did
Bill
that.
Skywatch, brought to you by Pancakes.
Thank you.
And maple syrup from Canada from Lorraine.
You bet.
Yes, great. You're supposed to be sending me maple.
Next week.
And where's Heidi in the potty? Why is she so far away? Yep, she's pooping.
Mark, if you want to join the insanity, just let me know.
Yeah, Mark, if you want to join the insanity.
Mark, if you want to join, it's the time. Coming up to the stage.
That's Jamie Havocan, by the way.
Yeah,
Mark D'Antonio.
I have very many digital effects as my old one. My old one, I used to be able to call people. I have a soundbite that's priceless. Guy booted me offline within 90 seconds just by his username. I had his home phone number, and I called him and gave him all of his information while I was recording it with a voice changer.
I can't resist it.
Freaking hilarious.
You have really weird hobbies.
The guy booted me offline. You know, took all my info offline for a day. Damn right, I'm gonna call him, let him know I know where
It's
he lives.
okay. It's okay. My husband actually calls me for the big money drops. So
Listen,
I
can
come
you
look
hear
at
this?
them.
Listen, tell me if you can hear this.
Yeah, sounds like a cat purring.
I hear purring.
Sounds like a weed whacker.
IP perch. And I got all his information. What's up, Cassandra? You want to read?
Hold on, right here, look.
Get at me. Tell him I'll come out there to 4772.
Oh, that's scary. I don't like that.
That's awesome.
I'm going to bring Mark in.
We have officially lost control.
Absolutely.
There you go.
That was
That's
my
all I'm
cat
getting.
purring.
That's what you're getting out of me with my echo. I haven't got no fancy toys and sliders.
I just have my voice.
I thank God you have no black vans.
Sky, why do you keep jumping in my grave?
Listen to this purr monster.
Oh, that is so cute.
Okay, so we lost Poma and we lost Jamie.
Oops.
Sorry, I'll be like 2 minutes.
Oh,
I swear.
Palmer will be back. He will be back.
Oh my.
Oh,
Be
my.
back.
All right, Mark is coming in.
Hi, Kathy.
Mark.
Welcome to the Nut House.
Hello to D-Man and Kath.
Hey.
There's Mark.
There's Mark.
Hi, Mark.
Hey guys, how are you?
How you doing?
Oh, I'm okay. Haven't you reached your Skype limit tonight?
How you doing?
You need to increase your Skype limit by 1 to make it so I can come in.
Si, senor.
Who did that?
That's it. Bill's lost it.
Oh man. So how was the observatory and working and getting it all put together in this weather?
Yeah, I got a whole building coming from Canada. I think that's what Amanda said, which is where it's coming from. It's actually a next dome, and I'm getting it with a couple of extensions on the outside for additional bay space. And I'm having the pier for the telescope systems built by the metal shop right at the top of my hill here. And the guy was so interested in what I'm doing with a pier for these telescopes that he's not even charging me to build me the pier.
Wow.
But he's making it out of this really nice thick steel. It's going to be a beautiful pier that goes in the concrete base that I have to put down.
Yep.
I called dibs on Mark's stream, by the way. If he ever wants to go live with it, I'm there.
Oh, and let me tell you, I have this Sony A7S II camera.
Crap.
He's gonna have no problems.
That's what Bill's streaming now.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just got to get that video card and put it in your PC and hook up the.
Seriously, Mark, if you get that thing working and you want to stream, just let me know, my friend. Because it's always nice to have a second. Well, we're actually going to have 3 options in the coming months, but you would be the 4th option, which would be awesome. Because if we're cloudy everywhere else, that's another one we can add to the list.
Yeah, it's not a big deal because my plan is actually to make the whole observatory automated at some point so that I can run it from at a computer or anywhere in the country. I want to be able to make it a remote observatory. So.
Wait, that means you can pass me the controls at some point? Or is that what we're saying?
Yeah, exactly. So,
excuse me while I go to the bathroom real quick.
Yes! Oh my god! Yeah, usually you don't announce that, but.
Oh, thank you.
Mark Skywatch brought to you by Charmin.
Yeah, right. Squeezably soft.
Yeah, that little bear running around with a little teepee hanging off his butt.
Oh, I was thinking of Mr. Whipple there. Please don't squeeze the Charmin.
Oh, Mr. Whipple.
Squeeze the Charmin.
So what's the dimensions of the observatory? How large is it?
It's an 8-foot dome, so it's going to be large enough for several people to be inside at once, and then it'll have a central pier, which is going to be off-center so that I can, because I'm mounting a Schmidt-Cassegrain telescope, right? So it's going to be a small telescope, that is to say, small length, right? It's going to be only about 24 to 28 inches long, but it's going to be a 10-inch instrument. And then mounted to that is going to be a 5-inch refractor, but it's a Ridgefield refractor, so its barrel is only about as long as the telescope as well. So between the two of those, it'll be able to get some pretty good photography, and stream. So one can stream while the other one is just for observation. It's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, that is nice.
And
did you concrete the base in, or are you doing it all?
Actually, I have a backhoe, so I'm gonna be digging a giant hole in the front yard and putting a pipe down, a vertical pipe, like a big PVC pipe, like 10 or 12 inches actually in diameter, and then that's going to get filled with concrete, backfilled on the outside, and then filled with concrete to give me the base pier. And that comes up flush to the ground. And then the actual pier itself is going to be mounted to the bolts that I will not forget to install on the top of that concrete column.
Well, one question, and this will be my last question about the subject. Does this plan on being completed by, say, just a random date, May 18th?
Well, once I actually get the pier installed, the building goes up in about 4 to 6 hours.
Wow.
And I'll have the building at the end of March. So I'm planning to see first light with this thing somewhere in April.
Sweet. Okay, Bill, I'll be there that Monday. And
road trip Tuesday.
We'll make a week out of it, buddy.
Yep. And he's in Connecticut, so he's not far.
That's fine. I'm already coming up the Hudson Valley. What's a couple more miles?
Exactly.
Yeah, no, really.
84
Actually,
East.
So, because I'm speaking there, I think at the
You
at
are.
Pine Bush.
Yeah. Have
So
you spoken
I'll
with
be,
Mark? Have you
what's
spoken
that?
with? Have you had any conversations with Jeff Gold?
Yeah, he called me the other day. I think we talked.
Okay.
We did talk. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're gonna have a good time in Pine Bush.
Okay. I'm on the fence. I want to bring my daughter with me. I'm on the fence whether she would enjoy something like that or not. I'm
How
kind
old
of.
is she?
Oh, she is. Well, yeah, she'll still be 16 at that time. So she can
Okay,
help,
well,
pick me up off the floor.
Enjoy the
I don't know. She seems like on the weekly, just little by little, getting into it. Possibly.
Well, she'd enjoy the fair.
I mean, I am her father, so she thinks I'm a big nerd anyway. So,
But like Heidi's saying, the fair is cool. It's a nice
that's
festival.
kids orientated, so yeah.
Thousands of people there with all the festivities, the parade, people in costumes, music. They have all the concession stands. These Mark and the other speakers will have a table under a tent. It's going to be a nice.
Well, she has friends up there, like in Long Island or Rhode Island too. That we might try to hit if that becomes the case. I'm not sure yet because the whole thing with school and whatnot. But I know
Rhode
definitely me
Island-
and Paul will be there.
Rhode Island is quite a ways from Newburgh.
Oh yes.
I mean, it's
It's on the way up.
No,
Well,
it's a few hours.
Not really. It's
95.
It's all the way through Connecticut east.
Yep.
And
Yeah, we're talking about this stuff happening on the weekend. I'm talking about heading to Bill's house on Monday.
oh, I see.
And
So
even Long
so we're going
Island.
to come by, and then we're going to visit you, and then we're going to go to
Awesome.
Bill's house. And if he doesn't use that scope by then, I'm going to find a way to get it in my back of the truck and bring it back to PA with me.
Well, Long Island is about 90 minutes from here, so.
Oh, that's nothing.
Nah.
I just I have an 8-inch Dobsonian telescope that I've never used that I got from a neurosurgeon who was moving to Arizona. And he sold it to me, and I actually had to go out to Arizona. And when I went out to Arizona, I didn't even consider where he had gone and where he had moved. And I saw this house being built with an observatory in the central area, in the central compound around which the house was being built.
Is that place you were talking about where a lot of astronomers live?
No, that's Portal, Arizona.
Okay.
This was Sedona, and I looked at this house and I was like, "Wow, that's a cool house." He has an observatory in the middle. Of course, at night the Sedona skies are actually not really good. They're actually pretty lousy, in fact, because Sedona's got a lot of tourist lights. But that said, I came back to Connecticut and found out that I was looking at his house that he built out there. That was his house. So the guy that sold me that telescope was just currently sitting out in one of my barns. So I had to laugh.
That's cool.
'cause, yeah. But that I have an 8-inch Dobsonian, which I just gave it away the other day. It's still out there now, but I just gave it to a guy who has a young son who is getting into astronomy. And since I wasn't using it, I figured, hey, give it to someone who can use it. So,
Yeah, I gave mine away too.
Right?
Kid.
I will say the lighting in Sedona is better than Austin. I was there in Sedona just a few weeks ago and met up with Dave Schock. And I noticed that the lighting, everything is turned down. All the lighting and the reflectors are, say there's a business or a parking lot. McDonald's, for example, all of their lighting is a certain wattage and everything's aimed down. So at nighttime, it's actually pretty respectable compared to, it's still reflecting light. Probably not good for observatories and whatnot, but as far as compared to Texas and Austin, oh man, Sedona's great.
Oh yeah,
it's nice and dark.
No doubt. I think
you have to go miles to get away from.
You're right. I have a dark sky map which I follow, and it's like my goal is to move to Arizona, and I will move to an area where there's very little light pollution because I want to take this observatory that's going to be here, and I want to take it apart. It comes down in 2 hours, even though it's a permanent building. and
it's cool.
And move it with me, take it with me out there to put it in a new observatory out there. And there's a bunch of places out there that are just beautiful, and considering that you can buy like 10 or 20 acres for, a pittance, that just goes without saying that that's what you want. It's like, I want that. Really cool. So, anyway, I'm watching the Skywatch right now. I'm watching this. How delayed is that?
About 30 seconds.
30 seconds usual.
Oh, okay, yeah. Gotcha.
And Amanda, I will agree to disagree with you. The McDonald's M, the Golden Arches in Sedona, Arizona are actually turquoise. So it's in between a blue and a green.
Really?
Yeah.
I Googled that. I had no idea. Yeah. And I Googled that, and they say, I don't care what anyone else says, it's whatever blue they label.
Some say blue, some say green. Yeah. It's turquoise. And different cameras will pick it up differently. Mm-hmm. Like I took 3 different photos, and they all came out 3 different shades.
Wasn't something else supposed to be built there? Something really cool, but it would have clashed with the scenery, so it got shut down. What was that?
I don't know. Dave probably knows.
Dave, by the way, for everyone that misses Dave Shock, he is working on getting back online. Yeah. He lost internet a few weeks ago and started a GoFundMe thing to try to get back on. And
send him some money.
More than halfway through.
He's at his dad's.
He's more than halfway at his goal, but still,
I can build him a Wi-Fi Yagi, and he can steal some. Oh, did I say that?
He's at his dad's now, Amanda.
Pardon me?
He's at his dad's now.
Red Flasher Zone 3.
No, that's not what I heard. Last I heard, his dad, I guess, is doing better. So his sister canceled his flight, saying you weren't needed.
Oh,
and I don't think she realized that he needed it as well. So I think they're working on that, but that was
wow.
If not last night, the night before, and then I talked to him a little bit earlier today, and he said, I think he needed $125, and he has $80 so far. So he's hoping to be back soon, and because he said that he misses us all and misses chatting on Skype with us and everything, but. He's doing that CubeSat project. Like, he needs his internet to be in contact with people, to do promotion,
I private messaged him, earlier this evening, and I said, because I saw his GoFundMe thing he posted, and I private messaged him, I'm like, surely, the other Dave, the one that's running the CubeSat thing, surely they must realise that without him, there's been no promotional work done by their promo team. Without Dave, there wouldn't be a CubeSat, to be honest with you. So surely they can dig in their pockets a little bit and help him out.
I know.
He's get in touch with certain people, and yes, that's probably going to happen. So it's going to be imminent. I'd say that he'll be back.
That's the whole reason I did the video for him, was to help him to get the data cost thing taken care of too. So I really want to see that to succeed.
And he asked me to specifically thank you for that too. I think I messaged you on Skype.
Oh, it's really no big deal. I just copy and pasted all his information from the website into a video.
Yeah, but it's nice to know who your friends are and who you can count on. So to make sure you knew, he said thanks.
I'm a believer in this project. I mean, I know he's taking it very, very seriously from a scientific, standpoint as well. I wouldn't be promoting it if I thought he was just some,
And he's doing it for everybody,
Exactly. It's going to, the public domain information that will come out of it.
Totally.
And what's the date again for the launch?
It's this summer, some point. I don't think he actually gave an exact date. I know he's on the dossier for launch, though.
Okay. That's good to know.
The CubeSat, Ron, it's a UFO disclosure one. So literally, it's going up into orbit, and it's going to pick up. It's got sensory cams, etc. So any movement that isn't satellites, for example, you'll be able to see.
Heidi, can you put the link in chat for Ron?
What do you want? The CubeSat video or? Okay.
The CubeSat info. He wants to know where it's going to be launched from and.
Okie dokie, this.
Yeah, because the last video I got, I'm assuming it's the one that Keith did with the other Dave. I'm not quite sure what we were looking at on the screen, but
See, I don't know.
Oh, zone 1, guys.
It's a problem.
30-second delay.
I don't know where the main information is now. I've got so many links for it. Well, if I just give you the one I've got, it's out of date because that's been all paid for, but it's got all the scientific data, etc., and the details. And I'll also put in the link where it's being launched, or the rocket people. I'll put that there as well.
Well, when he gets back online and I get these last few details figured out for my streaming, I'm going to have him on because he has models of the CubeSat. And so I'm going to share a screen so people can actually see what he's talking about, because he's done a few shows, but until you can actually see it, you know, and he'll be able to like hold it and move it around and say like this piece is for this, and then I think, I don't know, I think because it's a brilliant concept anyway, but once people can really kind of visualize it and then understand what it is he's trying to do, I don't know.
Maybe once we start to see the
the
pictures, like once he starts to be able to post maybe some of the pictures of the captures, you know.
Definitely got to give him a little more funding for the data costs, though.
Oh, right.
The
about 10
right
grand.
person has to hear about it for it to be taken care of, you know.
Right.
It's a very.
They did a
cool
really
thing.
good job
A lot
getting
of people
funding,
want it.
you know, for everything else. You know, so.
It'll happen.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. It is happening. It's all paid for, apart from keeping the upkeep of the communication with the. Yeah.
Somebody said, worst comes to worst, just message one of them cousins brothers, tell them that you called a UFO, and tell them about the CubeSat.
That's actually quite a common plan.
Yeah, right. This week on Secure Team. I bet you Tyler from Secure Team actually would post something like that if, you know, if it was approached, if it was done right, if he gave like Dave like approval over what he actually posts.
Oh, there's the promo. Yes, Keith's posted the promo, and I've posted the latest on the last Kickstarter that's come up. And there's actually an article came up. I just literally Googled, and it came up an article in the Daily Mail. I actually have a look at that.
Here's an interesting quandary for people. We all sometimes wonder how many people there are in the world. Is it really as big as they try and make it out to be? Well, we've got 43 people on East Coast USA live stream. Yet between the Skype and the chat, you could almost cover most of the west of the UK. You've got Lancashire, you've got Dublin, Cardiff, Eastbourne. Is the world really that big?
It is. And we don't even have our friend from Hogwarts here yet.
And don't forget, the world also is flat.
Not going there.
Oh, okay.
Good.
Just making sure I'm still awake, are you? Or I can't hear. I mean, you guys can all think it's funny, or you're just sick of it and groan. You don't know. I cringe every time I hear that term now. I'm so traumatized from that.
I giggle because every time I hear that, anyone say it, all I can picture is like a cardboard cutout of a globe on the corner of someone's desk.
Well, it's funny because, you know, in all the debates I've had with these knuckleheads who think the world is really flat, you know, and I went through the thing of, well, you mean flat figuratively? I mean, do you have another definition of flat? And they're like, no.
An alternative flat.
No, geometrically flat.
Hashtag flat.
Well, you know,
Okay.
the thing is, they're technically correct. I mean, if you were a muon, you know, the Earth would be flat as you approached it, but you're going the speed of light. So, I don't know.
Well,
everything would be flat too.
Any surface you hit on the Earth, technically for your purview, for that one area of the planet that you hit, it will be, for all intents and purposes, flat. And that's because it's a large enough diameter. But, you know, if you're a smaller thing like the size of a softball, then the chances are you won't hit a flat surface. You'll hit a surface that has a curve to it that's noticeable. Right?
Amen.
So
I think I've taken the point of view now that there's so many different bits of information from Is it round? Is it squishy? Is it hollow? Is it flat? I've come to the conclusion the only thing to say is it could be anything. At the end of the day, we all fart in the same sandbox, so who cares?
Nice. I like that. We all fart in the same sandbox. That's the
Well,
I don't.
She said we all
I'm
fart.
proper.
He said
when
we
people
fart.
say,
Well, I mean, if I'm hypothetically going to go visit Bill and I get onto an aircraft and my pilot says, "Oh, hey, by the way, I'm a flat earther." I don't know. Like, do you continue to your seat or you're kind of like, I'll take the next one? I don't know.
well, if he's a flat earther, then he should be able to fly in level flight
At the same altitude.
altitude.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
But he won't. He'll climb over time. He'll be climbing, and his head will explode because he doesn't understand why. But I just have a real simple question, and it kind of shut down the flat earthers when I told them this. Never mind the pictures of the ISS, et cetera, et cetera. They've all got answers for that. I ask one simple question. If the Earth was flat, then how come not one single person has ever sent us a photograph near the edge and said, "Hey, look at this crap"?
Illuminati. Exactly, as basic as that.
So
It's living on the edge.
me, that's all I had to say, and they have no response to that. There's nothing they can respond to with that.
See, that's kind of what I imagine when people talk about it, because like they kind of describe it, and I could be getting it wrong, but I think they kind of describe it as like being on a plate, and the North Pole's in the middle of the plate, and is it Antarctica is all around the edge, and you can't. I don't know why you can't get to the edge, but you can't. And it reminds me of like a video game where you can only go left so far through the field, and then it just kind of like gets all like fuzzy and pixelated
like
and kind of foggy into nothing. Is that what happens? It's just foggy and there's no more screen. Like, I don't know.
You ran off the treadmill, hit your head on the.
I just don't, like common sense says if you look, you can even just go by a Kmart telescope and look up at anything in the sky, any planets that you see, they will all be round. Now, could they be flat? Probably, but I mean, from what we know, anything over a couple, well, probably even 100 miles, in diameter is going to collapse on itself into a ball. I mean, this is proven.
You're right.
Experiments.
You're right. The universal shape is a sphere. The universal rule is the rule basically that says to just to say it easily, that to balance all the forces on a system, the easiest shape to create that would be a sphere. So it's basically like the law of minimal surfaces, if you want to talk about it that way. But it goes on and on. There's a lot of different approaches to how you explain it. But the people that propose these things, they don't know science. They're science free.
And when you say sphere, you're not speaking of like a perfect circle. It could be like egg shaped or obviously.
Well, because Europa, for instance, and Enceladus around Saturn, for instance, and Europa around Jupiter, those are both slightly distorted. They're not spheres. They're distorted because of the gravity of the much larger planet right nearby. And so, and that distortion is what keeps, like for instance, the oceans under Europa liquid, not all frozen, because there's this constant friction from tidal forces acting on the planet or the moon. Same thing with Enceladus, even though it's only 300 miles across, right? It has this tremendous squishing going on.
And as we know, class, we know what friction causes, don't we? Let's all say it together now.
Carpet burns.
Baby.
I'm glad you said that.
Friction causes heat.
Yes, as we know.
I didn't catch the name.
Couldn't resist that one.
I've
thanks.
just posted some breaking news in the thing. It's just come up on my Facebook 1 minute ago. Trump has fired Yates. Apparently.
Oh, that's the woman. That's the woman that said that encouraged judges to ignore his immigration law.
Yeah, I think that's the one.
Well, she was a holdover from the Obama administration, so that was coming.
Yep.
You knew that was coming.
Clean out the old.
That's expected.
Deadwood.
I've been working on my Trump impression. I think I'm going to need it the next 4 years.
I think it's huge. That's a huge thing. We're going to do great. It's huge.
It could be 8.
I don't know, and I don't trust anything that comes out of your face because it looks like a little tiny butthole.
I like when he gives the thumbs up. It's like you're not even sure because his thumb is only like an inch across.
Okay.
I can't tell if he's giving me the thumbs up or not.
Did you hear the theory that he's a time traveler?
I'm scared for science.
No.
Oh, man, they don't go there.
Did you hear about it, though?
You know what? I bet you
it's Barron.
Put it out.
Barron is Trump.
Oh.
From the future.
That's why he's
and they do. You watch. They mirror each other. They'll be walking, and as Trump goes to turn his head, so does Barron.
Not
you watch,
only
and
that,
that's how he knows. He knows everything that's going to go down, and he knows.
Not only that, during the inauguration, when Barron was sitting behind Donald, it was like a mirror image. It was eerie looking at both of them. I was saying to myself, who's going to become the president? Is it Barron or Donald? They were like
maybe one is the avatar for the other. Maybe Barron is controlling Trump the Elder.
Look at all these peasants. Was it creepy security guy that stood on like the left of Trump?
That was funny. Was that the security guard with the fake hands?
Yes.
Carrying the assault rifle under his jacket? No, I've never seen that coming.
I haven't looked too deep into
His expression ever.
Well, they're supposed to.
I think we have some more activity on the screen.
Secret Service are creepy people. I've met a couple, and they're really, really not blinky. Would be the best word to put.
Yep.
See, and I would have gone with not chatty. Were they very chatty?
They were actually. They're very talkative, but they don't blink.
They're successful because they are somewhat paranoid.
Robot.
I didn't blink either. I couldn't. I didn't have tears. It didn't make me creepy. I still did obligatory.
Yeah, I don't even know who would go into that profession when your main objective is like, if someone's getting shot, you have to jump in front of them.
I don't know.
Like, what if the security absolutely hated Trump? What are they gonna do? Just let him get shot?
Yeah, but
not resign.
They're not supposed to be partisan.
No, they're programmed to like whoever they're told to like. And
Right. You're voluntold, not volunteered.
Yeah, not only that.
It's a sense of duty. Pretty much.
Yeah.
You're signing up for the job to protect a person, no matter who that person is. So if you get assigned a Secret Service, say Jello gets assigned a Secret Service agent, if somebody takes a shot at Jello, that Secret Service agent is due. Even if he likes Jello or he hates that stupid Hank Hill impression of his, he's got to jump in front of it.
I like how you use me. Perfect there. I like that.
Well, that's
I wonder why. Why would you use me? He said duty.
Actually, I'm going to have Jello on the Moonwatch one night just as Hank Hill. He's not allowed to come out of character at all.
I sell propane and propane accessories.
That's right.
Hold on, let me get the bass on here. There we go.
You have to say, "Oh, that's a nice moon stream you got there, buddy."
Well, Keith, your moon stream tonight was fabulous.
I don't know what to say. I'm reading Trump stuff, Trump quotes now.
Either way, it's going to be great.
In amongst all this big political circus that's gone on, there's only two characters, because I see the whole thing as just a soap opera with politics these days. There's only two people that I've seemed to have picked out, and one's British and one's American, and that's Nigel Farage and I think his name's Trey Gowdy.
Trey Gowdy.
Oh my lord! From what I've been hearing, is Trump going to try and do this, drain the swamp, and just serve everyone up to him? Because I'll watch him grill anyone any day. His style. He's the only person that seems like to be worthy of being a politician.
Yeah, Gowdy is. He's actually, he doesn't take any crap. He.
I wouldn't want to be stuck in a room with him and Nigel. No.
Well, if you're on the opposing side, you don't want to be. But if you're on his side, man, he will stand by you and protect you too. So I get it, but yeah, I mean, he's one of the few. I don't know anyone from the other side. I mean, the Democratic side actually, but I know for Republicans, Trey Gowdy is the man who people look up to. One of them anyway.
Wrong. It's Trump. Everybody loves me.
That's huge.
It's huge. And we're gonna
That's
do a big
the first time in like 20 years I watched Saturday Night Live, and it was just for the opener. And I didn't even watch it live. I just watched it on YouTube.
Alec Baldwin is on point.
He is.
Yeah, he was so good.
And now he signed a 4-year contract with Saturday Night Live to do at least, I think he has like a 70 sketch contract with them or something like that.
Oh, wow.
So it's going to be around a while.
Yep.
Anyway, enough about that doofus.
I know. I've been trying to look
Before
up
you
like
say anything else, in political, literally, I'm just responding to Nightly. Sorry to interrupt. He's saying when he comes to the UK, he's going to get it. He's not going to get into the UK because all of these snowflakes and SJWs have stood up and they've got over 1 million petitions and not let him into the country.
And the Parliament's debating it.
Shut up.
SJWs?
Yeah, social justice warriors.
Where this phrase snowflake came from?
Snowflake. Every single snowflake is different. So basically, instead of trying to live in a more democratic society, the left has become very much, I have an individual personal thing and nobody can upset me at all or say anything against that, so that you get these extreme groups that have been coming along now right away from these women's rights groups to it just goes on. It's ridiculous. It's like nobody can upset anybody, but everyone's got the right to say what they want. It's contradictory in terms.
Agreed.
Hey.
So last time we had such extreme world events, we had an increase in UFOs, did we not?
Well, no, but it's a great segue, so let's pretend we did.
Yeah. But I'm okay with it. Let's run with it.
I'm sorry, I'm coming through headlines here, trying to find some like science and tech that's really cool, and I can't find one headline without the word Trump in it.
I know.
So I'm trying really hard here, but
I had a question for Mark.
Yes, it really
Did you see the post I made in Facebook earlier today, which talked about quantum mechanics folks? And how do I say this in a way that I can just hit everybody and they'll understand? The scientists use quantum mechanics to show that when you die, you actually go to another universe and restart.
Oh,
did you see that post I left?
No,
I did see that. I'm just retrieving it, Mark.
Well,
I just became friends with you.
I have to see this.
I don't know if I'm ready for that point in our relationship yet, Mark.
You'll survive. If I can survive, you can survive.
I'm going to drop it in the chat, the article. Hold on.
What's interesting is that concept is something that I actually thought of years ago because it made the most sense to me. And I felt, because I had a strange, I don't know what you call it, an experience, I guess, with what could have been, not saying it was, but what could have been a parallel universe intersection. Ooh. And it was so powerful that I called it a parallel universe intersection. I coined that phrase, and of course that's been going all over the place. Everyone's saying that now. But the PUI that I experienced, this intersection, if that's what it was, happened to me when I was in my workshop here, which you'll see when you visit, if you come out. I was working on a prop for a movie, and I was all excited. It was 3:30 in the afternoon, having a good time. And I had been seeing these strange things, not out of the corner of my eye, but right in front of me, everywhere I looked. And it was like, wow, what the heck is that? You know, it was sort of a semi-transparent person, semi-transparent animals. And like, I had brain surgery like 27 years ago. And I figured maybe this is just latent phenomena associated with the injury where they had to do the surgery. And maybe this is, as the injury matures, this is what I can see. And my brain maybe was replaying visuals that I might have seen at some point in the past. And so I thought, all right, well, that's great. I got to live with this. Well, I also was hearing conversations that weren't taking place. Not telling me to do things like kill your family, nothing like that, of course. But like,
and you were alone at the time? Like you were alone in your workshop?
Well, I was alone at that time. I was alone in the workshop working by myself. And, you know, I wasn't tired. I'm familiar with the weird things that happen when you're tired. You know, me more than most I am, because I've paid attention to all that stuff. I mean, I've had to work in observatories since from midnight to dawn for years, and I had to do high paying programs for in science to make sure that the data comes in. So I had to know what the hell I was doing. So I mean, I learned how to manage being tired, and I certainly wasn't tired, but.
So your internal clock was used to this. This wasn't new.
Totally. Yeah, totally. And so
okay.
I was totally okay with this. I had no problem with this. Now I'm a science guy. This stuff doesn't happen to me, okay? But this did happen to me, and I didn't know what to make of it. And I had been going to the doctors and getting MRIs and even CAT scans to make sure that my brain was okay again, because I was seeing these things and hearing this stuff and thinking, oh, is there something wrong? And they said, no, it's just fine. So I saw this semi-transparent dog walk in, and it looked like a dog just by its gait, and it was kind of looked like water without the sheen.
Okay.
It was the shape of a dog as far as I could tell. I would have to say maybe a Pekingese because of the gait. It was like think, 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 think as it was coming across the floor.
So it moved. It moved like wow.
It moved on my plane, on my floor plane. So I couldn't understand what it was. I just attributed it to be one of these many things that I'd been seeing for the last 3 years, literally. And they haven't stopped yet. I mean, I still see them every day. I don't know what they are.
You still see this?
Oh, yeah.
Do they vibrate the floor when they go across it, or is there like no?
It's a totally isolated system. And so what I did was something that really changed everything for me. And, I stopped going to doctors, and I started going to astrophysicists and other people that could give me an opinion. And as it turns out, I ended up getting up off my seat, looking at this thing on the floor, and it wasn't going away. It was right there in my vision, right in freaking front of me. And I'm looking at it, moving my head side to side, and I'm kind of looking around it, and I'm thinking, the brain would only see a 2D image, from whatever perspective it was looking at. So if it was replaying, say, this dog that I saw at some point in the past, I shouldn't see the dog in 3 dimensions. It would have like missing data. The other side that I never saw at that time would be missing, right? So I got up and I moved over and I could see it, the other side. And now it was freaking me out because I'm thinking, okay, this is strange. I should not be able to see the other side of this animal. Okay, if that's what this is. I shouldn't be able to see this. What?
Did you try and touch it at all?
Yes, that's the next thing I did.
This is where he makes his mistake.
Yes. I stepped into its space. And when I stepped in its space, okay, it registered that I stepped on it, and it ran off. But
it reacted.
Wow. But it also took my whole leg with it and yanked my foot out from under me. And it made me fall. And I fell on the inside of my right armpit on one of my workbenches. And that came back to haunt me as a frozen shoulder in later years, which I'm only now just getting rid of. And I was blown away. But just imagine, here's the feeling. Just imagine someone putting a bungee cord around your heel. Your feet are firmly planted on the ground. They put a bungee cord around your heel, but you can't feel it. It's like 2 positive poles of a magnet. It's like that kind of repulsion feeling. And then they take the bungee and they run away with it. Your leg feels the tension increasing, and then boom! Shoots out from under like a shotgun. My leg went right up to the ceiling.
I was watching a conference, funnily enough, yesterday, and a guy called Chris, hold on, he's just accepted my friend request. Chris Augustine was talking. It was at a MUFON symposium, I think probably 3-4 years ago, and he described exactly the same thing. He was apparently at it was like a hippie trippy type conference type, come and have your aura read type scenario.
Yeah.
And apparently this guy could see his aura, and he's got an implant, this guy. And he said that this aura guy said that surrounding his implant, his alleged implant, was just a blank void, like there was no energy coming from it whatsoever. So he was like, well, this is a bit strange. I'm not very comfortable with this. And they were like, well, we have to ground you, they go all funny on him, and he's like, what the hell? Okay, we'll just let them do their thing. the minute they started to try and do the old grounding bit, he said the very same thing, that he actually physically had to hold on to the stool he was sitting on because it was like they were trying to stop him being grounded so they could keep control. And he said he literally felt like his leg was being pulled away from the stool.
Huh.
Isn't that interesting? That's really interesting.
I don't know if it's the same thing.
I think it is. I think it might well be.
I had a question about the surgery you had years ago.
Yeah.
Did you consider that because of the surgery, you were just now able to see something that's always been there?
As a science guy, I tend to, I always think of those possibilities, but then I
kind of like when going from like maybe like a person who's colorblind, they put on these special glasses, now they can see, like it's just a thought.
No, I understand, but in fact, I certainly don't discount that possibility, but I would ask, why me? Why should I be special? I'm not special in any way in that regard. I think this is, if it's something I can experience, I feel like it's something everybody can experience. For instance, what if what I'm seeing, for whatever reason I'm seeing it, is actually what other people are seeing throughout history and calling ghosts? You see?
I do.
Yes.
Maybe.
Okay.
What if that's what ghost phenomena is this through from parallel universes?
Yeah, I've thought about this before, Mark, because you see a lot of these paranormal things in there, identifying things that they're seeing, and I've always said to myself, they're always trying to say it's ghosts, it's spirits. Well, it could be that. It could be a bleed-through effect. It could even be something to do with alien technology that we don't even understand. One could walk through the living room and you see a flash. Yeah.
Well, what was that article you posted? If when we die, we go somewhere else.
Quick. Yeah, everyone's too quick to jump on the ghost, so to speak.
Yeah. So, but see, that's why I felt that I was seeing a parallel universe intersection, because you have to look at the topology. Now, in that article I sent out,
we're just saying a quick goodnight to Jello.
Oh, night, Jello.
Oh, good night, Jello.
Hey, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt. See you guys later. I got to go work on the house. If you guys are around when I come back, I'll be glad to join you guys. But
sounds good.
Everyone, have a good one. Take care. Heidi, Amanda, Clark, Mark, Lorraine,
good night.
Keith, and Bill, of course. Glad to hear you, buddy, and we'll see you all later.
Hi, Jenna.
Hey.
Good night.
Awesome. So what I thought was interesting was that I thought that I was seeing this intersect. Now, you have to understand that the way they show the parallel universes in the article, they show a little painting. You see this image graphic, and it shows them all kind of next to each other in a sort of a gridded format. I think that's just to make it clear. In reality, most likely, they're all in the same exact space, but in altered dimensional space. So different sets of dimensions, but in the same space. So I think that these intersections occur all the time, everywhere. And if you just happen to be there to see one or two or 10, then you will. And I think that for whatever reason,
if you get one occurring in the same place at the same time of year, at the same hour, would that help to study that sort of a phenomenon?
I guess looking for periodic patterns would be interesting. I've never done it. And you'd first have to identify what it is you're studying, because you can't look at you can't look at just one event of someone saying, and I saw this weird semi-transparent thing. Okay.
Oh no! What I saw and what other people saw was in itself was not transparent at all, but it did manage to move freely through doors, which is what got us all off guard and interested.
Right. Well, and perhaps if that thing, for instance, was something from a parallel universe, then perhaps that was it was walking through a clear space in its universe. But in our universe, there's a door there that it wouldn't care about.
Oh, he went as far as to put his hand out, and in 2 of the cases, the door was a big steel fire door, and it budged forward maybe 2 to 4 inches, not enough for a human body to pass through. And then the rest of his body just passed through like it was nothing.
See, that implies a bleed through with some kind of effect.
I would agree.
I think that that's something that's probably very common, and that creature, being whatever you want to call it, may not even have been aware.
No, it doesn't seem to be. It really doesn't seem to be. It seems to be aware of the building, but not the occupants.
Yeah. And when I hear conversations, I mean, like I've been down in my office, and I'd hear my children upstairs having an argument with each other. And it's like 11 o'clock at night. Now, they're both in college now, but, this is like during the summer. And I'd hear them arguing, and I'd go upstairs, and I'd say, "What are you guys yelling about?" And the room's dark and empty. They were never there. I'm not hearing them at all. I mean, that's literally what happens. So I'd actually have to play music. I'd constantly play music when I was working or when I was in my office. I'd have music playing just to stay focused, right? Yeah, and then that's all I could do. And I thought maybe it was a neurological thing, but when I stepped on that dog and it took off with my leg, I basically realized that I'm looking at something much deeper, and this could be, and I immediately felt right then and there, this has got to be related to the ghost phenomenon in some way. Maybe ghosts are also happening. Maybe it's a very complex universe. Maybe ghosts exist, and maybe parallel universe intersections exist, and maybe it's all exists. Maybe some of it exists. But certainly it isn't that none of it exists. There's certainly a measure of some of these things.
Yeah, be open to the possibility at least, and
absolutely,
especially if you've experienced something like that. Particularly if you've experienced something like that, that's phenomenal. This subject absolutely just excites me beyond belief. I can't describe how fascinating that subject is. It's just phenomenal.
And now to go to Amanda, were you wondering, like, you were going back to the article, right, Amanda? Is that what you were asking about before?
Yeah, I was gonna say, well, and Chris was saying the same thing, like it's probably like a bleed through, like with the ghosts and stuff. But then you were saying quantum mechanics proved it, or quantum physics proved it.
Yeah, well, according to quantum physicists, they suspect that there's a mechanism that can explain the concept of death. Okay. Via the persistence of life rather than death. It considers that the human consciousness, the persistence of our being, is something that is explainable in quantum terms as existing and never just being destroyed. So that would mean that, where else would it go? Well, it could restart here maybe, or it could restart in a parallel universe, another universe. And the reason that they were saying parallel universes is because some years ago, and I mentioned this before at another time, I think, there was a study at some university, and they actually showed that the number of universes that were spawned when the Big Bang occurred was not one, because it didn't make any sense. The numbers don't add up, so to speak. When you add up the numbers, when you look at what it would take a universe spawning multiple sub-universes for it to account for what apparently happened. So that was the first paper that was delivered, and I can't remember if it was an astrophysical journal or where that was. But then several years later, another group did a study similar to that, saying, well, let's investigate this. They corroborated the first paper and said, you know what? We think they were right, but guess what? We think we know how these are laid out, what the topology is for the parallel universes. So we're closing in on this. And what was science fiction has not become science fact yet, but it's becoming science probable, science plausible. And that's the thing that excites me the most, because I'm watching all this happen, and then I have another thought, which is that I don't believe that our human brain, manufactured by the universe and by the everything around it, and all of the interactions with parallel universes throughout time, okay, I don't believe that the human brain can actually think of something that's actually impossible. I think that we can think of things that maybe we're getting clues from because we're connecting to other beings out there that are maybe from a parallel universe or elsewhere.
Some things more plausible than others, obviously, but nothing impossible.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that makes sense because your brain, your brain's always trying to work any problem out just naturally, So how could you create something that didn't have a solution?
Well, very easily. I could tell you, I want you to touch your nose to the tip of your elbow, and you simply cannot do it. Okay? Right? You can't touch the tip of your nose to the tip of your elbow, no matter how you try.
But what if...
Well, you could if you were double jointed or something.
What if some, I'm not saying all, obviously, less than 1% of the entire population could do that. Like at some point in our existence, we didn't always perceive the color blue. So there had to be like the first few people who could see the color blue. Obviously couldn't describe it to other people, but they could see it.
But they didn't know they were seeing anything different. See, that's the beauty of evolution. Okay.
Yeah.
Evolution is all about mutation and adaptation, right? So the mutation is, this person can now see blue. Okay. Mm-hmm. Now, the person who sees blue doesn't realize it's something they're not supposed to be able to see.
Right.
But when they describe it, someone says, something's amiss. I don't understand what you're describing. I don't see that thing you're talking about. And that person will say, what? I don't understand, but I see it fine. Well, you must have different eyes than the rest of us. And thus the study would commence where they would say, look he has the ability to see, let's use something more modern, right? Let's say ultraviolet. He has the ability to see into the ultraviolet. His eyes can pick up ultraviolet wavelengths. Well, that's pretty odd. And now you say, well, that's a mutation. Now,
could you imagine going to a hotel and being able to see ultraviolet?
No. You mean X-rays.
You are a sick woman, Lorraine, but I like your style because my partner's all into crime and forensics and stuff like that.
I think you mean X-ray.
No. Because, I mean, in a sense, that's what a cat's vision's like, right? So they see urine. They see urine, sprayed on all the fences and all the cars. Yeah. So.
And they can smell it. You're right. I mean, but like bees. Okay, bees obviously have ultraviolet receptors. Their eyes are nowhere near as sophisticated, right? But obviously they have them. So that's an adaptation, that's a mutation. And if that mutation causes the creature, the life form, to be more successful, then it will be more successful mating, it will be more successful reproducing, and thus that will be naturally selected to be the thing.
The new norm, yeah.
The new norm, that's correct. And it comes from the mutation followed by, which again could be the result of an adaptation to a change. Okay, maybe flowers developed an ultraviolet signature, and then animals just had it happened with a mutation where they could now see that. Well, the ones that could see that mutation or see that ultraviolet change over others will be more successful, and thus be more successful in the long run, reproducing and regenerating and doing that. So they would actually provide longevity, and that's how evolution worked. And it takes so long, and we live for such a short time.
So we don't see that. So yeah,
we don't see evolution, at all. But I will say this, this is the myopia that we have as human beings. We live within a system. We live within the Earth's confines, within the universe as is. We don't realize, I do because I studied it, but most people don't understand that the stars are all moving around in the galaxy at high rates of speed, some moving at tens of thousands of miles per second through space. And then you would say, well, why don't we see them? And it's because they're so far away, we don't see that movement.
I was going to say cell phones. We're all busy looking down at our cell phones, apparently. So.
Well, that's actually true. In this day and age, most people are looking down when they should be looking out at the road or up at the sky. So,
yeah.
And you're right. But our condition, promotes this myopia, this myopic view where we're only looking at what we see now, and what we see now is all there is. We don't see the changes that are being undertaken
True.
all around us.
I just want to give credit to the Inuit up north because they were the first people to detect the Earth the wobble. They spoke about it in terms of their hunting season long before they made it public, but they were the first to notice it.
Yeah, because over time, all right, when you have a nice clear sky, you will notice that the northern star is something that moves over time. You don't see it staying in the same place. The North Star wasn't always Polaris, which is what we call the North Star. The North Star used to be Thuban in the constellation Draco.
Thuban.
Thuban, Thuban.
Okay.
Thuban. Yeah. But Thuban was, I think Bill's battery died. Thuban was a very faint star. It wasn't a very prominent star. But because the Earth's wobble brings Polaris closer to the North Pole at times, the North Pole became Polaris, when in fact the real North Pole doesn't point anywhere near Polaris or Thuban anymore. It actually points, the actual magnetic North Pole doesn't point to Polaris. So, there's all kinds of concepts of pole and North Pole. But right now, because of the Earth's wobble, Polaris is our current star. And everybody's grown up thinking, well, the North Star, Polaris. And you can see it by looking at the two end stars and the Big Dipper, draw a line, and bam, you're right there at the North Star.
Okay.
That's not North. That's actually Polaris, which is close, but it's not on the North Pole. And there is no star on the North Pole.
Just to give us a better idea of time. So how far back would you have to go before someone would have related to Thuban?
Well, you'd have to go back thousands of years. Okay, because the Earth,
okay,
right? Because the Earth, this thing is this wobbling of the pole is something that is known as precession, and the pole precesses around a little circle, kind of like a wobbling top. All right. So if you think of it as a wobbling top, then now you understand that pole is constantly changing direction. It's changing where it's pointing to as the pole wobbles. Now, you might ask, well, why is the pole wobbling? Now, that, I think, is left over from the birth of the Earth 4.6 billion years ago, when a second fairly large planet moon may have struck the Earth, Mars size, and out of that blew the moon. And over time, things stabilized. The moon became, one cohesive round body with no other junk traveling around it. It swept everything up over time. And so it became, the Earth and the Moon system. But that wobble is the leftover damage, the leftover shaking of the planet, the leftover long-term shake of the planet from that whole process of the Moon's creation. I mean, and as humans, we don't even recognize that we're actually looking at the Earth ringing from a big explosion from a giant Mars-sized body striking it. But that's exactly what we're looking at. So we have our time frame, which we understand as like a few years. We don't understand, things that are going on. Like, for instance, how everyone's saying, oh, the poles are going to shift. The poles are going to shift.
Right.
Well, I think we actually might be in the middle of a pole shift. And when I tell people that, they go, oh, no, the end is coming. Well, yeah, okay, the end is coming.
But it's so far off.
Well, people don't know that. People think that the pole shift is going to happen overnight, and in most cases...
No, that's not like future you. That's like future generational, not even you can't perceive that, so...
Right, but most people think that when they talk about pole shift is imminent, the buildings are going to be... are going to crash to the ground and planes.
But do you think maybe some of that
sky.
Perhaps is because people read so many articles about the supposed incoming planet? Was it Nibiru that's supposed to collide with us? And they're like, that's it for sure.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to.
No, but that's fine. People say that, and they say, well, Nibiru is coming in, it's going to hit us. Okay. But let's just stick with pole shift for 1 second, and we'll go to Nibiru, believe me.
Okay.
The pole shift thing was this. People were saying that it's going to happen next year.
Okay.
And it's going to be a year of destruction, blah, blah, blah. They named all these tremendous disasters that could happen.
Yeah, but we did that in 2012 as well. And I mean, how much of that came true?
I know, but let's
Hello, Harold. Harold camping? Hello? I mean...
Right? But with the whole pole shift equation, everybody was saying it was going to be happening instantly.
Okay.
I kept coming out and saying, well, look, I've got the data here from the fossil record, and we can see where the magnetic, the crystals in the magma at the spreading ridges in the Atlantic Ocean, okay, those crystals have reversed direction several times throughout their history. We can see them. We can see when they reverse direction. That indicates a pole shift. However, it took thousands of years for the pole shift to actually occur. And that's the thing that I was trying to drive home. Not that it was going to happen overnight, but that it was happening right under their noses and they didn't even notice, okay? So, like, for instance, when birds use the magnetic fields actually to navigate. Well, slowly but surely, as the poles shift over thousands of years, the birds will adapt. They will adapt, okay? And they will adapt to the new changes to the magnetic field. They'll make corrections. They'll know where they're going. So they'll get to their destination and say, oh, my destination's a little bit to the left now. And they'll just go there. And then they'll just keep going to the left. And then it's a little more, and then finally it stabilizes. And they're none the worse for the wear. They figured it out just because of their natural abilities that were granted to them as evolved beings of the caliber that they are, for instance. So I think that's what's going on. And so when we look at, for instance, how the magnetic field lines on the Earth, if you're if you're out in like Oregon, the North Pole points east. The compass points east. It doesn't point north. It points to the east. Now that's because the magnetic field lines are kind of skewed by the Earth. They're not just straight up and down, and straight from north straight to south. They're skewed. They go on weird, little journeys, little side roads. This magnetic flux being monkeyed with and shifted around could very well be the pole shift underway. And no one's actually noticing it, I mean, scientists can map the magnetic field of the Earth and see what it looks like and say, well, I see a North Pole, South Pole, and yeah, it deviates a little. Maybe that's because there's some, iron-rich rocks here or iron-rich rocks there. It might cause it to deviate a little, and that's true. But science also demands proof of all that. And so no one's going to stick their neck out probably and say that, I think maybe we're actually seeing one of these, and they're actually called reversals, a pole reversal. And maybe we're seeing this reversal from within it. And, maybe in 2,000 years, it'll be a little bit different,
But to compare the timeline to, say, like a race on a racetrack, the engine started, it left, the flag, the flag went down and it left, but we're nowhere near, we're not even at the halfway point of the race.
Right, like with the Daytona 500, okay, say 500 laps, okay, we're in lap 110, or we're in lap 80, okay, we're in lap 80 to 100, okay, and so there's a lot more to go, but someday the North Pole may look very different than it does now. Well, it certainly will, and every 600,000 years or so, the pole shift, there's this reversal, geomagnetic reversal is the formal name, geomagnetic reversal occurs. But when it happens, it's not an overnight thing, and those bring theories of ensuing chaos coming soon to a town near you. It brings all kinds of recipes for doom and gloom from all the people who know better than us.
Well, I'm certain that certain how do you put it, departments would benefit from the doom and gloom. Kind of like using it to light a fire under some people's butts. It's to get them, when they're scared, they move.
Yeah, no, that's very true.
I have a question. It's a dumb question, but just for clarification, you said the North Pole wobbles like a top?
Well, the Earth wobbles like a top. So in other words, if you had a line through the North Pole, through the South Pole, like a top sticking out of the top and bottom of the Earth, and if that was spinning on a table, it wouldn't be spinning, perfectly straight and not moving. It would actually kind of do that little wobble like a top does when it starts to get wind down, and you see the wobble. You see it start to wobble, and you see the North Pole, or the top of that top, starts to bobble a little bit. That's what you're seeing. That's what the Earth is doing. But it's not doing it because it's losing energy, per se. It's doing it because it's holdover from when it had a collision with a large object that caused this already spinning planet to be knocked out of kilter a little bit.
So, no, because I was just wondering, like, if the North Pole itself, like, does it actually make, like, a 360 rotation at any point? And if so, like, how long? Like, would it be, like, thousands of years for, like, a full 360? And then when it's at, like, the 180 point, that's the reversal? Is that... Am I understanding that right?
I think, no, you are. I mean, if you think of it as a spinning top, if it starts like on the left side, and then it spins around, you're saying how long till it comes back to that left side?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's actually around 13,000 years.
For one full rotation for the pole?
I believe so. Yeah.
13,000 years?
And I know it's double that. That's for half of it. It's 26,000 years actually.
Okay, so so every 13,000 years would be like the climax of the reversal, the pole reversal.
Well, that's just precession. That's not pole reversal. That's actually the North Star not being Polaris and going back to some other star and then coming back to say big Polaris again. Okay.
You should also add that the Earth's wobble, it also has a lot to do with like the mass of water on Earth as well. There's a big factor.
Well, yeah, there's the mass of the water and the fact that the moon is causing the tides, and that causes a drag on that part of the Earth. It's actually on both sides. You're right. But the precessional energy that was generated initially to cause the precession is believed to be from the very first time the moon was created from the Earth, via the collision with like a Mars-sized planet.
Yeah. And just so everybody understands, we're not talking about like massive shifts in the poles. Like I think the most ever recorded was like 37 feet. So it's not like, a massive mile, but it is shifting, back and forth.
But we're talking about just the axial shift of the Earth, the precessional shift.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. So the entire Earth as a whole, where if you had a line going through the south, right from the south to the North Pole and sticking out at the top, it'd be spinning it'd be precessing like a little top, spinning on a table. Mm-hmm. And that little spin is something that we do see, in astronomy. We actually see it, and that is what we're calling precession. That is not pole reversal. That's actually the geomagnetic reversal is something that we see in the rock strata. And that's how we know what's happened, because we see a record of it in the actual rock strata from the ocean floor off, in the Atlantic Ocean. We can actually see from the Mid-Atlantic spreading ridge how the rock that came out and then was actually molten, but then when it solidified, however the magnetic field was at the time, the rock would solidify in such a way that its crystals lined up with the pole. And then as the pole shifted over time, the next set of crystals in the next batch of molten rock would cool differently and actually be in a different orientation, and so on. And that's how we can actually map out the pole shift that actually occurred. No one actually knew about geomagnetic reversal until we saw that this shifting in the rock strata like that.
Okay, that helps me explain a little bit, because I was thinking about, it was something I read last year, I think it was only in 2016, where NASA actually figured out two big things about the poles and everything like that, and I think that's what I was referring to. I was in and out, so that's what I get for not paying attention.
No, that's okay.
There's a question from Ron Whitstone in the chat who says, once our pole changes to 40 degrees, will it flip like a magnet? I think that's what you were addressing, though. It wasn't going to happen like instantaneously.
Yeah, we could never expect that the Earth would do that. You have to understand. There's so many ramifications with a spinning massive body like the Earth that you can't just flip it upside down. and it couldn't just flip upside down. Now, you could ask, and a fair question to ask, and a fair one to his point is, what is the actual magnetic field? How is it created on the Earth? And what is the magnetic field? Well, the magnetic field is generated because we have a molten outer core. Now, our inner core, the very center of the Earth, is actually solid, contrary to what you might have been taught or heard in the past. It's actually solid, and the outer core, just outside of it, through the forces and the interactions with that inner core, is actually molten. And the motion of that molten material against that solid inner core is what generates an electrical current, which generates, it's a dynamo basically in the Earth, and it generates a magnetic field. That magnetic field, of course, is what protects us from ultraviolet radiation. It's why the aurora, northern lights, and southern lights, I might add, are around the poles only, and you don't see them all over the planet. You only see them at the North Poles and sometimes down lower, depending on the activity of the sun. But that process is pretty well understood, and the Earth won't ever have its magnetic fields just flip over and change like that. But it's understandable that there could be a concern about that out there. Now,
when you talk about change, are you talking about like North Pole flipping with South Pole, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the North Pole will be the North Pole, the South Pole will be the South Pole. But in a geomagnetic reversal, okay, things can happen that are well, they're long term, as I said. So it's different because you would end up seeing things like the North Pole might be somewhat undefined, or the South Pole might be somewhat undefined, or maybe somewhat different. You might not actually experience anything differently, but that's because it takes so long term to happen. Okay, now the magnetic North Pole would end up being south, and the southern pole would actually become what we call North Pole now. However, that's because the dynamo inside the Earth would get kind of wound up. We see this actually with the sun. The sun's every 11 years, the sun goes through a cycle where there's a peak and a wane of sunspots. And the magnetic field of the sun is getting wound up. At the equator, the magnetic field's getting dragged out quicker than at the poles.
Right.
So
and then
yeah, go ahead.
Now, are we not set for like a period of quieter years in terms of like solar flares?
Well, for the sun, yeah. We just went through the peak a couple years ago, which was nothing to speak of.
And I have another question for you about the crystals trapped in the molten lava. So examining the crystals tells you where the North Pole was at that time. Could you could you examine the like shells of crustaceans trapped in that same molten and like compare the same species in certain, like in each period to see if it had, I don't know, become like a thicker shell or a thinner shell or maybe mutated a little?
You know what? I don't know if anyone's ever done a study like that to see if there's any difference. I don't know if anyone's ever done that. But for instance, the reversals have been happening for many millions of years that we've been able to detect.
Right.
Obviously, beyond a certain point, we can't detect them anymore because that part of the crust went back down into the Earth and got subducted back into the Earth. But there had to have been like 20 or 25 geomagnetic reversals. But the thing is, they're not just like a clock. They don't just happen, then they go for a certain period of time, then they go back. And then they come back, and then they go back. It's not like you see a band of black and white, like a checkerboard, like it's the same exact amount. It's not the same exact amount. No.
Okay, so it's not like
the same.
It's not like a swinging pendulum that swings equally on both sides.
Exactly so. Not at all. It's actually sometimes they can actually have a reversal that lasts almost 1 million years, and then there's a small 300,000 year or 200,000 year segment of an opposite pole reversal, and then it goes back. It's like, sometimes you can have a million years where the pole is almost the same.
And this sort of pattern seems odd to us because we can't see it repeat in our lifetime.
Oh, absolutely. But I liken it more to, it's a process that is more likely due to some random events that are occurring that we don't understand yet. Because if you look, for instance, like 5 million years ago and beyond, there was around 8 pole reversals between 4 and 5 million years ago, and like 4 before that, or 4 closer to us than that, like more recently. And then, between 2 and 3 million years ago, there were a couple of really short reversals, which took only a few thousand years to occur and not tens of thousands of years, So, in other words, so it's fairly random,
to us, anyways. To us.
Yeah, to us, right. Looking at how we look at things, correct.
Maybe if we get better at, being able to observe those changes or read those changes,
Yeah, we need to be a better, not maybe better is the wrong word, but more knowledgeable about the processes that are going on inside the Earth. We want to get off the Earth, we want to go to Mars, we want to go to the stars, we want to create interstellar drives, and we will, and we should. But I think first, to do that, we have to understand our own planet, and we have to understand the things that could destroy life here first.
Well, we've had some small steps in the right direction. I mean, we had the automated. It was shaped like a little submarine that traced the ocean floor and mapped it, and would come back every day and give the data and then go back out. And
I know all about that machine. That was called the Autonomous Benthic Explorer, Abe.
You're right. I mean, that we're edging in the right direction, I would guess.
Yeah.
That wasn't considered. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, long ago.
Abe was a very able vehicle. In fact, Al Bradley, the scientist that created Abe, I'm good friends with Al.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he put NCC 1701 on the side of the pylons.
No.
The Starship Enterprise, yeah. So
that's cool.
I saw Abe before it went out into the North Atlantic for trials, and I actually operated Abe with the control box near the shore. It was a driving rainstorm, and Al handed me the control box for this $15 million vehicle in Woods Hole Harbor down on the ocean floor somewhere. And he handed me the box and said, okay, this is up, this is down, this is that, this is that. Okay, and I said, yeah, I got it. And the rest of his crew said, what are you doing? He doesn't know how to do it. And Al says, trust me, he knows better than you how to operate this thing. And I was like, oh man, I hope I live up to it. But I didn't hurt it. He had me, I was doing testing with him, and I had been doing radio-controlled submarines for probably 10 years to that point.
Okay, so
you're being handed a different control box.
But still, weren't you a little bit nervous? I
just had to stop thinking that it was like $15-20 million worth of vehicle. It was National Science Foundation money that I was playing with right now. I got to be careful. And the people on his crew were like crazy. They have these like shipping containers that they set up with all the electronics, and there was a shipping container on the dock, and they were all coming out and getting soaked because they wanted to make sure that I wasn't doing any damage to the machine. I was just fine. I was floating around, and Al would yell out, bring it up 10 feet, and I'd bring it up to about 10 feet, and he was, okay, that's good, hold it there, and then, okay, down, and I was doing he was doing an echolocator a pinger test, and so, and that was a ball. I had a good time. But
so how touchy are the controls? Really, if you were not experienced, if you didn't have 10 years under your belt, how touchy are those controls?
It's very sluggish. It was actually sluggish, and you had to drive it like you were riding a horse. You had to bring it up, and when you saw that it was moving up, you had to start going the other direction to slow it down in time. And that was only scary, for instance, when he said, bring it more toward the dock. And it was probably 30 feet below me in the water. Okay, not underwater.
So you can see it. You're looking at it.
I could see its strobe flashing. That's all I could see.
Okay.
And so when I saw the strobe getting dimmer, I knew I was going deeper. When I saw the strobe getting brighter, I knew I was coming up. And
that's reassuring.
Yeah, right? Yeah, and the strobe was painfully intermittent. It would go on, and then it would just seem to stop. And that was just probably my heart stopping at that moment, trying to look for that strobe.
And were they all holding their breath behind you?
Oh my gosh, they were so worried. But Al was totally comfortable, with handing me the controls, and I was totally comfortable controlling it at the time, because I was looking at it as, all right, well, this is just a scientific experiment. I'm working on this thing with Al. We'll make sure it works. And it was really good. And then that night, I went back and actually, Al and his wife Deborah, they made a nice dinner. I had a nice dinner with them. And then Al says, "You're going to stay here tonight, right?" I go, "Oh, I would love to, Al. Thank you." And so we went up in the room, and it was an empty room. And he says, "Okay, let's go make you a bed." I went, "Well, what?" And we went down in his wood workshop, and we took logs and made.
Oh, literally.
We put a bed together. We actually made a post and beam bed in an hour. Okay, and we just like nothing. Put it together, bang, bang, bang. And because I had to sleep on it.
I was thinking I was thinking where did he get IKEA?
Yeah, right.
know.
Yeah, in his woods. So we ended up, we planed all the wood, made the whole elements for the bed, put in the holes. I don't know how to do that stuff. He does. And I was just basically like a hold this guy. I was a hold. I'll just hold this. I'll hold
me this.
Yeah, I was the clamp. And so we glued it all together. Not a nail was used, and it was put together in such a way that the glue would hold it perfectly. The way it was all notched and put together like a little puzzle.
Mm-hmm.
And because I had to sleep on it that night, we assembled it up in the bedroom. Because I had to sleep on it that night. He held the whole bed together with an old extension cord wrapped around, put tension on it, and he said, "By morning you can take off the extension cord." And this was the man who was in charge of a $15 million vehicle, who is the PhD who created, the engineer who created Abe.
And this is why it ran and it came back, and now we have all this incredible data.
Right.
Oh, that's amazing.
Fooled around the ocean floor for months at a time. And Al told me a story once where, Abe had been down for 6-7 months. And I asked him the important question, and, I wanted to know, hey, you only have battery power for, a few hours. How does Abe charge his batteries? And he says, well, when Abe is moving around on the bottom, it stops every now and then and takes a reading on the current, like holding your finger up to the wind. He says where there was the most current, it'll stop for the night and feather its propellers into the current. The little gentle turning of the propellers charges the battery.
That's enough?
Right?
That's
because those are, that those are DC motors, right? Direct current. And when you put a battery on a 2 leads of a direct current motor, a regular little toy motor, it spins. But if you spin the shaft by hand, electric current comes out those 2 wires at the back end.
Well, for those in the room that are not aware of this project and don't know, can you just give them an idea of its size?
Yeah, the autonomous Benthic Explorer Abe is basically a ship that looks like the USS Enterprise from Star Trek. It has these 2 pylons that would be the upper nacelles, and it has this 1 pylon down below, which would be the lower nacelle. The lower nacelle has a lot of gadgetry in it, and the upper nacelle has gadgetry in it. And in between all those things are 6 different propellers that are like 20 inches or 16 to 20 inches in diameter. Those propellers move it in all directions. The purpose of Abe was to survey the bottom and do it all by itself. It was one of the first ever. It got on the cover of Time magazine, actually. When it surveyed the bottom, it was delivering data that no one else had been able to get to that point, because a towed sled was typically how they got it. But a towed sled, you see, that would go down a certain couple thousand feet, and what if the ocean's 15,000 feet there? You're not going to get a lot of data.
You're just skimming, okay.
Right. Abe was high level. It was very detailed. Now think of this is like not the outer space program, but this is the inner space program. This is the space program under the ocean. So
okay, but looking at the size, like from the videos, comparatively to equipment around on the shore, and having so many people say that the deeper you go, the larger the life forms could be that you encounter, because we don't really know what's down there yet. Was there any concern that something large would come up and maybe take interest in it?
The only creature in particular that they were concerned about was the giant squid, because in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, you had the giant squid attack.
Well, I didn't want to say giant squid, but I mean, we were all thinking like giant squid, kraken, whatever, legendary beast is still hiding from us.
But still, there are giant squid that are not, beastly like that. But
right.
they're pretty big, judging by some of the sperm whales and how they look when they come up from the depths. I mean, they've got some pretty extended tentacle scars on them from a squid battle that they've had. And that means that, some of the tentacles were 25, 30 feet long. I mean, that's not a small squid. And from the bodies that have washed
that's
up.
Kraken.
That's Kraken. No, that's got Kraken. That's not a Kraken. No, but that's actually pretty cool. But that's the kind of thing that, when you look at, that 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, that's Hollywood stylized it, and of course they gave a squid the ability to move its tentacles into the air and reach down a passageway in a submarine. Of course, the real squid can't do that.
No.
It doesn't have the ability. It doesn't have bones. It can't do that. But it can slither over the top, okay, and figure out how to do it. And there's some pretty big squid out there, and so they were concerned about squid because I didn't even give you the size. Abe. The first explorer to the ocean floor, Abe was actually around 12 feet long, maybe 14 feet long, and a little less wide and a little less tall. So that's the kind of footprint we're talking about. Maybe like the size of a Volkswagen Beetle.
It's a good size. It's a good size.
Yeah.
But still, I'm sure, in those depths, there could still be something that's, sizable. And so were they prepared for that? Like, were they prepared if something gives us a nudge or a squeeze?
Yeah. No, I have a feeling, because of the Abe's propellers, didn't turn very quickly. I suspect that if anything got in the way, all it would do was just get angry and probably react with anger and probably just rip the thing to shreds and they'd never hear from it again. But I remember Al telling me, Abe had been down for one of its first tests. It was gone for a month. And they basically, the way they would get Abe to come back was Abe would continue doing its thing until it heard otherwise. And what it did was it had a pre-programmed route that it would go on. And they would go out in the boat and they would send a pinger over the side and have it send the come home message in sonar to Abe. And Abe would come up. And it would take Abe a couple hours to come back to the surface.
Now, at the time of the project, were they the only ones that knew that, could call Abe home?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it was an Al Bradley special.
Because I imagine, someone, that'd be kind of tempting, Like you said, it wasn't a low budget, device.
No, but you know what? It's not like you're going to sell an Abe with an NCC 1701 on the side on the black market.
I've seen some strange things on eBay, and I know people have bought some strange things on eBay.
For sale, one Abe, slightly used, a little wet.
I know our own Navy has had to purchase parts off of eBay to keep running, so I don't put anything past that anymore. It's I don't imagine there's a large market for one. I mean,
no, but I'll tell you this, in case anyone's curious, you wonder how can Abe, which is supposed to have watertight spaces inside of it, get all the way to the deepest parts of the ocean and not ever have to worry about that? And the answer is very cool. And it's something I use with my radio control submarines too. When I want them to go down deep, there's a factor of liquid. Liquid is not compressible. Air is. So if you have an airspace and you go underwater with it, okay, and you go under deeper and deeper and deeper water, higher and higher and higher pressure, then that airspace is being compressed. The walls of the container are being pressed down, and you will eventually implode. It goes boom, and it's gone, right?
Okay.
Well, there's nothing that's more proof of that than what's sitting 10 feet from me on my shelf here in my office. It's a little tiny 1-inch tall cup-looking thing. And that was a styrofoam coffee cup before it went down on the Alvin to 3,300 meters.
So it gets compressed to the size of what, like a one...
Imagine a styrofoam coffee cup that is a perfect styrofoam coffee cup, but only 1 inch in size.
So like the size of a thimble?
A little bigger than a thimble. It's about 1 inch in size. So it's a, yeah. And they're called dive cups, and people did them, and I got Alvin's Dive 2500, it was given to me. And what happened was they actually put the, you decorate the whole cup, and you write, Dive in Alv 2500, Wanda Fuca Ridge, off Oregon, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And you can write it just perfectly fine on the cup. Then you throw it in a net on the outside of the Alvin. The Alvin dives, goes to the bottom, comes back up. Bam, you got a net full of these little tiny things now that were once large cups. And it's sort of a fun thing that they do.
Little keepsakes.
Yeah, little keepsakes.
That's cool. I like it.
Yeah. And
have you tried anything else? Like, what else could be compressed? I mean, obviously styrofoam is probably one of the easiest ones, right?
Right. But, like, if you went to the bottom, what would happen to you?
Oh, ouch.
No, what would happen, though? Do you know what would happen?
Well, actually, I haven't thought that through because I wanted to join my husband on scuba diving. Right now, he does, like, snorkeling. And I have a broken Eustachian tube.
Oh, okay. So you're precluded from diving.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I haven't actually given it much thought because it's almost like heartache knowing how many really beautiful wrecks we have just off the coast here of Port Cartier. And as it stands right now, I don't have any way around that. So I haven't given that much thought. Well, but it's a good question.
Yeah, the bottom line is surprisingly little happens to you. I mean, the only thing that is compressible on your body is the ear and the inner ear area and your lungs.
Yes.
It's not like your head's going to get squished flat because your head is full of liquid and it doesn't get compressed.
You could possibly have some like ocular pressure from the same area if you have problems with it.
Your eyes are full of liquid.
Yeah.
Right. So what I'm getting at is, okay, humans came from the ocean. We were, we carry a little vestigial ocean around with us. That's why we have salty skin. All right. That salinity is directly related to our ocean. When we evolved out of the ocean, we took it with us and formed a skin, an exoskeletal, what is it? And
yes,
a skin. The skin is the largest organ that actually contains the salty water of the ocean that we now carry around with us. So we actually carry this ocean with us, and that's what we evolved out of. See, it's really interesting. But what I was getting at before was we're going back to how much you compress. You wouldn't compress very much because you have mostly liquid in your body, but Abe would actually, it would implode. All of its watertight cavities would implode at the depths it was going. And Abe was not made of these spherical titanium dive spheres like Alvin's made of. Okay, Alvin has a titanium dive sphere. Okay, that's not what Abe is made. Abe has cylinders.
How did they get around? Okay.
So how they got around it was by something very interesting. They actually filled all of the electronic areas within Abe. Every single one was filled with a light machine oil.
And that was enough?
That didn't conduct electricity, and it allowed the electronics to work just fine. And they actually sealed these all in, and so when Abe would dive, it didn't even know.
Nothing changes, right?
It could go full ocean depth and sit on the bottom of the deepest trench and just sit there and keep working. And that's exactly what it does. And that's how Alvin works too. The dive sphere with the people in it, of course, is full of air and pressurized. But the back behind them, the whole back end of the Alvin's full of batteries and other stuff. Those batteries and those electronic spaces actually have oil-filled containers. So, it's oil-filled electronic boxes, which is really cool. So that's how they know they have a problem. And if they see an oil slick of any kind on the water, they know they've got a leak. And it's not a good thing. So anyway, that's how Abe managed to get to the ocean floor without any problems, but by having oil-filled electronics. I know we're not talking astronomy really, but we kind of are.
No, we kind of are. Like it's the little details that are really interesting. It's.
This is tech. This is the tech that got us down to the deepest part of the oceans, and now we just have to reverse the sign on our pressure equations to get us out to the farthest reaches of Earth orbit.
So I guess they never had to consider giving it shark skin because it's in continual motion, so it's not like it would form barnacles on it or anything, would it?
Actually, sea life would get on it, just like a ship, especially for the months that Abe was at sea, it would end up having little tiny crustaceans and things would find a home and say, hey, let's go for a ride. Okay, but it was made of a material that would tend to shed those types of things. But it wasn't always successful. And there was the little tiny, you could see little white marks where something had attached and moved around for a while, then fell off or something. So, but you did see that. It was kind of neat.
Yeah, like hitchhikers.
Yeah, that's right. That's what they were, as hitchhikers, And I was a big fan of the deep ocean before I was a fan of outer space and went into astronomy. In fact, I would have been an oceanographer. I would have gone into that. Because I would be able to put hands on and see my science firsthand,
Yeah.
And
I've kind of monopolized everyone's time here. I'm so sorry. If there were questions in chat, I think Bill was taking some.
No, you're doing great. The conversation is excellent. We're just listening and enjoying it.
I thought Bill had fallen asleep.
I started to write down questions and then I forgot where I got to because I just remembered something. There's a guy called Rockstar in the side chat, and he's been trying. He's got a picture that he really wants you to see. So if you've got that picture, Rockstar, send it via G+ or via us, and I can put it into
Yeah,
Skype
I've sent it to you a few times, Mark.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
And also,
It's been Facebook, but a long time ago. I can resend it if I get it again.
Jay Rich has a question. He wants to know, is the SETI program still necessary with all our better technology today? People at home monitoring from their computers.
I'll take a stab at that if no one else wants to.
Go for it.
Oh, okay. I think that SETI as a program, SETI is listening to the neutral hydrogen band, and the neutral hydrogen band is relatively empty. And I think that if there is a race out there that has discovered that there's an empty band that they could transmit on it, maybe they're also transmitting and receiving on it. So I used to be kind of against SETI and think they were listening to all the wrong things. But, the 21 centimeter line is perfectly fine. If they want to listen to it, I actually think the more the merrier. In fact, the more the better. All right? Just as Dave doing the CubeSat, us doing our UFOTOG program, I think that the idea is that everyone is looking, not just one person looking one place. Everyone is looking, and that's the whole thing that I think makes a lot more sense for everybody, for us. So I think SETI is very necessary. SETI is going to show us what's there or what's not there. We want to know if any aliens are listening or transmitting on that neutral 21 centimeter hydrogen band. If there are, then that's very important news. If there aren't, that also tells us something. That tells us that they recognize, as I have felt, that anything transmitting on that band is going to go at the speed of light because that's probably what you would send it on. And the speed of light is really slow. Even though it's the speed limit in the universe, it's the slow way to go. We need something that can go superluminal, something that can go faster than light. And that's where the whole concept of advanced propulsion comes from. That's where everything comes from that talks about using the Cuvier drive, that warp drive that NASA's now funded and looking into. They think that that's something that can actually be plausible now. So I think it's important that there's a lot of different avenues for searching for extraterrestrial presence. No one has the right answer, and no one has the only way to do it. All right, so SETI is important, UFOTOG's important, CubeSat's important, and other thrusts that other people are doing, even independently, are very important. So that's my thought.
Now, unlike what's going on with the different types of research that's going on, for example, the CubeSat, what you're planning to do with UFOTOG 2 with Doug Trumbull, that's going to be also looking for, with the various equipment that you're going to be using, for any kind of activity that's going on in the skies above us as well.
Yeah, it will, and it's not going to have the benefit of being able to orbit the Earth like the CubeSat, but it will have the longevity, because as the Earth rotates, we're going to see a new sky above us at any moment, right? Every moment as the Earth rotates, we have a new piece of sky. So we'll see a circular swath of sky over our head for the course of a day, and Dave's CubeSat will see a circular swath of sky every 90 minutes for the 3 months that the CubeSat lives. So he'll have that opportunity to see something from above looking down. We're going to have the ability to look from below and looking up and see what we see. Now, as you said, we're going to be setting up multiple units. Now, we have also the benefit of proximity. We don't have to go to orbit. Right? And getting over the hurdles to get to orbit is something that is the reason why it's taken Dave as much as it has to get to where he is. Mm-hmm. It's going to take a long time, and it does take a long time. So his achievement is certainly, got gold stars in my book, because I want to see it happen, and I want to see it continue. Because again, no one has the right answer. We all have a piece of the pie, a piece of the puzzle, and ideally, I would like to see him see something and have our system see something and be able to say, hey, that was the same thing. We both saw something, and then be able to relate that back to, say, some new science. Because I'm convinced...
Increased plausibility, right? Two perspectives showing the same thing has to mean something, right?
Right. And like with our system, we're going to have 3 systems in a layout, okay, at a time. And there'll be 3 in a deployment. They'll be about a mile apart at an equilateral triangle kind of a thing. And if Unit A out of A, B, and C sees something, but B and C don't see something, then it's something local to A. If A and B see something, or A, B, and C see something in the sky, then we know that it's at a much greater distance and something that these two both spotted. So there's going to be this interrelating between the 2 systems or the 3 systems to determine, for instance, how far, how high, how fast, what is it? Maybe it saw a meteor that missed the Earth, which might cover, say, 600 miles on the ground, and be more than visible to us, and we could calculate its speed, its altitude, and everything based on triangulating it at any one time between the 2 units a mile apart. So we'd be able to do stuff like that. Now, if CubeSat saw that from above, then that would be just amazing that we could actually put that together with what we have. And now we could then validate, oh yes, well, we saw that and he saw it, so we have all kinds of corroborating data, and that's what this is about. Corroborating data that all points to the same possible source and same possible culprit, if you would. So, and that's kind of where this is going, and that's why we've said that we want to take ufology into the 21st century. Dave's doing the same thing with CubeSat, and together, I think we're gonna be able to bring all this new technology to bear. And in our case, we're looking for what I call the skid marks of an advanced civilization. Now, that funny as that is, and every 14-year-old's laughing, and you are too. I mean,
I am. So imagining that.
Right, but we call it the skid marks of an advanced race, and what that means is that I've actually made that the talk. One of the talking points in my talks is that skid marks. It's like, and everybody snickers. It's like, Yeah, I was 12 too, once. And but these skid marks again would be what we see of some race that's using interstellar travel technology far beyond ours, but when it comes into our universal space via either a shift in dimension or a change in propulsion method as it enters our X, Y, and Z in our universe, we would see something that we would recognize. A gamma ray.
So if this is something that
like
we're
that, high energy output of something.
Right, we're looking for this sort of pattern, then it's reasonable to assume that also if there's intelligent life out there, they too are looking at this sort of pattern. And I can just imagine, if humans had an alien race call their mark of humanity skid marks. My skid marks are the best skid marks. They're the biggest skid marks. Like, I can just... what would we... If life on Earth hypothetically stopped this moment and, we fast forward to an alien race coming to have a peek at this planet, what, if anything, have we left behind for them to look at? Like,
well, in a few 100 million years, there wouldn't be anything left behind at all, even if we didn't destroy ourselves, because the Earth would recycle the entire crust, and it would just be a new planet if we left tomorrow. So it would just be, and that's just a cosmic blink over time, because we have tectonic activity on our planet, right? So, there's right down the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, there's that spreading ridge, so new crust at the rate of like 2 inches a year comes out of there. And on the Pacific side, the Ring of Fire, that area, the Pacific plate, the Atlantic plate, of which the North American plate is part of that. The Atlantic plate and the North American plate kind of goes under the Pacific plate at that point. That's called subducting, right? It subducts under. And so it's getting returned to the Earth. It's getting recycled.
Okay, so if there's this sweet spot in which to view the planet after inhabitants, but before it's all eaten over by the natural progression of this planet, if we're looking at other planets in the same way, then technically we have to hit the right sweet spot in their existence, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we were looking, it would behoove us maybe to look, say, at the spreading ridge of one of these planets that's elsewhere. Maybe there's another planet out there. Perhaps. We don't know.
No,
and
we don't.
If there is another planet out there and there's tectonic activity, of course, we would have to literally be close enough to it to have already surveyed it quite extensively to even know that. But we would expect there is if we just looked at its atmosphere, even from here, and saw that there was methane, there was water vapor, carbon dioxide. Well, we would know there's methane probably because of volcanoes. And if there's volcanoes, that means that there's probably tectonic activity, right? The lack of volcanoes on Mars is evident by the fact that there's not a whole lot of methane anywhere on Mars, although there was a methane bloom a few years ago. That's unexplainable, considering that there's no volcanoes and volcanic activity on Mars.
That was a pretty big deal back then, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, and it was considered, is this a sign of a biological source on Mars? Because it was in the Martian summer, and it was kind of along the equatorial region, so could it be? Well, one of the things it could have been was something called a clathrate, which is a methane clathrate. We have them here. On the ocean floor, you can find these ices that are methane clathrates, they're called. Now, if you brought them up to the surface, you could light this ice on fire, and it would burn.
I've seen that.
Right, burning ice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you could also...
Well, I mean, eventually it burns out and just kind of,
Yeah, you're just burning out the methane. But the other thing is, there's recordings in history, not recordings as in audio, but it's recorded in history, that there were tsunamis that hit the coasts of places here on the planet, I think in Indonesia, in fact, or Java might have been, where the waves came in, and leading them was a massive wall of fire. Now, people were like, what is that? What could that possibly be? Well, and this is aside from what we were talking about, but what that could be is ignited clathrates. because when the pressure is changed on the ocean floor from an earthquake, say, or a tsunami, then those methane hydrates could actually come out of solution, out of the sands, out of the ices, and the clathrates could actually go out into the atmosphere and get ignited by some, maybe lightning or whatever, and then it would burn. And there were reports of a tsunami that actually burned a whole lot of people. And it was not modern history. This was way back, so it was kind of unprovable, but it's suspected that it was methane that was ignited through some natural process and caused the damage, because it started forest fires as it came inland, which was crazy. And it wasn't a volcanic eruption. It was simply a tsunami. See, our world is crazy. It is. Wacko thing,
I mean, on one hand, envisioning this huge wave of fire, being propelled by a wave, I mean, it's kind of cool. Not if it's, coming at you, obviously, but just trying to picture this. It would have happened in what? A minute or two? It would have taken for it to...
Yeah, I mean, it would have probably burned out relatively quickly, unless it was off the coast where there was a lot of these what are called hydrates sitting on the ocean floor, and the change in pressure could allow them to come out of entrapment down there, and they could have come up and risen up and been mixed into the seawater, and then over time burned, just like fracking causes fires to occur when you turn on the sinks in some of these communities. You turn on your sink and you can light the water on fire. Well, it's just the methane in the water that's burning. So whereas we also have to figure out, how to stop that, of course, we also see that methane can mix into the water and become a big problem. And that's how this happened. These hydrates, they're called hydrate fields where these are located. And, you have to look them up to see that there's some well-known hydrate fields.
I will. I've not heard that term before. Hydrates.
Hydrate, yeah, hydrate.
Along the coastline.
Yeah, it's like look up marine methane hydrate, and you'll find all kinds of information about it, I'm sure.
Okay. Huh.
It'll all be on the U.S. Geological Survey site, I'm sure, as well. And that, you'll get a bunch of information. You'll see a lot of different potential issues that have occurred over the years, and you'll read case studies where they think maybe a hydrate field caused this problem, or
So, in regards to coral, ocean coral, are we in trouble?
Oh, is this in terms of?
In terms, I don't know. I've read some things that people say coral is responsible for more of our air than we realize, and it plays a bigger part in our ecosystem cleaning than we give it credit for. And of course, I read these other articles that say it's fast depleting and it's not coming back, and it's very worrisome. So, is that true?
Well, I mean, it's true. Here on our planet, our planet's had 4 billion years to evolve all kinds of methodologies to survive, and one of them was the accidental creation of our oxygen atmosphere. Our oxygen atmosphere on the Earth, we enjoy it so much, but it's not in balance.
I've never actually considered that being an accident.
Yeah, no, it is, because it's an accidental. It's actually the Earth is not balanced. It's out of balance. In fact, if it was in balance, there wouldn't be oxygen in the atmosphere. It would already be in the rocks and into solutions. It would already be into other compounds. But the fact is, it's being replaced faster than it can be depleted by natural processes on the Earth. So the Earth being out of balance like this is the reason we're here at all. But the oxygen creation, it turned out, was created by 3.4 billion years ago. The cyanobacteria, those little tiny carbon dioxide gobblers, they would actually poop out oxygen as their byproduct, and then that they contributed to the atmosphere that we breathe now. However, the biggest oxygen producer on the planet is actually plankton. And that's the marine ecosystem that is most sensitive and is most subject to changes that we might cause. So
human related.
Plankton's responsible for most of the oxygen we breathe. It's really kind of impressive.
So are they too affected by the plastic microbeads?
I don't know. I don't know.
I heard that it's showing up in like certain kinds of shellfish and whatnot, but I just wondered how far that went.
Well, plankton are very tiny. I mean, the plankton eaters have to sift through thousands of gallons of seawater to just get a snack. So it's like, plankton are really, really tiny. So I'm not sure. They might be smaller than this microbead or whatever. I don't even know what the microbeads are.
Originally, I think they were used for like to create like an abrasion, and some are touted to be like tiny as a human skin pore, but I don't imagine that's good for the environment. So.
Yeah, it used to be used a lot in a lot of shower gels and stuff like that as an exfoliation extra towards the actual cleansing itself, and a lot of countries banned it quite a while ago because they realised that it was going straight through water filtration systems and everything.
Okay.
So it must have been very, very small on the micro scale.
Yes, I've seen it in toothpaste at one point. I think it's banned now, but it was in toothpaste of all things. So
interesting. Well, see, plankton can be, as big as 2 centimeters and as tiny as a few micrometers, So that's plankton can be of various sizes. So I don't know which particular ones are the most responsible for our atmosphere or for our oxygen system that we breathe. But most of these plankton again are these phytoplankton, the ones that are actually the photosynthetic kind, and these are the guys that are really the ones that are like the algae, and they're living near the surface and they do all the work for us, and they get us our they get us a lot of our oxygen. Okay,
so those are those beautiful like bluish green, like when you go down to the beach at night and it's like glowing, it's glowing from the water. You see like this blue light or this green light. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, those are those are biological, those are biolights, bioluminescence.
Yeah.
But
isn't it those that are getting like squeezed by the waves onto the sand that are causing it to light up?
Well, you could actually you could actually run your hand through the water and create this really cool sweep of bioluminescence, and you could look in the props, as I did when I was on a ship looking off the stern on purpose just to see it. When out in the middle of nowhere, I looked at off the stern of the ship when it was in tropical waters, and I literally watched the churning sea turn bluish green, at night. So you could see it looked beautiful. It was really stunning.
What an Avatar moment right from the movie, hey, having this.
Oh, yeah.
Because that must have been a pretty big surface of the water, all glowing.
Oh, it was beautiful. It left a long streaming trail of bioluminescence for about a mile behind us. It was beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was 2 props, so it was really, doing quite well. I mean, I was only there, having a good time. I wasn't there working on the ship at all, so I had a good time just watching it.
Could you photograph that? Like, did it show up in pictures?
I actually do have pictures of it, actually, and I have to look them up to find them, because I did take them, but I didn't have my beautiful Sony A7S II, like Bill's using here for the Skywatch. I have it now, but I didn't have it then. If I did, then I could have just taken a snapshot of this dark sky, dark water scene without any problem.
Wow.
I had to do time exposure, so I got all this swirly stuff. But I do have it. I have it somewhere. And I gotta find those photos.
We have a question.
I thought it was really cool.
J Rich would like to know why we don't see other planets with plankton.
Because we haven't seen other planets with confirmed water yet. I mean, once we can confirm that we actually have water on other planets, then we can go investigate the fauna on that planet, if we can even see it. Now, how would we see it? Planets are so small; they're so far away. If we wanted to see it now, we'd have to use the indirect visualization of it through what it does to the star's spectrum when it passes in front of the star. It'll pollute the star's spectrum of light coming to us.
I'm sorry.
Using a little bit of the of its own, the atmosphere of the planet would pollute that spectrum of the star. That's how we could see what's in the atmosphere of the planet.
Okay, so he wants to know why we don't see the planet with plankton. Well, I guess we would need to find a planet with water, no? Like we.
Yeah, but actually, let's suppose we did find a planet with water, and suppose we thought about seeding it, like he said. The problem is that we have a lot of Star Trek fans on the planet on Earth, and we created the Prime Directive. The Prime Directive is fiction. It's a science fiction concept created by Gene Roddenberry for the Star Trek universe, but we actually follow it. We do.
It's real. Like that's an actual.
We will not try not to contaminate a planet's potential ecosystem. Case in point, the Juno project to Jupiter, studying the poles of Jupiter with very, very beautiful imagery. But Europa is one of the moons of Jupiter. All right. Now it's not right next to Jupiter. It's pretty far out, but there is a chance, even slight, but there's a chance that the Juno probe could crash onto Europa in the future, the far future. If left unattended and forgotten for a few generations, it might actually hit Europa. So looking ahead and seeing this possibility, mission planners for the Juno project actually decided they're going to crash Juno into Jupiter, destroying it in the atmosphere of Jupiter, so as not to risk
Prime Directive
infecting or contaminating Europa. So here we are.
We technically do this. Like it's not just science fiction. We actually,
or
at least some of it.
We laugh at the Prime Directive in Star Trek, and here we are actually implementing it just to say, hey, you know what? That's funny, but you know what? It's really a good idea. So we're not polluting on purpose. It's pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So I guess we're the only. Are we the only two here now talking, or is it?
No. Yeah. Actually, I was looking at space weather, and they said that there was an asteroid today. It was 8 meters, and it was 0.1 lunar distance. Now, that's close. If that were to hit the Earth, what type of damage would that cause, if any? An 8 meter.
Well, you could actually, you don't need me to tell you, you can actually go look up asteroid impact calculator and put in those parameters and assume it's a stony asteroid, not an iron asteroid, because it's probably a conglomeration of a bunch of stuff. And you'll probably get an impact crater that's kind of sort of like, it'll be a lot bigger than the Barringer crater in Arizona. It might be a little bigger than the Manicouagan Reservoir up in Canada. But you have to look it up to see it. It depends how fast it hits. It depends if it goes straight down at the Earth or if it comes in at a glancing angle. There's so many potential elements to it. But if you look it up, you can actually see it. It's pretty cool.
They were saying that today, or actually now that going into the 31st, there was something like 1,700 potentially hazardous asteroids that could hit the Earth.
Yeah, I mean, to have one 8 meters across going only 24,000 miles away from us is kind of scary, right?
Yeah, and tomorrow...
That's one circumference away, one circumference of the Earth, basically.
Yeah, and tomorrow there's one lunar distance, and it's 24 meters.
Yeah.
So
that's close.
That is close.
Well, remember, most of those that size would end up getting burnt up in the atmosphere, and would a few good-sized chunks would actually reach the ground, probably. But they certainly wouldn't be a grand extinction event. It's not miles across.
Imagine all the dash cams.
Oh, can you imagine that in Russia? because of course that's what it is. It'll only happen in Russia. We know that because every single dash cam shows meteors that are in Russia.
Yeah, right.
They use the dash cams because people use vodka so much over there that they can't trust their own recollection. So they use the dash cams just to make sure they remember what they thought they remembered. I'm kidding. I have no idea what I was talking about there.
No, it's just funny to me because the very first time I saw like the sky turn green from an impact like that, I was actually at a fall supper, a Ukrainian fall supper where we ate a lot of pierogies and kubasa, and I had a lot of vodka, a little too much, and it got a little too hot inside. So I stepped outside to go have a cigarette, and while I was standing out on the back of this porch, it's like a solid concrete porch of the hall, all of a sudden the earth shook, the sky turned green, I fell over the railing.
That was the vodka.
I don't know what happened to my cigarette, but I was like just stunned. I didn't know if it was the vodka or what happened. So yeah, that was my first experience, and probably the best one I had too.
Well, you know what? Since we're talking about experiences, I'll tell you the one that I had. That's a pretty good one though, because usually when you hear a sound associated with them, or you feel something, I mean, those are usually associated with a fairly large fall.
Yeah, it caused widespread panic. That was before internet. My friend's father, keep in mind, I think I was like, I don't know, 15 at the time, 16 maybe. My friend's father actually made her hide in the basement because they didn't know why the sky had gone green, right?
Yep.
So that was the end of the fall supper. Everyone got into their vehicles and drove off. And it just happened that the direction that we drove off in to get back to town, we were driving past this field. And I'll never forget this because I was sitting, my boyfriend at the time had a gold Trans Am. We all crammed into the vehicles in a hurry, and I ended up in the back seat on the hump. So anyone that ever been in a Trans Am, you know that's like...
that's not the right seat.
No.
Not for long distance.
I'm looking out the window, and on the passenger side, we come up on this field of dirt, but something has obviously impacted it and skid, and pushed all this big black dirt to the surface. And dirt that fresh, that dark on the prairies has to be just dug up. So, and of course I am kind of drunk at this time and a little bit loud, and I insist that my boyfriend stop the car, and then I insist that they let me out. And, damn it, I'm having my cigarette, and I'm lighting a cigarette, and I walk down into the ditch and into the field, and I'm following the point of impact because I want to go see it. Now, the others in the car are screaming at me to get back, and some are kind of walking out towards me, thinking that they might have to come get me. When already in the field, there was, I counted more than 4 people in suits, full suits with lit face masks. And 2 of them come towards me, and now my boyfriend's standing behind me, and they're motioning through their suits and telling us to step back and to get back to the road. I don't know, I think their blue lit faces and in the masks kind of gave me a little creepy feeling, so I started back towards the car. And when I turned around, the police were already there, and they told me if I didn't get back into my car and go straight home, we'd be arrested. So that was the end of my encounter for that. And the next day I listened to the radio, but the reports were inconsistent. One was saying space junk, and another one was saying meteorite. And then, 4 hours later, they would go back to space junk. So I'm not sure if they know what actually impacted that site or not.
Well, but typically, a space junk would have been coming in at around 17,000 miles an hour from its fastest, and then it would slow down when it enters your Earth's atmosphere, and then it would start to rain down and fall down in the sky, and it wouldn't make a gigantic, crater like a big meteorite would do, pumping through the atmosphere and pounding into the ground. But it could have been you could have been having a vodka assisted memory, of a much larger gully or crater or something that looked like it was associated, but I would actually err on the side of
only
saying
reason we saw it at all was because the sky remained like a fluorescent green for about 2 minutes. So in that 2 minutes, the sky was still lit up enough for us to see the impact. Because in normal conditions, just under moonlight, we would have totally missed that. So it was just luck of the draw.
Yeah, if it was actually a meteor, you probably would have got a fireball on impact, because a meteor hits, at really, it can hit at tremendous speed, something large anyway.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, when the Chicxulub impactor hit, that's the one that killed the dinosaurs at the Cretaceous Paleogene boundary there. That used to be called the KT boundary. That particular asteroid, when that hit, that actually released so much energy when it hit that it actually destroyed a lot of land for thousands of miles around. I mean, it was really damaging and devastating, and it probably shook the whole Earth, and the whole Earth probably rang. I mean, if you were on the other side of the Earth, you would have felt it, like a little earthquake, But smaller meteors can come in and just bounce onto the ground, because by the time they
the Earth
their energy bleeds off, they just fall like a stone out of the sky, and they just bounce. They're not. And some can actually impact and dive in. It depends how fast they're moving.
This from what everyone else told me as well, the Earth only shook for like 10 seconds. It was like a mild tremor, but it was the fluorescent green sky that made everybody panic. That was the I'm out of here.
You were probably feeling the air shock. It was probably an air compression wave.
Yes.
You were feeling as it entered lower atmosphere, as it was getting into the lower atmosphere. You were getting a shock wave, because the thing is gonna, it's gonna have like it might have gone in and out of supersonic speed. Probably you get at least one, maybe more sonic booms, depending on how much it broke apart. And so those would rattle and bounce the ground too. The green is a well-known artifact. That's understandable. That could have been from the chemical content. It could have been from interaction with the ionosphere. All kinds of things, I saw one just like that. I was actually I was in a master's program in computer science. I was tired, and I came out of the university, and it was pouring rain. And I said, I don't want to go out in the rain. So I stood underneath the opening of the stone edifice there, waiting for the rain to at least calm down. And I noticed this thing through the clouds. It was a bright green, flaming thing that went from extreme left to extreme right in about 7 or 8 seconds. So a fairly short amount of time for a typical meteor. But it was moving very high up in the atmosphere, and it was a meteor that missed the Earth, is what I think. And it glowed green. And I saw it through the rain clouds. There were full gray rain clouds overhead, and I saw it through the rain clouds as if they weren't even there. It was so immensely bright. It was amazing. I've never seen anything like that again, ever.
Yeah. Oh, even when I think back to it, I mean, it was spectacular. I've never seen anything like it ever again. And I mean, I've seen some pretty good northern lights up here. We had a little bit of a storm. Was it two years ago when the solar flares really peaked? Oh, it was like, I don't know, just kilometers and kilometers of waves of these lights that were pulsating.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
But
I just had to say something real quick here. Keith, are you the one that said you want to start a side channel called A-Hole Astronomers?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Does this have anything to do with me?
No. This is a channel where I figured everybody can just let loose and actually fight back against all the flat Earth stuff and actually speak your mind, and without any hesitation or thinking about what you're going to say, just totally give it right back to them.
Okay.
With the science and facts and be a total jerk about it.
So you want to call it a-hole flat earthers? You don't want to call it a-hole astronomers?
No. I want to call it a-hole astronomers because we're fighting the flat earthers with facts and being jerks about it.
Oh, I see.
So you want to take the sorry, not sorry approach?
Yeah.
I just want to take the you're an idiot approach. You know?
Yeah, in Canada we call that sorry, not sorry.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I was thinking about it, and I was thinking about like, for as many problems as a lot of the live streamers have, the ongoing problems with it, I think it would actually be pretty popular. Believe it or not, I don't know how long we'd last. YouTube would boot us off, but it might be worth a shot. Which brings up another thing. So. I just typed in the chat, and I'm not sure if Bill's still around.
I'm here.
Oh, you are. I'd like to get Bill for one of the Jupiter streams. But Mark, I'd like to have you on for the 45p Honda Comet stream.
Awesome.
Because I think that's going to be very interesting. I think there's going to be a lot of questions, and I am not very versed in comets and meteors and all that stuff. So it'd be good to have you on for that.
Yeah, I got a lot of comet background, and one of my favorite people in the world.
Oh no. I just paused them. Jade, you gotta call me back. I gotta call you back. Oh man, I just totally ruined that by trying to answer him.
With the Goddard folks, and it was just a very down to earth woman, and she was probably 80 something years old, but she was just amazing, and she worked and did a lot of work on the comet stuff too. So, I actually spent a lot of time looking at comets. I talk about them in my book because I believe comets brought a lot of the building blocks of life here, and we can talk about that. I mean, that's a fantastic opportunity.
Right. Yeah, and I just your knowledge on the subject I think would be very beneficial, not only to the people watching but to myself as well. So I think if we because I think we're looking at the 14th of February is its approach back out towards the outer solar system, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Something like that. I'll nail down the times definitely, and hopefully we might have 2 or 3 nights to actually do it. And I think there's a demon whispering in my ear right now. What is that?
That's not me.
Oh, it's Jade. Jade.
I thought you guys
Hi, Jade.
I thought you asked for an asshole. Here again.
Jade, hello.
I was like, what the heck is that noise? Like somebody, like a demon's whispering at me.
Actually, I answered his call and I put everybody on hold.
Bill, did you get the pictures I sent you?
Nope, nothing came on my phone.
Jesus Christ. All right, well, I have...
And Amanda, I never saw the picture that you said I was supposed to see.
It was in the Skype chat.
Oh, I sent a little video.
Are you on your phone, Mark?
I am, but I have the Skype chat up too, but I don't know what the delay is between that chat and what we're doing, what we're talking.
No, the little side chat in Skype.
Yeah, the Skype chat, not the YouTube chat.
Okay, I have the Skype chat going, and is that the one that says it's more Jello, Heidi, Neil, Poma, etc.?
Mm-hmm.
That's us.
Probably, yeah. The little side thing is glowing.
But
orange.
look how many people think my a-hole astronomers is a good idea. See?
No, I think that's great.
I think it's actually horrible, but it's still worth a try.
If you had a T-shirt that read "A-hole astronomers," I mean, I would totally wear one.
How awesome would it be to hear Bill unfiltered?
Oh God.
Bill, just go ahead and let loose, buddy.
You're gonna have to come over to hear
that. How awesome would
that
be?
Notice I'm silent here.
And Jade, yes, I did get the pictures. I see it on my phone.
Okay. Those two are those two. One of those is yours.
Cool. A sword.
Yes.
Wow. Too bad Peter Robbins and Larry Warren won't be here together for that one. One of them actually might use it on each other the way things are going. Oh my God.
Oh, I wasn't joking earlier when I said I made 2 knives to bring up there for you.
What's the deal with Pine Bush anyway? Is everything still good? Cool?
Everything is still good. What happened was, and I can understand their point, the budget concerns to fly someone in from the UK I mean, there were plenty of people here in the States that they can go to speak there.
Okay.
Now, I spoke with Jeff Gold, who Jeff Gold is the one I was helping get people to speak there. I was helping the Pine Bush organizer. But Jeff Gold is the one who's actually doing the presentation. He's the one who provides the PA, the PowerPoint. You know, he's the one that does all the technical aspects of Pine Bush. So, as far as what you're doing with Keith, that's a totally different issue because that is the town of Crawford.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I wasn't really worried about what we were doing. I was just saying, like, because it seemed, I mean, I know Heidi was having a conniption there for a little while, and because there are a lot of people that I wanted to see when I go up there, and I didn't know if that was playing into it, if there was some people that weren't going to make it because of certain things, and I just didn't know if I'm coming either way.
My understanding is this. The people that are going to be speaking are Mark D'Antonio, Peter Robbins.
I know him.
Peter Robbins, Jennifer Stein.
I know him.
Yeah, Jennifer Stein.
That Mark guy's a jerk.
I know. He's a
Why would you have him?
Kate Thorvaldson is visiting Peter at the time, so she's going to do a presentation. That's the one I think I mentioned that she's from Norway. They call her the magnet lady. Supposedly she's got implants and she can stick magnets all over her body and etc. So she's doing she's doing a presentation, and John Ventry is doing a presentation.
Okay, so and then who's knocked off now that was supposed to be there?
Well, it was Gary Hesseltine, as far as Heidi's concerned, coming in from England.
Oh, it wasn't the Rendlesham guy.
Oh no! See what happened? Well, I can't really get into specifics about this.
Okay,
but
well, then don't say anything.
Yeah, right now there's parties that aren't necessarily getting along. So,
oh boy.
Yeah, so it's one of those things. So the Rendlesham guy is not coming.
Okay.
I think,
really? And any word? I'm not even going to ask you more. I'll ask you privately. Because I don't want you to say stuff out there and not be confirmed anything like that.
I know Peter's doing a totally different type of presentation. He's going over ideas with Jeff Gold. I know Jennifer is doing a presentation on Göbekli Tepe. Mark is Mark. When we'll find out what Mark wants to do when the time comes. Unless he wants.
Well, I got like 4 or 5 talks to give, but I'm thinking I'm gonna probably I might be doing my exoplanet talk. Which is it's tailored for lay people. It's not a put you to sleep kind of a talk, but it's tailored to lay people and talks about it's really tied to my book. It has to do with the plausibility in science that science shows us for why alien life can be here and why we should still look for them and find their planets.
That's awesome.
Hey Bill, how much you give me if I stand up in the middle of Mark's talk and just yell fake?
I'll give you $100. Wait, I'm not supposed to do that, am I?
Mark, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Do you snore?
Yeah, that was a good one. I don't know. I mean, I'd have to record myself to know. I probably do, like anyone does.
Okay, there's good reason for this. That's why I'm asking.
What happened was last year when Peter Robbins stayed over and Jennifer Stein, Larry Warren was here, Jade was here, as well as my friend. What happened was the guests. I asked the guys first because they were sleeping in those rooms. I said, "Would you mind if you give up your rooms to take the couch, so Jennifer and Peter could take the bedrooms?" And of course, they said yes, no problem. So Jade was sleeping on one couch, and my friend Eric, the MUFON guy from Boston, was sleeping on the other. And Jade,
which are connected.
Every time I hear this, I have doubts of going.
So it was so loud, Jade. It was like vibrating on the other couch. It was that loud.
Sleeping next to a weed whacker.
So I thought there was a bear in the room when I woke up.
Bill?
Yes.
I thought I was going to have a hotel.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
Yeah, you're sharing the hotel room with me. That's what I was asking.
No, you
battery
are.
Bill. Battery
I'm
bill.
Joking.
Oh, the battery. No, you are. But I mean, you also have the option if you ever want to stay over when we're partying, because we had the after party here last year, and everybody just crashed.
Well, if it's clear, it'd be fun to do a Skywatch with everybody anyway, so it'll be kind of fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I should mention I will be live streaming a lot from up there, like
awesome.
Just little live streams popping in throughout the day. And I'll probably do it on Actually, I might just make that exclusive to the Facebook page, the P&K Facebook page. That way I don't have to bother with third-party things for streaming live on YouTube, phone, and all that stuff.
Hey, Bill?
Let me go change the battery.
Yeah, I was going to say, change your battery.
Yeah, I'm going.
Change the battery. It's going to be a fun week either way.
I mean the one in him.
Now, do you buy in that we as humans might have been created?
Who are you talking to? Me? Mark?
Anybody.
Well, wait. Obviously, we were created, but what's give it a specific in the source.
Well, I've been looking. I mean, I live here near DC, and I was up there looking at all in DC at the museum, looking at all the Neanderthals and all.
That's a fun day, isn't it?
And there's no way that I came from a monkey, or anybody here came from a monkey. I just can't.
Funny you should say that.
You didn't. You didn't come from a monkey. It's a totally different pathway entirely. So I don't. That's one of the problems that we have, because we kind of have incomplete gaps in our science. And one thing I'll tell you about is Australopithecus or afarensis, which was the Lucy, was the first bipedal hominid that was found. Right? Okay.
They had that up there, and again, no way.
Right. Australopithecus afarensis was there, but then the next one was Homo erectus, which led more logically to Homo sapiens, which is us. Now, you would look at Homo erectus and say, how can that possibly come from afarensis? It couldn't have. And that's more correct, that it really didn't come from it. But we found, finally, the missing link, the thing that's been talked about as the, quote, missing link for many, many years, decades, in fact, has been found. And it is actually a combination of the Australopithecus afarensis and Homo erectus. They kind of like
Saccharitis?
Kind of like more like Homo habilis. It's a bridge. It's the transitional fossil that was missing. So no longer is there a missing link there. Now, the Earth is slow to give up its secrets because we don't know where to look. Now we're looking, obviously in Olduvai Gorge, which is the heart of humanity in Africa. And we're finding things there, and this is what has led us on this crusade. Right now, I talked with Louise Leakey, not personally, but I put in a bid with Louise Leakey to take my drones and just survey the surface of the ground in Africa, which they need thousands of square miles surveyed to look for fossils. Because believe it or not, fossils, ancient human fossils, are just sitting on the ground because they've kind of worked their way to the surface through the rains and through the changes in the erosion and all that. And so they needed to have a survey to find these and find likely fossil beds again. And, she didn't take my proposal, but that's okay. I think it's a great idea. I hope someone's doing it. But this is, we didn't come from monkeys. Monkeys are a wholly different pathway. So, the fact that we see monkeys means that they're a parallel pathway to ours, or a different path. They're here along a different path. They separated way, way, way back, and that separation led to other types of more, in your mind, actually, more believable humans, so to speak.
So you're saying more or less that they're a cousin, not exactly a ancestor.
I understand what you're saying. I disagree. I don't think there is a missing link. I am of the belief right now that I truly believe we were created somehow. That there is nothing, because there's nothing there. You look at the bone density, the jaws, the vocal cords, the rib cage, the hips.
Do you mean created as in created, or like by a creator?
A creator somehow.
Okay.
Okay.
That's where I was going, because I'm not following Darwin at all. Maybe on a micro level, okay, quantum level perhaps,
Could both things be possible if we redefine our definition of a creator, though?
Well, I'm of the mind that if we eventually find what we would call a god, a creator in the universe, the being that we find will be the greatest scientists ever, because the universe speaks the language of science and uses math as its syntax. So
this I understand.
What?
I said this I understand.
Okay, and so I'm not against the thought at all, and I'm very sensitive to the thought because we know so little. But I do know that the Earth itself, for instance, it's not 5,000 years old. We certainly have abilities that are incontrovertible for detecting the ages of rocks and seeing, for instance, that, like I talked about, the geomagnetic pole reversal. Well, that
happened several times.
Years.
Yeah. Okay, no, I agree.
Years.
I agree with you on that. I don't buy the whole Grand Canyon as evidence one bit.
Well, no, people. I actually had not an argument, but a spirited discussion with a guy who said the Grand Canyon was carved by the floods that are related to Noah's Ark in that time. And I said, okay, let's take that as a truism. What about the different layers in the Grand Canyon, and the layers especially of the soils that were around when the asteroid hit that left iridium all over the planet? And there's a layer of this irradiated soil all over the planet that occurred from the fallout from this big impact 65 million years ago. How do we correlate that? How do we bring that to the present day and say, okay, if you believe that there's a creator, you have to correlate that with the fact that the Earth is showing us things at a different time scale. At the very least, if there is a creator, you have to say that the good book got the dates all wrong, or the good book was written in simpleton language to actually help people at a time when they didn't understand what a million years might have been. Maybe 7 days was 7 billion years. Who knows? That kind of thing. So it's hard. You know what I mean? I at one point, I actually took a class in Christian doctrine when I was in college, and for my final thesis in that class, my paper was called God and the Astronomers, and I actually brought up all of the correlations between modern astronomy and what was written in the Bible, of any kind, any Bible, and talked about Genesis mostly. And I took those and said, if we can just monkey with the time frames a little bit, then the people who want to believe in a creator can have their cake and eat it too, because they can believe that we just got the time frames wrong. All right? But you can't sit there and say, for instance, but I don't believe in dinosaurs, or I don't believe dinosaurs ever existed. In my paper, dinosaurs certainly could have existed. They existed, and they didn't exist with people at the time. They existed. Well,
don't tell that guy in Kansas that. He has a whole creation museum where we walked with dinosaurs.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, he does. I know what you're talking about, yeah.
And I don't look at him and call him, I don't say about him that he's like unintelligent or uninformed or anything.
Well,
I
do.
say that he...
In the center of the Earth, I mean, they use dinosaurs for transportation, don't they?
Well, I think that what's important there is that guy, his approach is interesting. He has a set of beliefs, and you know what? I'm willing to let anyone believe anything they want to, just as long as it has some plausibility. The flat earthers, I'm not willing to let them believe that, because I think they're out of their minds, just as an example. Okay.
Jeez, I got sent a video 2 days ago.
Well, do you follow my point, though?
No, I agree. I don't know where we went to how we got to the Grand Canyon, but...
Well,
yeah.
You did. You said, I don't know if I...
Well, no, but I don't know why I had to say that. I don't know where you had to say where the Bible kicked in. I wasn't mentioning. I just said, yeah, I believe in a creator. I believe in God.
That's because you said creator as opposed to created. Remember, we went down there.
Yeah, well, that was me. Sorry.
I think, sorry.
Yeah. I was just wondering what you thought on that. listening.
Well, I think that too about the having the timeline off. And I think if we can figure out what a day meant and like people were living like hundreds of years, how long was that actually?
Well,
and then if we talk about when the apocalypse is going to hit, then we'll know.
Well, there is a theory that we're missing. There is a theory that we're missing 300 years. Recently. Like back in the 1500s or 1600s, because we had to change the calendars around.
Oh, yeah. That's correct.
Oh, you mean like 300 years of like lost history, but not like missing 300 years?
It wasn't lost.
It's not lost.
It was actually recategorized, and it ended up being subsumed by some other time frame, some other calendar, some other method of marking time, and it ended up appearing to be missing time.
Right.
Yeah, I remember that. And I actually see in astronomy, we actually had to study the calendars of different cultures. I have to tell you, that was the most awful part of astronomy. I can't tell you, I couldn't wait for that whole set of classes to be done. Okay, I was done with calendars after a week, I'm telling you. And then I had to listen to it for another year. I was like, no, please, not that. But,
especially when you go to Chinese, to the Mayan.
Yes.
Oh, that would rip your brain apart.
But it was important to understand the differences between the Chinese calendar and the Mayan calendar because, for instance, in 1054 AD, when the Crab Nebula appeared, that is the supernova that created the Crab Nebula, okay, when that first appeared, that was marked off on all these different calendars, you see. And that, understanding that helped understand at the time how it was observed by the different people on the planet, and that's the only way we know about it. That's the only way we know what happened at the time was through those observations. Knowing the calendars allowed us to go back and find the exact information because we could translate and understand them.
Wasn't most of that from the Crab Nebula? Did you get the information? A lot of that was didn't India document that a lot? Didn't they?
Well, a lot of the different cultures had documented that there was this bright star for a period of months in the sky, additional star. Now, was it confused? Could it have been what they call the Star of Bethlehem? Or was the Star of Bethlehem really Venus, as some people also say? Hard to tell. It depends on how much you can trust the seasons. They're telling you it was.
Okay. How about that?
Well, I'm just telling you what I'm, if I don't know, I'll tell you. I certainly, I just remember that, that was actually pretty interesting.
I thought someone did that with like the Catholic Bible. They took like every number that was mentioned, whether it was a year or an age or a group of people or whatever, and they added like all the numbers up, and they thought they were going to find like the date, and then they but I mean, again, what calendar do you start from? Like, when you get the number, if you say, okay, start at day 1 and then calculate however many billions a year, billions of days that is, you'd get an actual date, right? Like March the 3rd or something, right? So
you're supposed to, right? I mean, numerology stuff has never interested in me because I found that you could make numbers say whatever you wanted them to say.
Yeah, you're getting into like what the Masons and stuff.
Yeah, and I usually found that on some tests I would take, I could make the numbers say whatever I wanted them to say, and it was always wrong.
See, I like numerology. I like stuff like that, but it must be so much fun to have that kind of a grasp of math that how to make it say whatever you want. I would just, I don't know, the fun I would have.
The only problem is I had classes where my professors certainly didn't agree with me. And they would say, you're wrong. And I'd say, no, it's right. See the way I figured it out? I mean, it's, showing your work does give you a couple more points, but you still got the wrong answer. How do you know it's the wrong answer?
Because we said so.
The problem is
2 and 2 is 4. You can't make it any other way. Sorry.
The problem is you didn't have a big enough bat.
That's the thing. You think that they would be happy that you found a different answer a different way and prove it, because they would want minds like that, not just these are the facts that you have to memorize and apply. Look outside the box for...
Not when you're dealing with numbers.
Yeah, it's hard because honestly, I would.
But what
look
if
at a
the numbers
problem.
were wrong?
Well, see, the thing is, I would look at a problem, and I could reason out the answer without ever going through the math. Not in everything, but in some cases, I kind of had that thing where I would look at a situation and I could just kind of feel what was going to be the right answer, and then when I would do out the numbers, I would see if my numbers matched my gut feeling, and if it didn't match, then I wouldn't think the numbers right. And then I'd go back and recalculate it, and maybe the number would change a little bit. And I would constantly say, look, if I'm supposed to know what I'm doing, how come I'm always getting a different number? What's happening?
That's a question I asked myself frequently when I was a cashier at Ardennes, and I had to close out at like 11:45 at the end of the night. And you do your numbers one way, and you're over $25. You do your numbers the other way, under $25. It's like, it's that moment of exhaustion, and then the kind of math you're talking about, that sounds like the utmost exhaustion.
Either way, you took home $25.
Right, you wanted to make cash out over.
I wish. Come on. It was it wasn't a career choice. It was this pays my rent for now.
Gotta pay rent.
Very good.
I was just like,
yeah, you gotta pay the rent, God.
Yes.
The mortgage, God.
I have to ask one question offhand here. Sorry about the side jaunt here. Bill, why are you going to a cardiologist?
I had a heart attack. I had a heart attack in 2003, so I have 3 stents, and every year I go through this routine where they got to do all the echo tests on my neck, my heart. I got to do the stress test. I got to do the blood pressure cuff thing where it's like you're the Michelin Man, where they put blood pressure cuffs all over your body.
Oh yeah, around your neck, and they squeeze and squeeze and squeeze, and when you're
So it's that time of the
sounds
year
like
again
fun.
for me, where I got to do all my tests. So yeah, it begins.
Okay, well, you mentioned that here in the chat, so I wanted to ask.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that in the morning or?
Yeah, I got to go at 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
But it's.
As you know,
for another,
I'm familiar with cardiac issues. That's why I, asked you.
Yeah, we'll stay on for another 45 minutes. If everybody wants to.
Oh, for sure.
Yes,
Heck
please.
yeah. Does anybody want to know all the astronomy events going on this year to set your calendar for?
Go ahead.
Oh, let's see. What do we got? We got, of course, we got the 45P Honda.
Right.
Best time for that's probably going to be around, I think it's the 10th or the 11th of February. At dawn.
Keith, explain what some of these are, if you don't mind, please.
That is a Comet.
Okay.
10th and 11th.
Not the drain cleaner.
A Friday and a Saturday for that one.
Yeah, and that's and I think the best is going to be around dawn, if I remember correctly.
Oh my God, Keith!
It would be a good idea to say not just P45, because the UK people might get very confused, because that's the thing you get when you get fired.
I just came up with
You're getting P45 at dawn. What?
What about P at dawn?
Okay, hey guys, listen to this real quick. I just came up with a way, and I'm giving this idea out to you guys, everybody listening. Whoever can come up with a book to suggest what drink would go with what comet on that night.
A recipe book for like mixed drinks?
Yeah.
According to Cosmic Events?
Yeah. It will sell.
Well, it's not a whole lot of cosmic events of like comets anyway. I mean, you'd have to like.
I mean, the Irish, it's easy. The sun comes up. Drink.
No. You could do this. You could do this. You could have like sourpuss. That sourpuss green liqueur, and if you throw a nickel into it, there you go. You got a comet.
And if you throw up, then that's the tail of the comet.
And when you throw up, if you don't throw up the nickel, you're in trouble because you didn't get your nickel back.
All right, Keith. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No, he's not. That was just fun.
And to our friends in the southern hemisphere, I don't know if there's any in the chat or not, but there's definitely an annular eclipse going on February 26th, which is awesome. I hope to see a lot of pictures from. Mark, do you want to explain what an annular eclipse is? I know you do.
Yeah, the moon, and think about this phenomenon. The moon almost exactly covers the sun's disk at some points when it goes through eclipse. And this is because of the odd coincidence, and this is all it is, that the sun is about 400 times farther away than the moon is. And that ratio is such that the moon's size is almost exactly the size of the sun's in most eclipses. However, sometimes the moon is just a little bit altered in its orbit such that it's just far enough away so that we can see a ring of sun. Even when the moon is sitting smack dab in the center of it, we see a ring of sun, like an annulus or a ring, around the moon. And that's called an annular eclipse, and it's beautiful.
And the ring of fire.
Yeah, it's not as exciting as a total eclipse, because in a total eclipse you get phenomena called Bailey's beads, which are glints of sunlight coming through the high and low areas on the moon, the raised lower mountains. You get some interesting, the diamond ring effect. You get all kinds of effects with a total solar eclipse where the moon covers the sun almost. But the annular eclipse is exciting in its own regard because it's this ring of sunlight that's really awesome looking.
Really cool looking.
And the drink for that would be a tequila sunrise.
And that, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is southwestern Africa and South America, I do believe, and anything in the South Pacific, South Atlantic.
So we won't even see it?
And not unless you're in the southern hemisphere, you won't.
Yeah.
And then, of course, at the end of March, which is a pretty cool lineup, you got the moon and Mars and Mercury all lining up in a nice little triangle. And that's going to happen sometime around the 29th of March, I do believe, in the western sky. And then,
we had Venus, the moon, and Mars, just recently, too.
Yeah. And then
would you be able to see all three with your telescope if you zoomed out?
You'll be able to see all three with the naked eye.
Yeah, telescope, no, but naked eye, yes.
Yes.
But with a telescope, you'd be too close to one to see.
If you had a wide enough field, I mean, you'd have to really, really be pulled back with like a small scope.
Wide angle binoculars are more like what would be efficient for those, but seeing it with your eye is the best.
And then what I'm waiting for, April 10th, you have Jupiter and the moon coming up together and staying in the sky, paired up all the way through the night. And they're going to be really close to one another pretty much that entire week. But they're really going to pair up on that night. They'll stay together from the time it rises all the way to the time it sets. And then, of course... What's that?
There's not going to be any occultations that night, right?
I do not believe, no.
Okay.
And then...
That's where the Jupiter gets hidden partially by the moon, or one of its moons gets partially hidden by the moon.
Right, but it will during that time, it will be when Jupiter is the biggest and brightest of the year. All right, and then, of course, you got the solar eclipse on August 21st. Everybody pretty much knows about that one, crossing the United States. Was it come ashore somewhere in Oregon? Track southeast all the way down to South Carolina is the main viewing point for that. And then, let's see, your good one, let's see, November 13th. Then Venus joins Jupiter side by side. That's going to be pretty awesome.
That will be.
Literally side by side.
Yep.
Wait, can you is Jupiter the brightest followed by Venus?
No,
Venus is the brightest.
Venus is the brightest, followed by...
Jupiter.
Okay. Oh, okay, reverse them. Okay.
Followed by Sirius.
And then Bill's turn to take over on December 13th, of course, with the Geminids meteors. And it's supposed to be exceptional this year. So there you go. Those are the main events happening this year.
We had the Leonids, too, in there.
Yep.
Is that in 2017?
Every year the Leonids come back.
Yep.
But that comet every year. Was that November?
Well, that wasn't. But Leonids isn't one of the peak years for it, is it? I think this year was the peak year for the Leonids.
Yeah, and I actually recorded quite a few when I was outside. It was actually quite
right. And I know the Geminids this year they're talking 120 to 220 an hour.
Wow.
At peak times.
Wow.
So Yeah, and that's around December 13th.
And the proceeds
If you
will
were
be no good
ever
because
to
of the
compile
Super
all
Bowl.
this into one calendar, and even if you called it Astronomers or Assholes, I would buy it. Because I'm making notes and they're getting all messed up.
Well, I'm just pulling them from a bunch of sources, all over the net. I should actually just compile them in one.
Have you ever found a calendar that actually contains that?
I am sure
NASA
there's one
has some
somewhere.
like that. NASA.org.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of
I'm pretty
online
sure that's
calendars.
where I found it, and it's like, I mean, anything like things that we won't even be able to see.
I mean, the Astronomical Almanac will have everything in it, and so will a good calendar from Sky and Telescope or astronomy magazines. I mean, they'll have these, when you have a year calendar, you could actually take it out and put it up on your wall and have every event, up there.
Yeah, I would love something like that. I've never found anything yet, though.
And I bet, like any other calendar, you'll go to your birthday first. See what's going on that night.
Yes, of course.
I'd just like to have one of those things that can sit in the middle of my room and turn out the lights, and it shows all the stars.
I think that Sky Map app I got on my phone is the coolest thing in the world. I can't believe these things are just given away for free. This is mental. I mean, I don't know. I love it. I don't know what the thing. There's something
Nobody
I don't
show
know
her
what the button is,
stellarium.
though. There's one button I don't know. I think it's M, and there's numbers after them, like M1, M2, M3.
Those are the Messier objects. There's 103 of them or so, and those are the objects that Charles Messier looked for and cataloged as things that are not comets, because he was a comet hunter. And so he cataloged them as not comets, and don't confuse yourselves with these stupid things. These aren't comets, but they turned out to be the most interesting things that are in the sky. And then there's a catalog called the NGC, or New General Catalog. Then the Abel catalog, the IC catalog, the Index catalog. It just goes on and on and on. There's a bunch of catalogs of objects in the sky.
So you're saying there's a bunch of stuff up in the air?
Sure.
There's a whole bunch of stuff up there.
Check out M32 if you get a chance.
Hold on a second, but okay, what are these non-comets? Are they all the same thing, or are they all separate different things?
No,
they're just not comets.
No, if you look up Messier catalog, which is Messier, Messier catalog, and actually go to the Wikipedia entry. That's actually be the most helpful, and it'll tell you about Charles Messier's search, and it will also show the different objects which you can look at, which are also in your app you're talking about on the phone. And they're galaxies, they're planetary nebulae, which are stars that have died and sloughed off their outer layers as they die, returning elements to the interstellar medium in part. There's supernova remnants, which are stars that blew up, returning even more elements to the interstellar medium, which is what fills our periodic table.
Galaxies.
So, it's got all that on there and more. There's open clusters of stars, which are tight groupings of stars, probably that all form together and are migrating slowly apart. There's globular clusters of stars, which are like tiny exploding snowballs of stars, which are really stunning. You have diffuse nebulae like the California Nebula. You have Orion Nebula, which is M42, which is a emission nebula, which is a bright glowing thing you can see with your naked eye. It's one of the very few nebulae you can see with your naked eye, and it's actually a star-forming region that I called in one of the other shows a stellar nursery. So there's a lot going on there, and you could end up diving in and studying the chemistry, learning about doubly ionized hydrogen, and these H2 regions, and it goes on and on and on. So you can have a lot of fun with these different catalogs, but living in the Messier catalog alone will give you weeks, months of enjoyment just going through all the stuff that created the objects in that catalog.
Yeah, see, I had a feeling it was going to happen when I Googled his last name. Being in Canada, it brought up a whole bunch of Mark Messier. And a whole bunch of hockey stuff came up, so I had to put in catalog to find the astronomy, sorry.
Yeah, if you want astrology, I'll paint your palm red. Right? If you want your palm red, I'll get the paint, that kind of thing. I actually live next to a Mark Messier.
I don't mean to.
Huh?
I know the difference, but I sometimes slip up when I'm talking about them. I do know the difference, and is that insulting to be confused for astrologer instead? Accent.
I was making light of it, not to be insulted at all.
Totally insulted.
Well, I was going to read your phone.
Those a-hole astronomers.
Well, since we're going to go into divination and foresight, anyone want to call anything for Year of the Rooster? Any predictions, scientific, technology, anything?
Well, let's all speak up at once.
We're all still living, you mean?
I know, but if I tell you, it'll ruin it.
Aww.
I know what I can say. I can tell you this. Nibiru will not come.
Thank you.
Okay.
Are you serious? That channel just told me it would.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Sucks.
I baked a pie.
Those earthquakes you're experiencing are not from a rogue planet coming into our solar system. All the other planets would have warned us a long time ago. Okay? Because we have a network. We talk.
Those little things in the stereo images of NASA are supposed to be there. They are planets and stars. Not wayward Nibirus.
That's it. Hey, you mentioned before. Let me say one quick thing. I'm sorry, Amanda. You mentioned before about you wanted one of those things in your room. Was that
me.
David said that?
No, that was me.
Jade.
Oh, okay.
Jade.
Okay. Well, that showed the stars. I wanted one too, and I wanted one so badly that what I did was I actually got glow-in-the-dark paint, brushes, and being an astronomer, I took out my sky charts, and I spent 48 continuous hours, not in this house, not in my current age, okay? When I was younger, I spent 48 continuous hours in my bedroom painting stars on the ceiling. I didn't eat, I didn't sleep, I just went from one end of that room to the other, and I put little dots on the ceiling, and I had put black paper over all the windows so that I could at least see what I was doing. I was doing it in the dark. And when I opened all the windows, the ceiling looked white. It looked just perfectly normal. All right. But when it charged up and then I turned off the lights, the roof was lifted off. And I was under beautiful Milky Way. And I was in the bedroom of my old home in my mother's house where I used to live, years past. And she came up and it was a cape. So it was a dormered cape. So the roof would slope off at one end and go down so that when you're standing, you could look to one side of the room and see part of the ceiling coming down to meet the lower floor wall coming up to meet it. And I painted trees on there, but by putting an absence of stars so that it looked like you were seeing the stars through the trees at that point.
Wow.
And it felt like the roof was taken off. And when I showed people this room for the first time, they literally got dizzy, and I had to hold them from falling down because their eyes would play tricks on them and make them feel like they were suddenly seeing farther away, which tricks the brain in the range-finding department. And suddenly, every step you take now is off because of this.
The depth perception wouldn't be that.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's all screwed up.
Yeah, I've
That's
done
cool.
that.
I get that every time I look up.
Not to the
I get
extent
dizzy.
where I made up my own star chart and did that a long time ago.
Well,
Also
yeah,
had-
and I just wanted it to look right. So I put little larger ones for the brighter stars, and I'd lay there at night looking up, and I'd fall asleep under the beautiful stars, no matter whether it was raining or snowing or whatever. And it was just, of course, it was the same set of stars every night. I get quite used to Orion and the winter constellations.
I tell you what I miss. Whenever I was over in Iraq or Saudi Arabia, just the night was, you can actually see the colors in the sky.
Yeah.
And it's hard for people to understand that. That's never been out in an area like that. You can look up and see blues, reds. And you can almost read a book underneath the starlight. It was incredible.
By the way, they do sell those little planetarium laser things now that you put in your room, and they cast all the stars where they're supposed to be. They're kind of like, the good ones are kind of expensive. You're probably looking at about $150, but they do exist.
Yeah, I know. One day,
I figured you would have made one yourself, Mark.
Why? When I could
paint it on. Yeah, but you could have painted it on some kind of rotating light, so you would have a different sky every night.
Yeah,
or he could have had a rotating bed.
Okay, I'm staying mum on that one for now. But
that vibrated.
Oh
I'm
boy.
going to be further mum on that one. But I will say that I experimented with various planetaria, and I used to go around New England teaching classes on planetariums by bringing an inflatable planetarium where we'd all crawl in, and I would put stars up on the dome of this inflatable planetarium and then teach classes on it. I did that all over New England when I was getting some start with my work life. And then
That's a neat idea.
Yeah, and then I started playing up at the studio with Doug. I was playing with, that was the low end, the inflatable planetarium.
Okay, wait. You made them both though, right? Like you obviously it's 48 hours of painting stars. You memorized them.
Well, no, I had star charts. I gridded it out and I did star charts. So I didn't memorize it. I actually used the star charts to get it right.
Wait, you actually went up there with a little paintbrush and a protractor and.
Yeah, I was freaking Michelangelo, or
Wow.
That's exactly what I'm picturing. I was up there doing, and and I gotta tell you, coming down in the dark was no fun. Let me tell you, okay. But I never fell. It was only 10 feet, but I didn't fall. And still would have been enough to, raise suspicion down below about what's going on up there. We haven't seen him for 2 days. But the other thing. That inflatable planetarium was a purchase thing, and I just kind of, I was the automatic pick to go use that because I was good with people and I was good with, explaining these things to younger kids. And I used that thing everywhere from kindergarten to university classes,
Did you fill it full of helium at least one time?
No, I didn't do that, but I was trying to because it was really fun to say, and this is Orion's belt. Do you see that, Johnny? Yes, I do. Thank you. Okay, well, very good.
And then, of course, we'd all pass out because we don't have oxygen. And then I'd get sued by 27 sets of parents for their children who all died from anoxia. So that's why I didn't use helium.
Well, that's such a like a great idea. It's portable, and kids love that anyways.
Yeah,
but you said it was
heavy as heck.
Oh.
Well, yeah, I had to fit it into a duffel bag and then cart it around, and it was no lightweight either, and it was no, I had to sling it up over my shoulder to get it in the building and set it up, take it down, and then it had electronics to go with it for these, especially the sky map things in the center. But then years later, up at the studio with Doug Trumbull, we actually had been given by Evans and Sutherland a very high-end professional planetarium system called the Digistar system, and it was actually a digital planetarium that's used in very high-end planetariums around the world, but it's all digital. And you can actually, because each star has an X, Y, and Z coordinate, you could actually go, say, to Sirius, the dog star, and see how Orion looks from it, and then visit Orion's belt.
Oh, you could change perspectives.
You could go, yes, because it took the universe and turned it into a gigantic 3D space that you could be in.
Wow.
And we had the planets and everything, and Doug would have me come up, and he'd have people come up, these important folks, to show them the Digistar systems, because our goal is to actually create planetarium shows that Doug and I write and narrate and do. So we wanted to do this for an ongoing TV show or whatever. It's in its infancy, but one of the things that we thought was it'd be really cool to be able to do some just straight, go out into the universe, take me to Saturn, show me Saturn's rings, and by the way, can we see Enceladus? And can we zip around these moons? So I got really good at taking a joystick and just winging my butt right out into space, into Saturn, zipping around it. And I would take these people on a journey around the planets that was just crazy, because I would change the perspective, I'd rotate the view, and they would say, whoa, which end is up? And they'd say, hey, it doesn't matter, it's space. you know. But then we would go to Jupiter and we'd explore the red spot. We'd go everywhere, you know, and we would then say, now let's go all the way out to Orion, you know, and then, you know, look back and say, can you find the Earth? How about the sun? You know, see, we're nothing to speak of. We're not a really big, bright star out there.
Now that brings up an interesting question. Is there a made-up north and south in space?
No, well, yes, it's made up because we make it up.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, we make it up because we had to create conventions to help our understanding. So we created a North Galactic Pole. We created a South Galactic Pole. Now, we base that on the fact that galaxies are somewhat planar, that is, disc-shaped, you know. And so we picked the North and the South. Could it be the other way around? Well, sure. Could it be no way around? Sure. It doesn't have to be North or South. But we just did this anyway and said this because of the fact that it helps us in our journey of education to learn about the universe. So we have a convention that we stick to. So the same way with light. You know, light is a photon and light is a wave. But that's two different things, right? It's a particle nature and a wave nature. So, you know, but that fits depending on what physics you're looking at. That fits. You know, and so because light can be both, is that an adequate explanation of light? Is that all there is? I don't know. I mean, we don't know because we're not there yet. You see what I mean?
Right. Okay, my next question would be is I remember watching a video, and they made it sound interesting, but I don't know what to put into it. Can we tell that what the big argument was, does the Earth revolve around the sun or does the sun revolve around the Earth? And they're saying that there's no way to tell. Is this true?
No, that's not true. Well, the reason we know...
How would you tell?
Very simply. You look at the fact that when you look at Venus and you look at Mercury, you see that they have phases, just like the moon. Now, that's indicative of a planet closer to the sun than we are. That means that they are going around the sun, so therefore we are too, as is the moon going around us, and then together we all go around the sun. So that's how we tell that we're going around the sun.
Now, can we create this in a lab?
Can we create this in a lab? Well, all we have to do is look at Mother Nature to give us that answer. We just have to look at atomic structure. We've actually been able to photograph atoms and see them using special techniques to actually see them, and we can see that based on that we actually see, for instance, we can see a nucleus with a proton, all right, and we see there's the something around it, that's the electron, that's a hydrogen atom, okay, so that kind of thing. So we actually can see that with our very fancy special microscopes. And that said, I think that pretty much spells it out. And we also, through the study of gravity and understanding that the sun has the biggest gravity and looking at other systems that have gravity like them, like Jupiter is the biggest gravitational object, and it has 30 plus moons going around it. Therefore, the sun at the center of our solar system.
Okay. No, I agree with you. I just didn't know how to. It's one of those asshole astrology videos.
No, it's all right.
And I'm just like, I don't know how to argue against that. Like, I know he's wrong, but I don't know how to argue against it. Just like, okay.
Well, you can argue against it just by making clear that you ask them. Well, when you look at Venus and you look at Mercury, we can see that they have phases. That means that they're closer to the object they're going around. All right. And we see that the phases change. Those phases change. Those phases change because of the nature of the fact that these things are going around the central sun. If they're going around us, it wouldn't look that way. Those wouldn't look that way at all. So it comes down to people doing proper cartography of the sky.
Okay.
And knowing that's that, but I'm afraid you'll just have to let them live at that for now,
Well, I'm trying to figure out how they're trying to start this belief on this. I'm just like, this makes no. Why are you trying to start the Earth doesn't revolve. It revolves around us. None of it makes sense.
Yeah, be careful. That's one step removed from the flat earther guys. So
exactly, I agree.
Wait, I have a question on that.
It was an old theory, remember, and
right.
Until they noticed phases of Venus and Mercury, they actually thought that the Earth was the center, and then they saw that those phases, the way they were changing, it could only mean that they were going around the sun, and that, of course, upset the apple cart, as you know.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry, Amanda. Go ahead.
Okay, you know how you were saying, like, the moons go around the planets and the planets go around the sun? Would there be any way to tell if all of us, including the sun, is orbiting something else?
Yes.
Can you elaborate, please?
Orbiting
the galaxy.
Yeah. Everything is in motion in the universe. Nothing is sitting still. So one of the things that we do as astronomers is we study the motions of the stars. Now, the sun has a peculiar, strange motion. It seems to wobble around in all different directions. Now, the reason it's doing that is because of the combined gravity of all the planets orbiting it. That makes the sun travel a really funny path. But that's only relative to the solar system. As a whole, by studying the stars in the galaxy and elsewhere, we know the motion of our sun through space, and we know that our sun is actually circulating around the galaxy in an orbit, and that orbital motion will take millions of years to complete each cycle, but that orbital speed is determined through that study. Now, we know that because we study the motions of the other stars, and that's called proper motion. When you look at a star in the sky, the last thing it's doing is sitting still. It's just looking like it's sitting still, but it's moving, tens or hundreds of thousands of kilometers a second in space. But it's so far away, so big, that you don't see the tremendous motion being conveyed in any way. The only thing you see moving that you can recognize are the planets and the moon, mostly. And of course the Earth. If you point a telescope, a simple straight-up telescope looking at the moon, it'll drift out of view in just a couple of minutes. That's because both the Earth is rotating out from under it, and the moon is moving in orbit around the Earth. So you're getting hit with a double whammy there. It's usually, though, the Earth rotating that's causing most of that motion. So there is, through the study of the proper motions, that is the speeds of the other stars, we could figure out kind of what stars in our galaxy we're associated with. And I think you might remember what I said. There was a group of stars, and it was one of my little trivia questions. It said, what group of stars in the sky is it thought that we might be associated with? Do you remember?
I remember.
You do?
I do. Does anyone else remember?
Sorry,
I might pick the wrong one though.
Well,
that should be a clue.
Let me say it this way. There's a lot of bright stars in the sky, and there's constellations in the sky. It's thought maybe that our sun was part of one particular constellation when it was born, and they had migrated apart over time to where they are to this day. Go ahead, give your guess. I'll tell you if you're right. I mean, what constellation are we associated with? It's a loose. It's not set in stone. It's just a guess. But go ahead.
Oh, I hope I don't say the wrong one. Is it Ursa Minor?
You said the wrong one.
Major.
But you're close. It is the Big Dipper, the Ursa Major, yes, the Great Bear. And those stars, they're all pretty bright. And so it's thought that, based on their proper motions and ours, that maybe they were moving along the same direction as us. Maybe we came from a mutual location, a central stellar nursery at one point, now dispersed. Just because a star is bright doesn't mean it's a next door neighbor. It can just be a very, very luminous star, right? But I mean, it's really, really cool, this stuff. And I mean, I got a million of these little trivia things which would make you nuts to go through them. But
so in a million years, would it ever go back to the Big Dipper, or would that have shifted too?
Well, everything
or does
is
that
shifting.
even make sense? Probably not.
No, it makes sense. Everything is shifting, you know. So it's just it's just the way that the motions of the stars go through space. Remember, gravity is a fickle thing. You know, if you have a bunch of stars forming near each other, they're already moving through space. That's why they don't all just come together and squish together and cram and form a big superstar. Okay, they're already moving through space. That's how they're formed. They're formed with motions underway already. So gas clouds, the stars are being made, and are already coming together and swirling and spinning and moving through space and around the galaxy. So they already have motion of their own. So that's how they can make any distinct stars at all. So as these things come together, they also gravitationally interact. And so you can imagine that some pass close to each other and whip by each other and eject each other from the local group of stars in which they form. And that's kind of what happens to star clusters. They kind of migrate apart through this mutual gravitational interaction where they end up whipping out of each other's influence. And that's something that, explains why stars do what they do. But because of the massive gravitational attractors, like in our galaxy's center, which is thought to be a supermassive black hole, this forms glue, basically. It's a glue, which holds the stars in orbit around it and allows this orbiting plane of stars to continue. Now, I say plane, but galaxies are at the thinnest, it's like 10 light years, thick, and it's tens of thousands of light years thick, in the middle. So it's really a big, massive collection of stars. And I wouldn't hazard a guess as to how that many stars could be contained gravitationally by a large black hole in the center, but they are.
Now,
so anyway, that's kind of how we notice that there's motion. We can discern it from the motions of the other stars.
Now, isn't our galaxy set on a course to run into another galaxy eventually?
Well, as a whole, when you look at the Earth, okay, our gravity of the Earth is you calculate it based on the center of our planet. Well, galaxy, its mass and its gravity are calculated by looking at the center of our galaxy. And the center of our galaxy and the center of the Andromeda galaxy are closing on each other. And there is a point in time where our galaxy may, quote-unquote, collide. But a galaxy collision sounds like a really spectacular cataclysmic operation. But in fact, you wouldn't even notice it. They would pass through each other and just distort their spiral arms, and it would take hundreds of millions of years for that to happen, and you wouldn't even notice it. In fact, there's galaxies in collision right now. One set of galaxies, look this up, it's called antenna, like antenna on your head, right? Look up the antenna galaxies and just look at the shape. That shape is the result of a collision that already took place between two galaxies. And look at what they formed. It's not going to kill any life. It's just another interaction. It just brings more interstellar medium, to that local area of space. It's pretty cool.
Really, I would think it would set planets loose and gravity pull, and
most likely
there has to be collisions there somewhere.
I would be willing to bet that in a galaxy collision that no stars actually collide ever. And it's almost like it's hard to believe when you look at a galaxy from far off and you just see all these stars. But think about this: in the galaxy now, no stars really ever collide, and they're really tight together. Stars are really very, very tightly bound together, very close together in the center of our galaxy, and they never collide. So there's really a lot of space for all that tight area. You know what I mean? It's really. But anyway, that's kind of my thoughts on that.
Okay.
Okay, before we go, there's two questions coming in from chat. The first one's from Radical Mark, and he wants to know, do you think the galaxies stay apart because of magnetic forces?
Well, they're not staying apart. They're actually kind of getting closer to them. Closer, they're approaching each other. And I see what he's saying now. Then he's asking about the Alcyone system.
Yes.
Alcyone is one of the stars in the Pleiades, which is no longer in the view right now. And in fact, my view is stalled. It's like constantly refreshing. But the Pleiades went out a while ago. And Gemini was in the upper right, and it's gone, or approaching gone. But no, as far as the Alcyone system, it's actually a pretty interesting system because Alcyone is a multiple star system. And I'm trying to think if it was three, a triple star. And I'm trying to find it here just because I think it's a triple star, but I'll tell you in a second. It's part of a bigger group of stars that are all what are called B-type stars, which is a fairly young hot type star. And as a young hot type star, these B stars tend to actually not be the kind that can host planets. The star designations, as I've said before, go from O at the hottest to B to A, where planets can start to be found around stars, to F to G, which is us, G2, to then K, and then M, which is the smallest, coolest stars, and also the ones that have the most planets, as it turns out. And it's also the most planets.
They're your favorites, right?
The M stars are my favorites because M stars are interesting. They're an interesting lot. There's by far a lot more of them out there than any other type of star you see at night. But when you look up in the sky, you can't see a single one of them because they're so faint. All right? So there's none visible to the naked eye. And I think that's just so cool. And they have the most planets around them. And they last perhaps 30 or 40 billion years each. So whereas we only started out 4.5 billion years ago, and our sun's got another 10 billion years or so, an M star would last an additional 30 billion years, perhaps.
Wow.
And just quietly sit there, burning in the cosmos, fusing hydrogen to helium in its way, in its low temperature way. And the low temperature is what causes the color to be red, nothing else. It's not a chemical. It has to do with the temperature. The hottest stars are the hot white stars, the bluish white stars are the O's. The B's are a blue. A stars are kind of a whitish star, but cooler. And then it goes down from there to yellow, which is us, to orange, and to red. And then these are in temperature scale too, So those stars, for a planet to form around an M star, because they're so much cooler, sometimes 100th of the intensity of our sun, for a planet to be in the quote-unquote habitable zone, that zone around the star where water could exist on the planet, the Goldilocks zone, for a planet to exist there, it would actually have to be so close to the star that the star would be massive in the daytime sky of the planet. But you would only have the one face of the planet facing the star. It would be tidally locked by gravity, so that one side of that planet would face the star the whole time, just like one side of the moon faces us the whole time. And that's a consequence of M stars for some M stars anyway. For M stars that are like M1s and stars like that, it goes from M1 to M9. M9 being the absolute coolest. M1 being a little more hot and related to the K stars a little bit, which is just before it. Those M1 stars, you could have a planet in a habitable zone that's rotating without being tidally locked, but it's actually more likely that it'll be close enough so that it's going to be locked out of having any rotation of its own.
I'm talking about for the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, but to be in the Goldilocks zone, it's probably going to be tidally locked for like an M3, 4, 5 star, those stars. But as I said, they're the most plentiful star in our galaxy. You can't see a single one of them with your eye because they're so faint. and they would probably have the most planets. Right? That's already been theorized, actually. So if we find a life form that's around there, they might have an odd planet where they go to the sunlit side to go to their quote-unquote beaches, and go to the temperate zone, which is in the sunset side, where it's in permanent sunset, where the sun doesn't set, and it's just sort of on the edge, the Terminator. And there's probably a ring of life all in that whole area. And then in the deep nighttime side, it won't be frigid well below zero typically, because the planet will probably have an atmosphere, and just conduction of heat would probably carry a lot of that warmth around, but the ground won't be getting that kind of heat. So it's pretty cool, to think about what it would take to survive on a planet like that.
Well, the weather would definitely be odd.
Oh, you bet your butt it would. It would really be odd. You'd have, say summertime conditions on one side, and fall, early winter kind of conditions on the other side. And the mixing of the air would bring in warm fronts and cool fronts, and which would make their way around the front of the planet and the sunlit side. It would just be crazy. But it could happen. It could certainly happen.
Yep.
I read something about that a while back.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be a great story. You should write one, Amanda. Just write a story about that.
I think that's why I read it. I think I did it way back for Dark 30.
You have two different life forms that are constantly battling for the middle.
No, but I thought they were going to build something like an air exchange kind of thing to make sure that the cold side got heated, but it wasn't like an air exchange per se, but it was something, I don't know, a lot more technical than that, but in theory, it was something about if they could get the hot air to the other side.
Yeah, you know what? And if we want to apply our political, constructs to a planet like that, then we could easily come up with a conspiratorial program to provide warm air to the other side, quote unquote. And maybe the book would even be called "The Other Side," and it would be about the people with the much larger eyes on the far side of the planet who never came over to the bright side because the sun was too bright for them. So they had these much larger eyes, and they evolved the ability to almost see in the dark. And they became a worthy... Oh, I'm writing a book as we speak here. I can feel it. And they became a worthy adversary on the dark side of the M-Star planet. And they could see in the dark, and the other guys would have to use technology that they create to see in the dark. I could see a pretty cool story coming out of that. That would be pretty cool. It would be a great blockbuster movie.
Yeah, the other guys have to wear shades whenever they go to the light side.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm envisioning the dark people as mole people.
Right.
I think that's done.
Picturing them with lots of hair. Because it's
keep
cold.
them warm.
Right. And
well in the dark.
Yeah, but there would be... I don't know if you can have any kind of plants that would grow over there, or any kind of nature.
Well, on the other hand, we didn't think we'd actually find life at those sulfide chimneys on the ocean floor. And
true.
we found an absolute amazing array of ecosystem there.
But they would have to be two totally different kind of species.
Yeah, one would have to be from photosynthesis, and one would probably be chemosynthesis.
One has copper blood, and the other one has iron.
Right, or one gets its energy from photosynthetic processes, and one gets its energy from chemosynthetic processes.
Or one gets its energy from eating the other.
Well, if they're actually different species, then they couldn't crossbreed.
I'm actually picturing like the alien creatures.
What kind of mutant would that be?
Wait, the alien creatures?
Yeah, I'm picturing that on the dark side.
Well, I mean, there's going to be animal life too, and perhaps there are hunters that actually use sonar.
Yeah,
actually
bug life.
Maybe like a bat uses sonar to find prey. Maybe there's a larger predator on the other side that uses sonar to help echolocate its prey, and that prey could be sentient being from the light or dark side.
Well, they could be helium base. They float. Who knows?
They could be floaters.
Yep.
Yep.
Did you hear the theory that they think maybe bats can, in their mind, see in color? Like, imagine color? I don't know, I'm not explaining it properly, but, like, if the echoes bounce off something, like, if it's a different texture, it might appear, like, green for, like, a solid object and, like, red for, like, an object they can eat or whatever, you know?
You
I don't know if that makes
cat?
sense.
Something similar to the fact that purple is a lie.
So I was like thinking synesthesia, but
Or does that confuse people?
Is that was that a cat comment? You mean cats? Did you say cats could do
No, as far as I'm aware, purple isn't a real colour within the spectrum, but our brains see it.
So purple is a lie.
Yeah, so... Yeah, from when you're coming from with the bat combination, it shows that whatever is actually inputs can be changed by the way the brain processes things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, don't tell Bill. Don't tell Bill that because he painted his room purple, the middle room.
That room no longer exists.
Bill, the middle room is a lie.
Oh boy.
There's like so many colors in the house now.
The middle room is a lie, Bill.
Yeah,
it's like George Carlin said, there is no blue food. Blueberries are purple. Don't say it.
That's true.
Well, with that, I'm going to wrap because it's 12:30. I had a doctor's appointment in the morning.
Well, then you got to get up.
We hope
it
all goes well for you, Bill.
Thank you.
Hey, it's been
We're all sending thoughts and prayers.
And
very interesting listening to you.
Hey, and one last thing I want to tell you. I'm going to leave you with this. Next time we get together, I want you to tell me where the coldest place in the universe is.
Oh, my ex-wife, her heart.
Hey. Okay, sounds like a good
someone was going to say that.
The coldest place in the universe?
Right. Where is the coldest place in the universe?
Okay.
All right.
Wow.
Well, I have one question related to Lorraine's way back about Abe.
Yeah.
And your friend Al?
Yeah, Al Bradley, yep.
Did he paint it yellow?
Actually, it wasn't yellow. He actually had, it was a red bottom pylon and two upper white pylons. So the lower hull of the Enterprise was red, basically, and the two nacelles were white.
The Enterprise.
There's actually, I think, a documentary on it on CBC 2 years back, I think.
Yeah. Now I gotta tell you though, he did go through several different housing designs, and I think that yellow was used kind of in one of the processes, but it wasn't. It didn't end up in the final one. The yellow color is actually typical of a different company up in Cambridge, Massachusetts that employed a lot of MIT folks and some Woods Hole folks. Okay, and that's called Bluefin. And Bluefin Robotics has a characteristic yellow. They have yellow fish, so to speak. And I developed a housing for a fish schooling study that was being done by Princeton, and I did it here in my shop, where I actually developed a housing that would be used to house the robotic gear for this fish that was going to be used in conjunction with a bunch of others. I don't know how far that ever got, but it was pretty cool. But yellow, no. But red and white, yes. And NCC 1701, can't forget that.
Well, that's why I thought maybe he had a good sense of humor. Do you paint your submarines yellow?
Well, Bluefin does. I did actually. I had a defense.
I think that should be default. All submarines should be default by yellow.
Well, I know you're a big Beatle fan, and I know you were drooling over the things I showed you before with all the signed cards I had from the Beatles, which weren't really signed at all, but obviously that's how they came. But I did a project, a Defense Department project, where I had to create a model that would be towed in a tow tank. It was studying the effects on a certain submarine structure, and I created this certain submarine structure, and when I created it, I absent-mindedly chose yellow as the base color, with a bunch of black stripes for obviously for cameras to look at and get data from. And I didn't even think about it. I didn't think twice about it. I just used the yellow color because that would look to me like a good contrast with a black stripe, with the little tiny black lines. And when I delivered it, the client looked at me and said, "A yellow submarine?" And I went, "Oh yeah, I swear to you, I didn't even think of it." Sure. So I had to endure those slings and arrows. It was funny.
What a wonderful story to end with.
Before we go, I just want to say thank you for letting us pick your brain so much.
Thank you so much, Mark, for joining us.
I love it, but I'm sorry for dominating. I really
everybody enjoys.
No.
Are you kidding me? And
just remember now, for next time, I want you to work on this. What is the coldest place in the universe? We know the answer.
Okay.
We have the answer, and it's not as far as you think. I'll leave it.
Is it one specific place?
It is one specific place, yes, indeed, and you know it. It's very very, it's very very clearly the winner, hands down.
Wow.
Yep. Coldest place in the universe for next time.
Okay, yeah.
Sounds good.
He's got me thinking of if it's an outer.
All right,
Mark and everybody. I'll be back Wednesday night if it stays clear. Tomorrow it's going to snow. We'll see what the weather looks like for the rest of the week. Yeah, 3 inches tomorrow. All right, Mark and Lorraine,
right, guys.
Have a great night. Amanda and Chris in the UK, we'll talk soon.
Thanks for having me as always, Phil. Night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night, everyone. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, so with that, we'll be back maybe Wednesday if the weather cooperates. And I want to do a quick shout out to everybody who's been in chat and hanging out for this time. We have Tana, we have Carmen and Mauricio, Clerkster, which is Chris that was on with us now, Donna, Jamie Havokin's been in and out with us and also on Skype, so I want to thank him. Jay Rich, Jello, Nancy, Pro, Vicky, Zombie Nomad, and everybody else that were in chat. I'm going to try to see if I can just CND Boy from Canada. And I want to thank you all for your kind thoughts. Let's see. I don't want to miss nobody that was in there. I think I said Jay. I hope I said Jay. I'm trying to scroll up quickly while I do this. And I think I got everybody that was on recently. And everybody that was here before. Also want to thank Jade for being on with us. Keith, Jello, Heidi, who was on earlier. Of course, Mark D'Antonio. Always great to have Mark with us. Who else was on Skype with us? Poma, but he didn't really get a chance to talk. And everybody else that participated and was an integral part of this. Those that are in chat and those that participate on Skype. We try to make this as interactive as possible. And Mark is really amazing. I can sit back, and that's what I was doing, because I can sit back and enjoy just listening and learning the knowledge that this man has of a whole range of topics. Is just simply amazing. And I really enjoy listening to the conversation. And Lorraine was on fire. Amanda, Keith, everybody was doing great with the interaction with Mark. So it was really a great night. And again, I want to thank Mark D'Antonio. And if you go and you see What on Earth or NASA's Unexplained Files, you'll see Mark D'Antonio there on those episodes of that show. And you can catch, he's going to have a new book coming out soon. If you look up UFO Talk 2, you'll find more information about Mark's work as far as the UFO Talk project with Douglas Trumbull. So Mark's got a lot going on. And like he said, he mentioned earlier, he's working on a book. He's building an observatory in his house. He does the models in his studio. I mean, he's constantly busy, and I am really looking forward to meeting him in person with Keith and Paul, and maybe Amanda if she comes. We take the trip over to Connecticut and check out his studio and his observatory. And then he's invited to come here after Pine Bush. Maybe we'll do a private Skywatch from the house, from my house, and we'll have a good time. So, looking forward to that. Looking forward to Pine Bush when everybody gets together, just to meet everybody. And I want to thank everybody that was watching tonight. Not much activity on the screen, just a few planes, a few sats, and a couple of shooters. There were a couple of meteorites, maybe space junk, or who knows if it was natural phenomenon. Some meteors themselves. But we'll be doing this again, hopefully Wednesday. As I said, the weather is it's going to snow here tomorrow. And then I think toward the end of the week, it's going to be cloudy. So I think Wednesday may be the only window I have for the week to do this. So till the next time, again, I want to thank everybody that was here and those that were on Skype. Be blessed, be well, be safe. Take a little time to hug your family members and your friends and spread the love, peace, compassion, the positive vibes that I think that globally, socially, we all need. So till the next time, everybody, have a great night, great day, and we'll do it again soon. So till then, good night.